Get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Narenheim is currently absent. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji, absent. Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items?
None for closed session.
Okay, thank you. There's no one in the public, anybody online who would like to make public comments on closed session items and non-agenda items?
There is one attendee on Zoom, but I don't see a hand raised. And then for the record, there is one e-comment listed under item F6.
Okay, and can we show that Councilmember Narenheim has joined the
Narenheim is here.
meeting?
Yes.
Can you read off what we'll be discussing in closed session, please?
Yes, as authorized by the government code is listed on the published agenda. The following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 through F8 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For F1, the name of the case is Don B. Lofton versus City of Redondo Beach Unified School District, in those 1 through 50. Case number 23TRC-B00414. For F2, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board. Case number 20STCP03193. For F3, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire, LLC, bankruptcy, City Cal case number 223-BK-10918-ER. For F4, the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire, LLC, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23STCP02189. For F5, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sandra Strauss, an individual, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive, case number 23TRCP00325. For F6, the name of the case is New Community TLA, LLC, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23STC-B10146. For F7, the name of the case is New Community DTLA, LLC, versus and Leonid Pilstonokov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, case number 22TRCP00203. For F8, the name of the case is New Community TLA, LLC, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, et al., case number 23STCP00426. Items F9 through F11 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For F9, the property is 230 Portofino Way, a portion of APN 7503-029-903. For F10, the properties are 100 and 130 International Boardwalk, a portion of APN 7505-002-932. And for F11, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina Parking Lot, Seaside Lagoon, and California Surf Club, 239 and 245 North Harbor Drive, portions of APNs 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager Witsansky, who will be speaking to these items, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Mike Webb, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will be joined by outside legal counsel Alexander Frank on the matter. For items F9 through F11, we will have Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director. And for item F10, Brian Campbell, our outside leasing consultant.
What about F2 through?
No additional folks for that tonight.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll entertain a motion to recess to closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, we will see you on or about 6 o'clock to report out on closed session and start the open session.
Present at 4:32.
From closed session, could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kolujetovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett. Here. Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have anything to report from closed session?
No reportable action this evening, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll take a motion to adjourn to our regular open meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, all four? Okay, thank you. So I'm going to call to order the open session of the city council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kolujetovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light. Thank you.
Here. Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. All right, 4 of them tonight, thank you. And with that, I'd like to call up India, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask you to stand after the Pledge of, remain standing after the Pledge of Allegiance, so we can have a moment of silence. So everybody please rise, and India, the floor is all yours.
Good evening. My name is India. I'm a 5th grader at Jefferson Elementary School. My favorite subject in school is math. I love participating in the Junior Guard program in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, please be seated. India, come on up. Well done.
Well done.
Thanks, India.
Thanks for coming.
Love the Doc Martens.
You did a great job. Okay.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Get a photo. Mom, do you want to get a photo? Okay, thank you, India. Well done. Okay, with that, we're going to do presentations, proclamations, announcements, AB 1, 2, 3, 4, travel expense reports. I do have a presentation this week, so let me come forward. Proclamation. Thank you. And Tanya, do you want to come forward? This is Tanya McKenzie. She's with the LA County Commissioner's Office representing District 2, Supervisor Holly Mitchell. So good evening, everyone. February is Black History Month, and it's only fitting that we join our nation in celebrating the event. We have Tanya McKenzie, as I said, who's representing County Supervisor Holly J. Mitchell. This was first proposed, the Black History Month was first proposed by historian and scholar Carter G. Woodson in 1926 and was expanded by Congress 50 years later. Black History Month honors the courage and extraordinary contributions made by our African Americans through the history of our republic. This year's theme of African Americans and laborers focuses on the various and profound ways that working of all kinds, free and unfree, skilled and unskilled, vocational and voluntary. Oh, sorry. No more sticky paper, Renee. Intersect with the collective experiences of African American people. Black History Month calls our attention to the continued need to battle racism and build a society that lives up to the democratic ideals. I urge Redondo Beach community to reflect on our shared history and draw inspiration from the progress that's been made as we continue together on the path toward equality, liberty, and opportunity for all. And we have much more to do. So I'm very honored to be able to present this proclamation tonight. We want Redondo, and we position Redondo as an open community that is inclusive and respectful regardless of race, religion, or creed. So with that, Tanya, I'd like to present you with this proclamation, and then I'll give you a chance to speak.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Greetings from Supervisor Holly Mitchell's office. And I accept this with the understanding that Redondo Beach has an incredible population of African Americans. Black people in this city have done and will continue to contribute in ways that sometimes you don't even see, from education all the way through our grassroots activism and our law enforcement. We have currently, Dr. Wesley, who's doing great things with the school district. Redondo Union is led by Mr. Brown. I don't know if you've seen Get Down with Mr. Brown, but he does his thing. We have community activists like Arnett Travis. We have officers that continuously give of themselves on and off the clock. Darren and Toya and the Delry brothers and Officer Keith Turner. They're in our community. They take care of our kids. They take care of our families. And we're just honored to be here and be a part of this community and able to give back. So again, I want to thank you. I appreciate this, and happy Black History Month. So this is Talia McKenzie. She has a twin, Roman McKenzie, and she goes to Redondo Union and plays for their softball team. So come on up. Come on, girl. Come on. Yeah, I set you up.
You done cleaning? You done mopping?
Appreciate it. Okay, announcements from the council. Councilmember Narenheim.
This is the last meeting in February, so I just want to remind everyone, there are ballots out there. Remind everyone to vote. Ballots are due March 4th. Let your voices be heard. Couldn't be more important. It's the most basic thing of our democracy. So we will not be voting or meeting again until after the March 4th. We'll be having March 4th off, Tuesday, March 4th. So we'll move back here until March 11th. So just remind everyone to get those ballots in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lonstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Light. The February District 2 Community Meeting will be tomorrow evening, 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. We will have two subjects. One will be the traffic mitigation and circulation plan for the area around Redondo Union High School. So those of you that live on Diamond or live on Vincent or the surrounding streets, please consider registering at redondo.org under District 2. And also we will hear from candidates, 3 mayoral candidates and a city attorney candidate tomorrow evening, telling everybody about their candidacy. So this is my last official city District 2 community meeting. And in March, we'll just have a celebration in the main library. We'll come up with a date towards the latter half of March. But again, we're going to have actually a pretty good crowd, a lot of registrations already. Go to redondo.org under District 2. You can register to get the Zoom link. We'll see you tomorrow night, 6 to 7:30. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajevic.
Yeah, wanted to plug the candidate forum on Thursday. I will not be having a meeting in February for District 3. I was sick last week, I think everyone heard, and I'm catching up. So that's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. McKenzie, for being here and representing our awesome County Supervisor, Holly Mitchell. The candidate forum on Thursday will be hosted by Dr. Goodlow. And we also have some great African-American commissioners that volunteer their time to lead the city of Redondo Beach and advise the city council, including Chadwick Castle on the Budget and Finance Commission. I also will not be having another community meeting before the election, but you can reach out to me anytime on my cell phone, 310-625-9346. And I'll say this as a final statement before the election. North Redondoans historically have not voted as high of a propensity as South Redondoans. Voting is a great way to send the message to the next mayor that North Redondo matters and that they should keep North Redondo in the top of their minds as they move forward over the next 4 years, because inevitably the next mayor is going to run for reelection and they're going to need the vote of North Redondo. So please come out, get educated about who's out there, read their ballot statements, and vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
None tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and I also have none tonight. So with that, moving to item E, can I get a motion to approve the order of agenda, or if you'd like to change it around, this is the time to speak up.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All for?
Bye.
Okay, so we'll keep the agenda as it is in your written agenda. Let's see, any blue folder items this evening?
Yes, Mayor. So we have H8, which is related to plans and specifications for local travel network project, modifications to contingent expansion LTN map for North Redondo. H14, related to the cannabis ordinances. Public communication, update sections of ordinance 3288-25 and 3289-25. J1, public participation, non-agenda items, public communications, and 1, possible action for fiscal mid-year budget review, new BRR number 17, and revised table of contents, public communications. L1, related to ordinance adopting the coastal zone for the municipal code for the electronic signs in Harbor Pier Special District, amendment to ordinance 3291-25 and Res OCC-2502-008. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Could I get a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file blue folder items.
Second.
Okay, motion to second, all for?
Aye.
Okay. Now we'll jump down to consent calendar items. There's a lot on the consent calendar. Would any member of the council wish to pull any of the consent calendar items to discuss? Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, I'll pull item H14, please.
H14, okay. Councilmember Lowenstein.
H12, please.
H12. Councilmember Kalajerovich. Should I skip and come back?
Yeah, can you come back just a
Yeah.
second?
Councilmember Rabaji.
I'll second the H14.
Okay, and Councilmember Barrett.
H5, item 7, H5, item 8, and H16.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
No, none, thank you.
Okay, and I've got none other than those that are pulled. So, for the members of the public, we are going to discuss later H5, items 7 and 8, H12, H14, and H16. Other than that, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar items other than H5, 7, subsection 7 and 8, H12, H14, and H16.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Does anyone from the audience wish to speak to the council on the items that were not pulled from the consent calendar? So anything but H5, 7, and 8, H12, H14, and H16. Okay, anyone online?
I have, let's see here. So I have a person online, let's see, Susan Rubin. Not sure. Go ahead. Hello?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm sorry, I don't know if we are talking about cannabis tonight. If we are, I would like to speak on that issue.
Didn't we just pull it?
So that, yeah,
We
that
pulled that. We'll be talking about that in under excluded items.
H14.
shortly.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I have Sheila Lamb. Go ahead, Sheila.
Go ahead, Sheila.
Unmute. There we go. I'm interested in speaking about H17.
Okay, you got the floor.
Oh, now? Okay. Hold on. So, yes, I would like to thank the owners, the architects, Director Weiner, and the planning staff for advancing the preservation of these beautiful historical homes on Catalina Avenue. These homes serve as a reminder of the earliest residents of Redondo Beach and capture the beach, and these homes capture the beach town character that still defines our city today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheila. Anyone else?
That's it for Zoom, and we had no e-comments.
Okay, with that, we had the motion and the second for all the consent calendar items except H5 subsection 7 and 8, H12, H14, and H16. So I'll call the vote. All four?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that carries. So now we're down at section I, if you're
Okay.
following.
Mayor?
I'm sorry, go ahead. Read
Thank
what you need to read.
Okay. H11, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2502-005, Redondo City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing staff to submit a local coastal program grant application to the California Coastal Commission for preparation of the climate resiliency plan and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute applications, contracts, agreements, and amendments necessary to implement the grant. H13, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2502-006, a resolution of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting a memorandum of understanding between the City of Redondo Beach and the Redondo Beach Firefighter Association Fire Management Unit from July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2028. We have one more. H18, introduction by title only, ordinance number 3290-25, amending municipal code Article 5 of Chapter 24 to Title 4 regarding sound amplifying equipment, and municipal code Charter 2, Chapter 2 to Title 1 regarding infractions for introduction and first reading. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going to item I, where the things that you just heard the council members pull, we are going to discuss. So first two are yours, Councilmember Barrett, H5, subsection 7 and 8.
Thank you, Mayor. H5 subsection 7 is the proposed contract for meeting minutes with Ms. Lau. And I pulled the item because it dovetails into the discussion we've had recently about, and I think spearheaded by Councilmember Narenheim and Councilmember Lowenstein on technology and embracing technology. And the meeting minutes, as we discussed last week, seems to be a right place to begin. Can we explore having a technology provider, AI, through an RFP, come in and make a proposal as to what they can provide to us with respect to automated meeting minutes preparation, to do them faster, get them online quicker, easier to index. So it brought to mind the thought of, should we explore that? I looked at the cost of Ms. Lau's service, $75, $85 an hour. It adds up. Could we be more economical, more efficient? I also noticed in Ms. Lau's contract that there is no real deadline, no timeline for which deliverables are provided. It's 7 days from the start of a meeting minutes project. Well, if you never start the project, I'm not saying she wouldn't, then you'll never get it. So that was my thought, and I had the pleasure of speaking and learning from Councilmember Obaji on it as well. So the bottom line, what I would propose, if we can, within the confines of this item, is come back with an RFP, and we have Mike Cook, our Director of Technology, who's here, and he's all over this. Come back with an RFP for a digitized meeting minutes provider, AI. Maybe take Ms. Lau's contract, shorten it to 3 months for now to give some incentive to get this moving and go from there. So those were my initial thoughts and my reaction to it. I certainly want to hear from the council and others. So thank you, Mayor.
So you propose approving this contract, but shortened to 3 months, and then directing staff to come back with an RFP for some automated soft minutes development.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Granicus, there's other providers.
And we had a lot of testimony last week that was accurate, that it does take us a while to get these things out, so. Okay, any other members of the council wish to speak to this one? Councilmember Obaji.
So first, I want to say thank you to Councilmember Barrett because we had a 20-item consent calendar and he jumped into this item, which was one of 7 or so under this consent item. So, and looked at the detail of the contract. That was a good pickup. Thank you for that. It's for Mr. City Manager. Is an RFP the appropriate method for which to seek interest or qualifications for this kind of vendor?
Two things. Yes, I think the short answer to that question is some form of RFP or an RFI, regardless of some request for information, qualifications, or proposal would be the way to solicit those different options. First things to note, I don't want to tread too heavily on Ms. Manzano's role here. This falls under the clerk's duty. So as staff, I'm happy to support that effort with some of our administrative personnel to help research these options and perhaps seek some technology that would assist in making this process more efficient. I do believe it will still require some form of human monitoring. I don't think we'll be able to have this be exclusively resolved through technology and software, but I couldn't agree more with Councilmember Barrett that I do think there are some efficiencies that could be achieved. In that spirit, I would be happy to have some personnel support the effort, but we would do that in partnership with the clerk.
Yeah, so the only issue I have is this contract's for a year, and we need to get started on Granicus, which we'll do after the election. So I'm a little concerned, 3 months I think is too short. I think we keep it at a year and we start looking at it. That's what I feel. Just because we had a minute secretary 8 months ago, and she wanted $120, and I said no. And so now we found someone else at $85. So from my point of view, right now, we're gonna need someone, so I only have 2-minute secretaries, and that includes her, for just at least for the next for the year. And then while we're looking at AI, because supposedly Granicus is part of AI related to the, what's it called? The captions, the closed captions. So that's the only concern I have, is because we're doing Granicus plus wanting to look for another AI mechanism, which I don't have a problem with that.
Does this have a termination clause? Can we terminate for convenience?
So I think, I'm trying to remember because
It does?
I believe it does, yeah, paragraph.
It does have a this is Christine Shin. It does have a termination clause, actually, for convenience at any time.
So if we come up with one earlier, we could terminate earlier.
We could, and if I may, I don't have the floor, but.
Yes.
So, Ms. City Clerk, you'd be okay with a dual track approach? We keep this contract in place, but we move diligently to pursue an automated system.
Right. Because we're still
like, right.
And yes. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, but we're still going to need someone
Sure.
to review those transcripts no matter what. Because I mean, I don't know if you've looked at YouTube and seen their interpretation. It's not perfect.
Albert was speaking. I asked him a question and then it went over there.
Well, Councilmember Nierenheim has his hand up.
Councilmember Baji has the floor. Let him,
Okay.
go
Go ahead.
In Exhibit B, it says that the agreement shall automatically renew after 1 year for another year or so. So let's strike that sentence from there if we're going to do this only for 1 year. In addition, just for the folks who are listening into this, the challenge with AI right now is it can listen to this conversation and write everything down, but it's not going to identify who's speaking, especially because Ms. Manzano, Mr. Wazanski didn't identify themselves, and I didn't identify myself before I spoke. So the human's going to be required to allocate who the speaker is, unless, you tag it and it learns and so on and so forth. So that's all.
And they make mistakes. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you. So I had the same thought when I looked at this, Councilmember Barrett. It's a great thought. The only reason I didn't really go down this path during strategic planner, when I saw this, my term is up here, right? So, and this is Madam Clerk's realm. So even if we were to go down the path of AI, which I totally agree with you on, you still have to have per person review the verbiage, right? The written word versus what was said. Okay. I'm on a lot of board meetings every month. I actually use, like on Zoom has a great AI. There's some other products as well. If everyone in the meeting understands it's being recorded in that method, it works fantastic. But in a written kind of, as Councilmember Baji said, you know who's saying what, right? There's some pitfalls, but I do agree that we should be going down this path. We are quite behind by getting these approved. And I fully support that idea. I do like the idea of having it go for 1 year, and then we have to agree at the council level to renew if we want to go down a path. So I do support you on that.
Thank you.
Did you still, your hands down?
No,
but
I
did
was
you
going
want
to say,
speak?
what's been said, I was going to say the exact same thing. AI is not where we need it to be. It does not recognize things. It's only as good as the people that speak, whether they introduce themselves or they're clear in speaking, because AI is not where it needs to be. But it is a great idea to get there, because it's a labor and time-saving device, and you do need somebody to review it. So, but I don't know why it needs to take a year to do something like this. I would push it towards 6 months, because the switch over to Granicus has taken way too long. The new system of Granicus has taken, I mean, we've been at this now, how many years?
A lot.
A long time. So I would push forward on that. And you could have it a year, but work, you know, I'm gone in a few weeks. Whoever is here and whoever is on the dais still should push towards getting it, because it can drag on forever.
How about adding a report back in 6 months? Instead?
Shorter than that.
Or 3 months?
On the RFP?
On our motion.
Yeah, for the RFP.
Yeah, like,
RFP, report back where you're at in 3 months and strike the 1 year extension is what I've got. in
Definitely
my notes.
strike that extension.
that sounds fun. I want to check in with our city manager, and thank you, Ms. Go ahead.
So the extension is for a year, and then if we want to extend it, we would write a letter. That's what.
It's not an automatic extension.
No, it's not an automatic extension. It says unless the city clerk or designee provides a written notice, then within 15 days prior to the expiration date.
Madam Clerk, I'm reading as this agreement shall automatically renew for one subsequent year under the same terms and conditions unless the city clerk or designee provides written notice of the non-renewal.
Non-renewal.
Yeah, and Obaji is correct. It is an automatic, but again, there's a termination provision that trumps all that, where you can immediately terminate it solely at the city's discretion, and we only have to pay for work that's been done since they've been paid or any materials they sent. So you're discussing something that probably doesn't need to be decided. What does need to be decided tonight is how soon do you want to have the RFP report back to you or back to the council to make that decision.
Thank you.
And for those in the audience, that's not the voice of God, that's our city attorney, Mike Webb.
All right, well, thanks, everybody, for that. Thank you, Madam City Clerk, for your indulgence in allowing our city manager and staff to get involved. With that said, you have a lot on your plate. How soon could a RFP be crafted? I know you were recently at the city managers conference. You've got a lot of networking and contacts of folks who may have been down this. Long story short, what's a realistic timeline for you to come back?
Well, we've got an election in March, and we will have budget preparation and presentation in May, which will be preceded by another strategic planning session in April, and commissioner input through most of those months. It's going to come down to, I think, how much time our information and technology director can commit to this, Mr. Cook. 3 months seems a little aggressive to me, but I do think we could have a report back to you by the beginning of June. I think we could have something to you going into budget season.
RFP out before then? When can the RFP
Yeah, we can
get
have the
out?
RFP out before then, certainly, and we could have some results back from a response standpoint, information associated with our options. Ideally, we would funnel this through the budget conversation, really. I mean, and make a determination as to whether or not we want to invest in this software implementation if one solution exists.
I mean, that's a fair point. We've got money on the table here with Ms. Lau's contract, which could come out to 175,000 or more potentially. So the money's there. Long story short, RFP can probably get out within,
We can have the RFP out within 3 months. The real question is, can we synthesize the data and
Yeah.
get you a report
Okay.
back in that
You
same
think-
timeframe?
you think, beginning of June?
Yeah, I think we're into June.
Councilmember Naranine, any thoughts on any of that? You good?
I like the timeframes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get to a motion.
All right, then that's,
Yeah, have it cancel for sure. The contract cancels for sure.
okay.
There's
So
an automatic cancellation provision, so the city can cancel at any
Well,
time.
one thing I want to make sure so you know for future reference is
Please.
that if we have this automatically just renew, the council may forget.
Yeah.
It automatically renews, this
All right,
sets
so-
a deadline, and then we can just, not we, the council in a year from now will automatically be able to be forced to have the conversation again. That's a great check in for the future councils.
Okay, so we could change the option to renew to require council's affirmative approval of a renewal. This will be the motion. RFP to be issued within 3 months.
RFP, RFQ, RFI.
Yeah, give us some
whatever,
flexibility on that. I think the solicitation will determine.
Some competitive solicitation.
Okay, a competitive solicitation within 3 months, a report back in the beginning of June. And
As part of the budget response
as
reports.
part of the BR, budget response reports. Anything else?
I'll second that.
Is that it? Good, okay. That's
Okay,
the
We have a
motion.
motion and a second. Anyone from the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
No, I don't have anything for this one.
Okay, I'll call the vote then. Is the motion clear?
It is.
Okay, all for?
All right.
Aye.
Okay, passes. You've got the next one, subsection 8 of that same H5.
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled it because I'm going to abstain, so we could do the vote.
Motion approved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve and a second with Councilmember Barron announcing that he's going to abstain. Does any member of the public wish to address sub-item 8 under H5? Anyone online?
I have none.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Abstain.
And one abstain. So 4-1. Okay, the next one is item H12, and I believe that was yours, Councilmember.
That was me.
Weinstein.
I pulled this item because it's a big item. I'm wondering if Mr. Kapovich, if you wouldn't mind coming to the podium, talking about it, and maybe one of the Thomases that are here, I don't know. But this is a big deal. This is a long-term, if the option is executed.
What is it?
It is for the Port Royal Marina. We have a lot of boaters in our community, a lot of liverboard boaters as well, too. This is their home. And there are going to be substantial improvements that are going to be done as part of this. So I was wondering if you could maybe tell the audience and people that are tuning in online and at home what this is.
Sure. Greg Kapovich, Waterfront and Economic Development Director. This is an opportunity to really invest in the Port Royal Marina. It was built many decades ago, and with this option agreement, the existing leaseholder will effectively rebuild all of the slips out there. There are certain thresholds that need to be made in terms of obtaining entitlements, coastal commission approvals, building permits. And when those thresholds all get checked off, a 50-year lease is then extended. It's a good deal for us in terms of, it's at least a $14 million project that's being taken on by the private sector.
Anybody from, maybe, okay. Like to come and speak and tell us about your plans for the area and why this is such a big deal for the city and for our boaters.
My name is Kevin Ketchum, office. Do you need my address and all those good things? Okay. Thank you for your consideration. First time I was in your building was in 86.
Hasn't changed.
That's where we, the city council, then consented to the Thomas family, and myself, being involved with the lease of Port Royal Marina. Gerald Thomas is here, his sons, Leith and Cameron, and I kind of get to be the spokesman because I get to look at the details. But our vision has always been to provide a first-class recreational yacht marina. That's our goal. And we believe that this plan and the option gives us that opportunity, if we meet all those criteria, to come back to you with a real project to start immediately. So this is not giving us a long-term lease tonight. This is just laying out the groundwork of what we need to do to come back and go through all the discretionary approval processes to provide you and the citizens and the boaters. And we bring to the table, I think, a unique family, 3 generations in the marina business. Leith is my assistant. When I phase out, he moves in. Cameron is the marina manager at Port Royal. He will continue with this project. But we also bring a professionalism to marina management. So we're not just a mom and pop. We're recognized as knowing what we're doing in the marina business. So simply put, what our goal is to provide a world-class, first-class recreational yacht marina.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. I want to tell you, this is one of the easier decisions that we've had to make because even though it's a big deal, you guys have been first class in terms of operations and we know you execute. And I know a lot of the boaters that are there and they have nothing but great things to say about your organization. So I'm thrilled for this to move forward. Hopefully, I'm sure I would think it would. But I want to thank you guys and we look forward to the improvements over the next few years. And thank you.
Anyone else have questions for Mr. Ketchum? Councilmember Narenheim?
Yeah, I can't, I have a lot to say, but I can boil it down to very simple things. So everyone knows the current lease from Port Royal expires in 2031, which is around the time a lot of leases expire in this city, in the harbor. And this is an extension for 50 years, and they're going to be investing $14 million, right? Minimum. And I'll just say this. We do a lot of work in the back, and there's a lot of knowledge given through the years. And this is a collection of, I was going to say 2 councils, but it really is 3 councils because this started back on the previous council, 2 councils ago. And we learned a lot through all the little mini business dealings and legal issues. There's a lot of checks and balances. Kevin, I don't know if you want to talk about real quick, any broad strokes regarding checks and investments, timeframes, right? I'm happy to have that, to Councilmember Lowenstein's point. Good partner, right? You're going to be able to hit all these dates, timeframes of investments.
Yeah. I will add one thing.
Yeah.
And that is the late Mayor Brand raved about you guys and said nothing but great things about you. That's a huge.
And we say the same about Mayor Brand.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a good relationship there. And I just want the boaters to know in the harbor, again, I want to be very clear. We've learned a lot these last few years. And liveaboards, right? Fees, expenses, things that are charged to people, master leases that go on for a very long time. We've looked at what's going to look like in 30, 40, 50 years from now and ensure that there's a high level, high quality there. I know when there was another lease that was transferred, there wasn't a value given to the city for the value increase. There's that in here. But like you said, Mr. Ketchum, is a very good point, is this lease is actually really just a structure to get us to 2031, and then it kicks off for a 50-year lease.
And our goal is not to wait, well, you asked about timelines. our game plan is to act immediately. We have a lot of entitlements. It'll take years to get through the entitlements, but we're not going to wait for 31 to start. We just met for an early dinner tonight before, and our discussion was, within a year, we've got to seriously start the process. So we're not waiting, and the lease provides for us to do that. So, and I want to compliment staff in the learning curve. It's taken us several years to get here, but I think staff has done a great job of bringing to our attention the council and the mayor's concerns. And there's been issues brought up, and what is a good way to resolve that legitimate concern? And so we compliment staff. I think they articulated the concerns well, and I think we had a good working relationship to fairly resolve those type of issues. Simple one is on slip fees. Anything that's generated from a slip pays the 27%.
Which is a good rate, I heard.
Oh, you got us for a good rate, but the truth is, in the marketplace, they're 16 to 25%, but we've paid 27% since the day we got here. So in good faith, how do you come back and make an argument that why treat us different? So it is the best rate that anyone's getting in Southern California, but it's also a great harbor.
Yeah. Yep. So I'll just end with saying I'm very proud of this. We listened, we learned, and now we're semi-inking a deal, a structure for a long-term deal. I'm very proud of that. Thank you.
And before you leave, I'm going to pile on. So when I got in as mayor, we scheduled to sit down, Mr. Ketchum and I. It was supposed to be for an hour. I think we started at 3. I remember getting home at 8 o'clock that night. So
sorry.
Well, no, I mean, I was throwing a lot at you and you were telling me why I was wrong. So, but I was wrong. So I'm not, and you were very reasonable in that conversation. So I appreciate that. And even before becoming mayor, as a boater out there, you have a fine reputation in the harbor. I appreciate the family giving you the leeway to operate as a good operator. You're not pinching pennies, doing what you need to do to be a reputable operator and a partner for the whole boating community, and appreciate that. And Cameron, love what you're doing down there as well. So thank you both. Appreciate everything that you're doing, and to the family as well.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and I will add, you don't have to come back up, but Mr. Ketchum also advises the state on new regulations and rules. When they want to start up, how do you build a marina? How do you build a ramp? Kevin Ketchum's there to help advise them, because that's the kind of guy he is. He's well respected across the state. So we're lucky to have him. With that,
Motion to approve H12.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Anyone from the audience wish to address H12? Anyone online?
I have none.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Okay, that passes. H14, I believe that was yours, Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, this is the cannabis item. I know there's a lot of people here wanting to talk on it. I voted no on it last week. A couple things, Director Weiner. Yeah, real quick, Director. We sent this back to the Planning Commission after a couple of minor changes for the park, right? Dale Page?
Yes.
And then also the reconsideration regarding the 1,000-foot rule that we took out. But some major amendments were made last week. Took out 13 properties, about a mile or two of street. Wouldn't that, and the subject matter wasn't agendized as such, wouldn't that require us to go down the path of putting the Planning Commission for these major changes?
Yeah, that's a good question. To my knowledge, the law isn't very clear on what extent do the amendments have to go back to the Planning Commission. There is state law that requires that any ordinances or land use changes that are being proposed do first require the Planning Commission. I understand that when this ordinance came to the city council, there were changes to some of the policies, the provisions. Perhaps the city attorney may be able to opine on that question.
Yeah, I don't believe it has to go back to planning commission pursuant to state law or our ordinance. If you wanted to make that part of your motion last meeting, you could have said, oh, and I want this to go back to the planning commission and get their take on it. But from my understanding, the council actually adopted one of the recommendations made by the planning commission, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know if there were other issues that the council wanted the planning commission to weigh in on, but the option was you could have done that. I don't think that was the motion, but as far as whether you're violating any state law or city ordinance, I don't believe so by not sending it back.
Yeah, we're making a major change to this, so I would want to send this back to the planning commission. Thank you, sir. I would want to send this back to the planning commission. They had a tremendous amount of input that they wanted to give on a whole host of items, and they had a whole lot of conversation regarding Artesia Boulevard as a whole. I definitely see this as a major change in what was titled and what we originally discussed. And I don't see, I would not want to move forward with this, knowing the atmosphere that we've been in surrounding and looking at the process. Everyone is scrutinizing this process. And so having us send this back to the planning commission, I think would be a very, to borrow a term from the city attorney, belts and suspenders kind of approach. So I would approve sending this back to the planning commission for review to get their input on this. That would be my favor.
Councilmember Obaji.
I wanted to pull this item because we crossed out Artesia Boulevard west of Inglewood from an allowable place to put a cannabis store. And that is great because I know there's some parents concerned about cannabis stores on Artesia Boulevard. But what it did was it sent everybody who lives anywhere near aviation into an extreme panic because it signaled to them now the only place in North Redondo or District 4 that would allow cannabis is either east of Inglewood on Artesia or aviation. And aviation, as I've said pretty much in every meeting that we've had here on cannabis, is the most ill-suited space for a cannabis dispensary, because if you've been to the wonderful Lavender and Honey that just opened up about 6 months ago on aviation, you've been there, around 11, 12 o'clock, good luck finding parking there. There's inadequate parking on aviation for a cannabis dispensary that's likely to drive in people from around surrounding communities. And as the residents, including a student who came up and testified, have made us aware, when they did have an unlawful cannabis dispensary on aviation, they had people parking in their neighborhood, they had people eating and smoking in their car in front of their houses and dumping trash there, and there was some petty crime that occurred around the neighborhood. So I wanted to bring this back so we could, and the other point is this. Imagine the staffers when they consider the applications that come in and have to rank the applications based on, who the owners of the operation are and so on and so forth. They may have heard us or me and the resident who came up and spoke that aviation's a poor spot for a cannabis dispensary, but they may rank that dispensary high because of the operator and so on and so forth. And then it's going to come to us, and I will never vote for a cannabis dispensary on aviation. And so it also leads to a false expectation on behalf of the cannabis dispensary applicants, because they may then take out an interest in property on aviation, thinking they have a shot there. And I'd like to just give them fair rules to play by from the get-go. So I ask that the council adopt no cannabis dispensaries on aviation, especially south of Artesia Boulevard or west of Artesia Boulevard.
Do you have a motion?
So I'd move to adopt by title only ordinance number 3287-25 3288-25, 3289-25, amended to exclude from the zoning map any portions on aviation where it currently would allow.
Just for clarification purposes, if that is the will of the council to make that change, we are going to have to reintroduce the item and probably schedule it for a public hearing that I would suggest be March 11th. And then you can reintroduce that language. We can publicly notice that language, make sure that hearing covers that fairly substantive change. And council will have a deliberation, consideration of that. And then if that pursues further, it could be adopted the following meeting. But we can't make that change, I don't believe, unless Cheryl or Mike tell me otherwise. I don't believe we can make that substantive change tonight and adopt.
And I regret that I didn't make this.
We can't. Our charter provides that you'd have to reintroduce it. And it's hard to reintroduce it when Ms. House doesn't know exactly where you're going to put in the language. But you could reintroduce it tonight if the motion is clear as to where you're putting it, and it could be adopted at the next meeting.
Okay. Well, maybe let's make that the motion. I will work on what language we can adopt. I'll go through the ordinance and try to pinpoint it. But I do regret, if this does get kicked to next month, I regret the delay. I should have made this decision on the spot, but I was trying to get consensus here of everybody. And yeah, that's all. Thank you.
So, do you have a motion?
Just no motion right now. Let's hear from the public, and then
Anyone else from the council?
I'll work on this. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take public comment. Okay, first Jim Mueller and then Melissa Deschamps.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jim Mueller. I'm from District 5. And as always, it's a privilege to speak before you, and it's a privilege in America that me, an ordinary citizen, can share my views with you. And Mayor Light, I want to thank you for last week speaking your mind about and sharing your opinion about cannabis and retailing and distribution and the whole ugly issue that's confronting our community right now and is so important to the health and welfare of our community. Thank you so much. Now, please speak out on the provision of the proposed ordinance that allows private household cultivation and processing. Per the law resulting from Proposition 64 called AUMA, the cities may not only ban retail cannabis, but also private cultivation processing of the plant and its products. Only 18 of the 88 LA County cities allow private cultivation and processing, and none of our neighboring cities allow it except Hawthorne. Why? Because this activity produces an uncontrolled supply of a habit-forming, intoxicating, consumable product, as you pointed out, Mayor Light. Can you imagine 100 little weed growing processing plants around the city? Does the council expect that none of it will escape into the community? And when that happens, do you not know that it will become a large health and law enforcement problem, costing the taxpayers thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of tax dollars, not to mention the lives and futures of lives that will be affected? I urge you to encourage the council to make illegal the selling of cannabis cultivation tools and supplies and the private cultivation and processing of cannabis in Redondo Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Melissa Deschamps and then Mary Claire Scanlon.
Hi, good evening. Melissa Deschamps, District 1 resident. Thank you all, council members, mayor, staff. It's really is a privilege to be able to speak here. I just want to first stress, I've been urging you all for many, many months to consider a delivery-only model. And I would love it if you would direct staff to actually investigate cities that have successfully had a delivery-only model. Thousand Oaks is a city that comes to mind. Also, El Segundo voted for delivery only. They're not doing anything with it. Hermosa Beach voted for delivery only. They're doing something with it. And then I wanted to take this opportunity just to clarify a few things that I've heard over the last couple of council meetings. And the first is on SB 1186, which clearly only allows for medicinal delivery. And there's been a lot of rhetoric about all of this cannabis coming into the city, and it is legally through medicinal cannabis. And if you want to know where it's coming from and who's bringing it in, the only thing you have to do, which I have recommended for months and months and months, is to pass a tax for medicinal delivery. The day that you pass that tax, 24 hours later, you have access to the state's track and trace program. You see which companies are bringing it in, who they're bringing it to, the amount, and the manufacturer. Also, in order to get delivery for medicinal cannabis, you have to have a medicinal card. You have to share that, show that prior to the appointment, and then you show ID when you get there. So it's a very safe system that tells you exactly what's coming in. I wanted to address rhetoric that I've heard about how we have to have this ordinance and tighten it up to protect our state, our city. And the reality is that any single person, individuals could put forth another ballot initiative, get enough signatures, put it on the ballot for next March of 2026. That could easily happen whether we have an ordinance or not. So I think that's not really, in my mind, a rational reason to approve an ordinance. Also, I think knowing the realities right now, the financial challenges that the cannabis industry is facing, through no fault of their own, I'll add, it's just a horribly taxed product. The chances of someone from that industry mounting another ballot initiative after 4 losses in El Segundo, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, Redondo Beach, to me, doesn't seem very plausible. And finally, I want to say I've heard comments that I'm a crusader of one, and that's simply not true. There's a lot of residents that feel the same way I do, and I'm glad that they're sharing their voices. It's not just me, but I urge you to listen to your residents and what they want and come up with a win-win solution. And kudos to our District 5 resident for listening to his residents. Kudos to our District 3 representative for listening to her residents. I appreciate it all. And thank you all for everything that you do. I disagree with some of you on this, but I appreciate all of you every single day for the things you do for our city, and that some of you have been doing for quite some time, both of you. It's appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mary Claire Scanlon, and then Courtney Karen.
Hi, I'm Mary Claire Scanlon. Thanks for allowing me to address you. I'm a District 1 resident of 20 years and a parent of 3. And I want to express my strong opposition to this ordinance. I'm opposed to it because I don't think that we need to have any dispensaries. I don't care, people say we have alcohol. We don't need any more alcohol stores in our district either. All of this is going to end up at the beach. And there's plenty of research out there that when there are retail establishments that the youth use increases 26%. It's not good for the health of our community. And personally, I don't want to go to the beach and smell any more than I'm already smelling. And we will become a tourist destination for this since the surrounding cities are not doing this. So I strongly urge you to create an ordinance that supports this delivery and to do, if you're interested in taxing that, to go ahead and tax that. Why not? But please do not bring in any dispensaries to our city. It's not good for us. It's not good for the residents. And if you look at the online comments, they're strongly opposing this. And the previous ballot issue clearly said that people did not want this. So thank you for your time and thank you for your consideration. I urge you to listen to the voices of your voters and residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Courtney Caron, and then Nikki Vasquez.
Good evening, Courtney Carone. I'm obviously an advocate for cannabis programs in the state of California. I'm a PTA president and also the mother of 3. I wanted to point out that if you have a delivery model and only a delivery model, this does not solve the problem of cannabis being on your beaches. People are going to have it delivered to their house and they're going to drive to the beaches and they're going to smoke weed if that's what is allowed in their cities. Delivery models are failing across the state of California. There is no reason why not to continue this process that you've been working very hard on for the last 2 years. What I would ask is that if you're going to strengthen your zoning and you're going to change where you were previously going to allow cannabis stores, that you would take a good look at the reasons why you're doing that and make it very clear how many properties are being pulled back from allowable properties as it is. Finding properties in Redondo Beach is very, very difficult. And if you're trying to bring the best retailers to the area, the most successful retailers, they're going to look for desirable areas to locate their stores that have parking and that also are available. And I am speaking with many of those who are interested in applying, and they're all getting very frightened about the leases that they've already entered, and also finding properties that are suitable for their businesses. I'm not sure how many of you have had a chance to visit an Artistry or Embark or Sweet Flower or Haven or any of the other folks who have been interested in applying, but these are not thrown together crappy businesses. These are multi-million-dollar state-of-the-art retail stores with the proper security, with beautifully laid out retail store designed by some of the best retail store designers in the nation who have not only designed other retail stores, but also cannabis businesses. This is not something that we've been throwing together. You all and us have been working together for years to put together the right program for this city. So I would ask that we're very careful on where it is that we are saying you can and cannot go from here on out, because what you will end up doing is making and aggravating more neighbors in the neighborhoods where we are saying you can go and making those in the other neighborhoods happy, and it becomes a big problem. The other issue that was raised and brought to me today was this idea of a veto power by council members, and I looked in the code and I couldn't find anything that said that a particular council member had a veto power on whether or not there was a cannabis business that was going to be allowed in their area. Now, I've been doing this for years and years and years, so I do understand that if there is one in your council and you're like, council district, and you're like, I don't want one here, that you certainly can bring the opposition. And it does make it more difficult getting through planning and then eventually through the city council is making that final vote. But I would also ask that we're very clear on what you are and aren't allowed to do as council members, because that's also causing lots of gossip and drama about whether or not there is this veto power that exists. And if there is, I would love if somebody would explain to me where to find that, because I have not yet been able to find that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Nikki Vasquez, and then Karine Nelson.
Hello, Council and Mayor Light. My name is Nikki Vasquez, and I'm a D3 resident and parent of 2 young children. I strongly oppose retail cannabis storefronts in Redondo Beach. Once again, I am urging council members to respect the wishes of the vast majority of Redondo Beach residents, and thank you to those of you who are listening to us. Please do not take part in normalizing cannabis use among our youth. We do not need storefront dispensaries. We can provide delivery only like our neighboring cities. Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach, and El Segundo all have delivery only and no storefront shops. This is more than sufficient to facilitate the needs of those legally able to participate in cannabis use, while still keeping it out of sight for our youth. Please do the right thing for our city and our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Karine Nelson, and then the last card I have right now is Claudia, Argulo. I can't read the last name. Go ahead.
Good evening, council members, mayor, staff. I thank you all for all of your hard work and everything you do for our city. I wasn't going to speak today at all, but I feel like I am compelled to speak up for this. This is an important issue for our city and for a lot of the residents here. My name is Karina Nelson. I'm a resident of District 2 and a parent. I'm a mom to 2 wonderful kids in our incredible Redondo Beach Unified School District. I strongly oppose retail cannabis in Redondo Beach. Opening legal retail cannabis does not guarantee that illegal cannabis activity will cease to exist within our city limits. It does, however, guarantee a normalcy and acceptance of a constant cannabis storefront presence within our city. For the sake of our youth and our family-friendly and safe community, I do not want our city to normalize the use of cannabis with a storefront. Now, in order for any business to survive, we all know that it must advertise. Certainly, this marketing will reach our community and will therefore also reach the impressionable young minds. I understand that some adult residents and senior residents expressed a wish to use cannabis within our city, and I respect their choice. They can have it legally and safely delivered to their homes. We voted for our city to collect tax revenue from the sale of delivered cannabis. The majority of our voters also rejected opening storefront cannabis in Redondo Beach. Currently, our Redondo Beach community enjoys a reputation of being a family-friendly city. Let's keep our family-friendly and safe community, and please not replace it with the destination of cannabis tourism. I strongly oppose opening retail cannabis within Redondo Beach city limits. I thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate again for everything you do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Claudia, and then we'll open it up to anyone else. That's my last card.
Good evening, council members. My name is Claudia Angelo, and I am a resident of District 1. I have 2 teenage children that attend Redondo High School and one at Paris Middle School. I am born and raised here in the South Bay, but moved to Redondo Beach 25 years ago. My decision for moving here was to form and raise a family in a very well community that is family oriented and conservative. As a concerned parent, my family and I strongly oppose allowing marijuana dispensaries in Redondo Beach. Marijuana is a known gateway drug, and its presence in our community could increase the risk of youth exposure to stronger, more dangerous substances. Additionally, today's marijuana products can be contaminated with harmful chemicals, posing serious health risks. Redondo Beach is a family-oriented community, and we must prioritize the well-being of our children. While I understand that some individuals use marijuana for medical purposes, they already have access through mail order services. There is no need to introduce dispensaries that could negatively impact our state's safe and family-friendly environment. Our school has been best distinguished as the best school district in Los Angeles. Normalizing cannabis use to our youth is not recommended. I am a realtor, and I've been supporting communities for over 25 years. And it's a privilege and it's an honor to serve here in Redondo Beach and to be able to let our communities know that we are family oriented. So I do ask for you guys, for us to continue to keep our environment safe, to keep our community safe, and to keep our families safe as well. So I strongly urge you guys to please reconsider and listen to, if you guys can listen to your constituents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to address the council on this item?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tony Zuliger, live in District 4. And I'm just going to speak a little bit about the cannabis stuff, but several years ago, my brother and my father rented a building out to a company that sold vaping products. And we thought it would be a great added business to the city, and the city approved it. They moved in, but they didn't last. And the one reason it didn't last is because the state government and federal government had issues with underage kids going to the business and buying the vaping product and smoking it, which became a big problem in the schools. We know still that cannabis is a problem in the schools. It needs to be addressed more precisely with the schools and the students. The city, I don't know, you've been, I'm sure, driving in the streets here, we all drive, and you'll be driving and all of a sudden you get this waft of smell, and you know that that person that's either in front of you or next to you is smoking cannabis, which is illegal. It's the same as drunk driving. And unfortunately, as far as I know, there's no way to test somebody for under the influence of cannabis. Maybe there is now, but I don't know of one. So for that reason, I'm not for the sale of cannabis in the city. I don't think it would do the city any good. If my great uncle was still mayor of Redondo, he would have downed it right away. So, you know, I don't think having a cannabis dispensary in the city anywhere would do the city any good. And I think, as one lady was stating, that, you know, you bring good quality businesses in, you don't need a cannabis business to come in here at all. And I think it would be, I mean, you go to LA City, who I work for, and, you know, there's plenty of cannabis dispensaries in LA City, and they look the other way for the most part, I know. Lomita has them. So if somebody wants the product, they're going to get it. You don't have to have it here. And I think that would be the best way to do is just, oh, by the way, if a business has a loan from a bank, they cannot have a business in that building because the banks will not allow it. They won't keep the loan active. So.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address the council on this item?
Hello, everyone. This is Andy Porch of the Original. I would just like to tell you how nice you are, because most of these people would be shut down in the city of Torrance because they weren't on the agenda, because they forgot that, you know, that you guys gonna sell dope, right? So that's already decided. This agenda is about where to have the dispensary, right? So I have a great idea because I'm here to help. So if you have like failing businesses like the Galleria and stuff with big parking lots, you know, just set up a pole, you know, a meeting place from here, Chateau, to the dispensary. That way you can set up your dispensary any place. The only rule, you get on the Chateau, you go to the dispensary, you go in the dispensary straight, you know, no hanging around, no smoking around, and hop on the bus back, and then you disappear. This way, you know, people wouldn't complain, you know, people hanging out their neighborhood, you know, and this and that. So this would be a clean business, you know, because lots of businesses is failing, you know. You see the empty parking lots, you know, like I go to Del Amo, I went to Del Amo today. I mean, it's a disaster. You could set up a parking area, you know, pick up a Chateau, everybody go there to your dispensary. So you would make the big money. And the good location, as I told last time, next to a food, any food, Taco Bell, McDonald's, any restaurant. People would open restaurants next to the dispensary because people smoke it and then they're hungry. You know what I mean? That's like whacking two flies with one slap. You know what I mean? So I just want to help you, you know, because it's not like you're going to sell or not marijuana here. It's like where, you know? And this way you can pick up customers any place, you know, there is adequate parking, hundreds of cars, you know, hundreds of customers. They come to the big, beautiful, as she said, you know, best looking dispensary. And it's a win-win situation. The only hard part is, you know, compete with the illegal sellers. You know what I mean? Because I heard that, you know, people selling marijuana with that license or other stuff, but I just heard it because thank God I'm not addicted to it. You know, people say that addicted. I was addicted to nicotine. Now, if you want to control something, control nicotine, because it took me years to quit nicotine. It's highly addictive. They told me it's harder to quit nicotine than cocaine. So thank you for speaking.
Thank you.
Joan Irvine, District 1. Guess it doesn't surprise me. We've been going at this for 7 years, and you know it keeps on going. The two things I do want to say about this is, first of all, just like we've done with the homeless, We have, in order to do anything with the homeless in our town, we had to have places for people to live, people that we could take them there. Otherwise, we could not take them off the street. I think that having very highly regulated dispensaries is the best way to protect our children. And as you know, I have 25 years of online child protection technology experience. So I do know what that takes. And it would give us, the police, a chance that they would be able to get rid of some of that black market, to get rid of, some of the other issues. Another thing I want to address is, we're always talking about, why doesn't business come to Redondo? Our business is down, people aren't coming in. Well, when you keep on moving the cheese, they're not going to come. For how long have we had this buffer map? And so companies have gone and they've looked at properties in the buffer map. Some of them have done leases. Some of them, I don't know whether some of them have bought buildings or not, but based on what they were told by our ordinance, by the buffer map, they have made decisions. They have made financial decisions. You required that they have property before they apply. And then now, all of a sudden, I think it's been a year or more that we've had this buffer map. You're changing it up. I mean, if we're doing this to the cannabis industry, does that mean that we can do it to any other industry? Are businesses going to want to come to Redondo when they know what we changed the mind, we moved the cheese, and so it makes Redondo a community where businesses don't want to come because we are not true to our word and we don't negotiate in good faith. So really consider that when you take a look at what you're doing with this. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Come on up.
Good evening, council. In the early 60s, as a
Could you
very
identify
young...
yourself, sir? I'm sorry.
D. Seeker, District 5. In the early 60s, as a young child, I watched Nikita Khrushchev pound his fist on a table and say that we are going to destroy America, but we're going to destroy it from within. And that's what we're doing here. This country faces major challenges on every front. Over 100,000 people a year die from fentanyl. Children, young adults, seniors. You're adding one more straw to the camel's back by allowing cannabis stores, commercial cannabis stores, for tax dollars, 30 pieces of silver? No, it isn't worth it. There's other ways to raise revenue in this city. The greatest asset everyone has in this room, in this city, not how much money they have in the bank, it's how healthy they are. Good health is wealth. It allows you to stay active, be active, to support your families, raise your children. That's the greatest asset this city has. And we're going to kick that away and down for 30 pieces of silver. We know what happened to the man who took that 30 pieces of silver. Didn't turn out very well. Children face huge challenges, not only from social media, from the dares that they're given on TikTok and their friends, and as adults in this room and living in a blue zone district, we shouldn't be adding to that. That's really putting a heavy burden on them. How tempted are we as adults? Bag of Cheetos on the way home, some French fries. We can pick up snacks very easily. Young adults and children are going to see that same thing when they see people going into cannabis stores. And their older friends, here, you can have some here. Come on into my bedroom. You're opening a door that shouldn't be opened, not for 30 pieces of silver. I really seriously ask you to, reconsider. Is it worth the 30 pieces of silver that this city is going to gain? I know of other ways that you can raise revenue under the guise of tax. And I know that any money gained, all of that money is not going to be spent to tell young adults, don't smoke marijuana. This money is going to be put in the general fund for other things. What brought me down here was that statement that we can use the funds to tell kids to stay away from marijuana. Why even go there in the first place? For 30 pieces of silver. It's not worth it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council?
Good evening. My name is Jimena Cabrera. I'm from District 3, and I strongly oppose dispensaries in Redondo Beach. In 2016, Prop 64 decriminalized the use of marijuana for adults. In September 2022, the City Council adopted an ordinance that repealed Redondo's ban on commercial marijuana and allows up to 2 retail cannabis stores in Redondo Beach. In October 2022, just 1 month later, Measure E was defeated. Measure E had 2 main points. The first one being it will allow up to 3 marijuana retailers in Redondo Beach. And the second point, Measure E wanted, it was to repeal the city's ban on repeal the city's ban on commercial marijuana. And this is where my problem starts. The people of Redondo Beach overwhelmingly voted against repealing the ban on commercial marijuana, but you already did it 1 month before. And what did you do after that? After knowing that we supported the ban on commercial cannabis? Unfortunately, nothing. Now, you are trying to sell this ordinance as a step forward in regulating cannabis. I urge you to stop all ordinance activity and respect the people's wishes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Okay, anyone online?
Yes. So Hirsch, Jane? There you go.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Hirsch Jane. I just wanted to make a few simple points. First, there's been a lot of discussion tonight about youth cannabis use. And, I think Councilmember Obaji said it well at the meeting last week when he asked the high school students whether any of them would have any challenge procuring cannabis with $50 and $100. And they all almost universally said that they would be able to. That's the world we're living in now. But, data shows consistently over the past decade that states and cities that have access to licensed cannabis dispensaries actually see decreased youth cannabis use because those licensed dispensaries, which young people can't access, displace the drug dealers who don't ID. And I think you don't have to like cannabis to acknowledge that a taxed and legal and regulated system can discourage youth cannabis use. And I'll also note that there's been a lot of discussion about cannabis being a gateway drug. I'll note again that cannabis is often a gateway drug when it's in the hand of illicit drug dealers who want youth and other people to purchase harder drugs. So again, even if you don't like cannabis, data is now increasingly clear. And I would just point you to the most recent report in the journal Pediatric Reports that highlights this fact. I also just want to make a quick comment about fentanyl. Again, I think we can all agree that the opioid and the fentanyl epidemic that's plaguing this country is awful. But again, the data here is pretty clear that states and cities that legalize cannabis, in fact, see decreased opiate overdoses and decreased prescription use because cannabis is a healthier alternative. And so even if you yourself do not consume cannabis or like cannabis, now the data indicates that this can be an exit drug, not a gateway drug. So I just wanted to point that out. Maybe a couple more concluding comments. As was said by a number of the other speakers today, including my colleague Courtney Carone, some of the most adept retail cannabis businesses in the state, the Embarks, the Artistries, the Havens, the Sweet Flowers, these are the businesses that want to set up in Redondo Beach, and they offer a very professional atmosphere for retail cannabis. And so again, one doesn't have to like cannabis to recognize that these are really healthy retail businesses that can add to the economic vitality of a city. That's been said before. And data indicates again that these legal businesses can do things like increase home values because again, they are effective retail businesses. Finally, one thing I just wanted to clarify, I think there was a comment to the effect that mail order cannabis can be sent in this state or in this country. That is in fact not true. Only illicit cannabis can be sent through the mail. So the notion that cannabis can be legally sold through the mail is actually not true, which is why a licensed store where consumers can walk in and get educated about the health products that they have access to is the best way to ensure safe and responsible cannabis use. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes. The next person is Timothy Dodd.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Tim Dodd. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Sweet Flower. Tonight is, I think, the first council meeting on cannabis in 2 years that I've missed. So I apologize. I have to take my youngest son, Matthew, who's 10 years old, to his basketball tournament this evening. So with that said, I just did want to echo the sentiments expressed by Hirsch and Courtney and Joan on this topic. This topic is not about if cannabis is in Redondo Beach, it's how. I've been to and visited and bought product from every one of your smoke shops, bar one. And they're all selling hemp-derived THC at 10 to 20 or 30 times the concentration level, untested product with THC that a cannabis dispensary, a licensed cannabis dispensary can sell. Second, I do believe this concentration, removing Artesia, removing aviation does a number of things. It results, as I said last week, in an unintended consequence of concentration of cannabis businesses, predominantly going to be in District 1, I believe, and maybe District 2. You've essentially taken out District 4 and I think also District 5. There are scant to very little real estate options now available. And as a company that has invested in Redondo Beach and has obviously expressed an interest in setting up shop now for a number of months, probably going on 18 months now, I am concerned for our business, but I'm also concerned for the businesses of others that would express interest in being in Redondo Beach as well. We need certainty and clarity on these rules. Artesia, aviation, were all expressed in the buffer maps and in the ordinance from the initiation of the ordinance process many, many years ago, as Joan Rivers has well stated now. So certainty is, I think, now a real issue for us. But beyond that, I think the promise of cannabis in a highly regulated retail environment is to have a 2 dispensary in a town like this is to create a viable business, one that is not saturated, one that is in a viable retail corridor. And I think the map as it's now shaping up, and I expressed my view last week that this was a kind of a casual or quick change with quite substantive consequences. The way this is shaping up, I think, is going to be to the detriment of the businesses and to the detriment of Redondo Beach in whole. I've been on North Redondo Facebook page. We have had many people from Redondo Beach come to our store in Culver City, including members of the PTA, members of the clergy, members of a number of different
Sir, I'm sorry,
community
but your
groups.
time is up.
Okay, love to host you that. Thank you.
Okay, next person is Susan Rubin.
Hi there. Thank you for listening to me tonight. I am a District 5 resident, and I also have put my comment in the comments, and I'm the mother of a boy with autism, and he is quickly growing up, and I am concerned about the retail cannabis on Artesia, and I'm happy about our environment here in Redondo as it is, being a family-oriented community. I feel that bringing retail cannabis to Redondo is a big mistake. I want to tell you guys a story about a friend and her son. They don't live in the area anymore. He also had autism, and he was living in Long Beach a long time ago. And he somehow got mixed up with the wrong kids, and being disabled, he thought he owed somebody $40, $40. Somehow this kid ended up in the ocean, and it's not a good swimmer. Wasn't a good swimmer. Everybody was, where is he? Where is he? Weeks went by. They hoped he was just lost. No, he was found somewhere up the coast. I don't remember exactly where, maybe Santa Monica or Ventura, in the ocean. His father had to go ID the body. I went to his funeral and I cried so hard. I think I cried harder than anybody in the room, because I just said to myself, that could have been my son. That could be my son. And I don't want that ever to happen to anybody here in Redondo. I just think it's not a good thing for us. And, you know, if we put it, I'm glad to soft Artesia, but if we put it close to the ocean, you know, we're culpable in a way, because it is a hop, skip, and a jump to the ocean. We have strong riptides here in Redondo. We have strong riptides along the coast. We're going to tax our lifeguards trying to see who's going to, you know, who's going to want to go swimming after they, you know, they hit their cannabis. So I think it's a bad idea. I do absolutely think that if they're riding around in their cars and they're picking up cannabis, yeah, they're going to end up by the beach. And I disagree with the person who was saying that you don't, you know, they get it dispensed, they're going to drive to the beach. How many times do you get food delivered when you're comfortable at home eating your food? Do you get up and take it to the beach and eat it on the beach? No, you sit in your living room and you eat it there. Anyways, quickly, I just, you know, I'm trying to be nice, but you know, we're not moving the cheese, we're moving the weed. And a cheese shop would be welcome. So would a roller rink or something that, you know, will make
Ma'am, your time's up. I'm sorry.
Okay. Next person is Marcy Guillermo.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Marcy.
Yes, good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Marcy Guillermo, resident of District 1 for over 20 years. My family and I do not support retail cannabis stores anywhere in our city. We strongly believe that a delivery option model is more than sufficient and does not normalize its use among our youth. Storefronts elsewhere are easily available, close enough to allow residents who wish to buy in person to do so with minimal effort. I completely second all the speakers against retail dispensaries, and I disagree with the speakers who were in favor. But I must give some recognition to the speaker who raised, you know, something is wrong with all your ordinances, something is wrong to the fact that you have removed some blocks of the streets from what it was initially agreed. So keep that in mind. The cities of Manhattan Beach, Torrance, and Palos Verdes do not allow retail cannabis stores. Why should Redondo be different? Particularly given the current cannabis environment in California. For those who have stated that cannabis is being delivered to Redondo Beach in uncontrollable amounts, please report that to the police department. Are you referring to illegal sales, or do you mean legally operating delivery services? What have you done about it? Allowing retail cannabis stores to regulate legal sales mistakenly assumes that limiting the number of dispensaries will effectively control the illegal market, particularly among the youth. And the assumption is flawed for several reasons. Alcohol as precedents. We have several liquor stores and they're heavily regulated, but still minors can access that. So keep that in mind. And that goes for Mrs. Irvine to that effect. Regulation versus restriction. Effective regulation requires strong enforcement measures. The city of Redondo Beach doesn't have anything. It hasn't had one for years, doesn't have one right now. So what are we going to do about it today? Youth protection is about policy, not just about availability. We need to have an enforcement process in place to protect the youth. We don't have it now. So please keep the residents in mind more so than the vendors who are trying to tell you, oh, everything is rosy. It will be the greatest business ever.
I'm sorry, Marcia, your time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we have e-comments. We have 68, 5 support, 61 opposed, 0 neutral, and the rest are, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Is your hand still up?
Yep.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, so can you light up 3A, please, Madam Clerk? For the folks who have spoken about, oh, we're trying to get some cannabis in here for 20 pieces of silver. This is the location on Aviation Boulevard where there was previous enforcement action to shut down unlawful cannabis dispensary that wreaked havoc on the neighborhood there. And that went so far, it went to trial, that former Councilmember John Grant testified at that trial. And how much do you think that cost the city? At least $100,000. We had Chief Hoffman speak to us last week about that very fact. I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but this is my understanding. Now, let's just move up the street a little bit. See how I can do that. Oh, another one on the same stretch. How much do you think that cost the city? Okay, let's go elsewhere in the district. There couldn't be another unlawful dispensary in District 4. Oh, right there on Artesia and Phelan, right next to where I live. I would drive by it and know there's an unlawful dispensary there. They had an armed guard there, and it took us ages to shut it down. How much did it cost the city to shut it down? Oh, down the street, one more unlawful dispensary. We are bleeding hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to shut down unlawful cannabis in Redondo, and we're not winning. The kids can still get it. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing, expecting a different result. It's time for a change. This is the blue folder ordinance that we received. I would amend it to include no retailer shall be established or located on Artesia Boulevard west of Inglewood Avenue or on Aviation Boulevard south of Artesia Boulevard. And the goal of that is to target this area here. And to Ms. Caron's point, I'll say that this is creating the rules by which we can all live by. And to Mr. Dodd's point, I understand that this may result, there are locations here in District 4 where cannabis is allowed. There's a location in District 5 where cannabis is allowed, but if it turns out that, nobody offers to get us a cannabis location in District 4 or 5 or 90278, then we'll have to revisit the law and maybe open it up. But for the time being, these are the rules that we're establishing, or I'm hoping that we will establish. So I will make a motion to adopt by title only ordinance number 3287-25, 3288-25, 3289-25 as amended.
Second.
Did you have something to say? It looks like you're discussing amongst yourselves.
We can't, unless I hear otherwise, we can reintroduce it tonight with that amendment, but we can't adopt it with that amendment, correct?
Yes, you can introduce it tonight, and Mr. Webb's going to chime in.
So that's your motion, right?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. After last meeting, we did make that significant change to the zoning map. And it gives me pause in a way that we're moving away from a more objective criteria and making it more subjective, becoming kind of more advocates for our own spaces. And I think it can be a slippery slope. So I'm a little hesitant to go along with this in that light. And again, we're discussing the ordinance, we're discussing the buffer map of where this could be. We are not opening this up for applications tonight. I want to reiterate that for everyone tonight. When it comes to making decisions based on where kids hang out, I think that is the best intention of all of us here, where we're trying to find the safest way to do this, should it happen in the city. But my only problem with that is that we don't know where kids are going to be hanging out in the future. They are currently on Artesia Boulevard in swarms. You're right, Councilman Barrett. But we don't know where the next cool hangout's going to be. And my worry in doing this in a more subjective way is that we're just going to be chasing our tail. So those are my comments for now.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Kalogerovich, for those comments, because I'm hearing what everyone has to say. Everyone that has followed me for the last 8 years, it's been about listening. We just signed a big license contract, lease, with terms. We listened, we reacted, we learned, and we implemented. From day one on this, when I passed the moratorium, for me, it's been about responsible implementation and responsible path forward. And one thing we've heard all along is the legal liability. And it's very concerning to me that I'm hearing a lot of new voices here with information that is not what in the context of what we're talking about. I've talked about cannabis in my community meetings for years now, years. And it's deeply concerning to me to hear some of the public comment. So I would make a substitute motion to move to send this item with the amendments to the Planning Commission for input and have them provide input and come back to the council. That would be my substitute motion to ensure that the public is heard properly and we have a thorough process, that the Planning Commission is heard and the public is heard all the way through on this process.
Can I ask a clarifying question about your motion? What is it that you're asking the Planning Commission to review? Because they've already reviewed the buffer map.
The buffer map has now changed. It's now changing a second time. And the input on that, and from what the people here are talking about, in fact, the Planning Commission talked about some misinformation on Artesia Boulevard. All of Artesia Boulevard is in District 4. Any portion that's in District 5 is buffered out.
That's not right. District 5 has the Manhattan Beach Boulevard and
Yeah, that's buffered out.
not south of the freeway.
Artesia Boulevard, I said.
Oh, Artesia Boulevard.
Yeah. So those 13 properties plus now the aviation properties changes the game dramatically. And in weighing all of this, like I said last week, I'll be a no vote on Councilmember Baji's motion. I'd rather get further public input. And I'm listening to what people have to say and make sure that the Planning Commission hears, because it's not just what the public has to say, it's what the business owners, potential license holders, and the community, the planning commissioners, it's everyone. So listening and learning and now implementing those things.
So do you want more space opened up or less?
No, I want the Planning Commission to opine on the changes to both Artesia and aviation at their next meeting.
So just on those two topics?
Yeah, that's what we've changed.
Okay, I'm just trying to clarify what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay. So you put out a substitute motion. Does anyone care to second it?
I'd like to clarify it a little bit. The planning commission isn't going to come back, to my knowledge, and say, well, we should open up Artesia again. And then here we are back again in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, back to a stalemate among the council and ignoring the wishes of the council member that this is in. I think they weighed in. I'm not sure what we're going to get out of bringing it back to the planning commission. What are they going to say? They're either going to say, okay, or no, let's open it back up to Artesia. And I think a lot of us, the last time we met, said, that's fine, no Artesia. The only thing that's changed is no aviation. To me, that's what's changed. So I don't know what kind of input we're going to get from them. That's what I'm wondering.
Well, if there's no second on my motion, then that would fail, and I would say to Councilmember Barrett to vote no on the current motion in place. And you and I both separately, because we're not Brown acted on this item, could go to Mayor Light and hold his feet to the fire about the words he had to say and get this vetoed and do this properly. So that's where I stand on this then.
Okay, any other discussion amongst the council? We have a motion on the floor to increase the exclusion zone to include aviation south of Artesia. And we have a second on that. So I will call the vote. All for?
Aye.
All against?
No.
So it's a 3-2. Okay, I'm sorry?
I was a no, just to be clear.
You're a no.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's 3 against. So right now we're back to the ordinance as it stands,
Right.
which, so we're stuck. So this goes nowhere.
No, that's a second.
We have a motion for reconsideration, I guess. Is there a second on that so that we can continue discussing this item?
Second.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second for reconsideration of this item. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Who wants first dibs? You still have your hand up. I don't know if you meant that and.
No, but I'll maybe just say, look, we can take off the aviation or Artesia, but I will, if staff brings us a finalist who is on aviation, I'm dead set against it. I will not vote for it. I'll try to get the mayor to veto it. And it's just a bad spot for it. From a customer service standpoint, a surrounding neighborhood, it's going to overflow into the neighborhood. I get the points about Artesia Boulevard being kids' hangouts. With that said, when you take a look at, actually, let me pull it up, online, Google Maps. Somebody else can take the floor.
May I speak for a moment? I am concerned, Councilman Obaji, because remember, if it goes to the council, it's only on appeal.
Right.
And you have to uphold the application as evaluated by the standards you set out, not just remove it. One thing you may want to consider, and you have to look at it, is you have a provision in there about not allowing, I think it's 5 years, maybe 3, maybe Ms. House, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, can identify it. But as you pointed out, you can't have it at a place within such a distance where there's been enforcement activities within the past 3 or 5 years. You perhaps could extend that. So you could say, okay, not within the past decade, because that's a objective standard where neighbors have already gone through the impact of illegal cannabis dispensaries. So that could be another way that you could try and amend the ordinance.
I have a point of clarification. So one of the things we talked about last meeting was anywhere east of Inglewood on Artesia was an issue if somebody actually had a bank loan. Is that correct? Or was it, what was the,
There
what
was
was
the
the?
concern that these big institutional malls would not allow a cannabis retailer, and just,
Oh, it was the property owner. It wasn't the actual.
yeah, it was a property owner,
Okay.
their loan from the bank is not going to allow
Okay,
that.
it wasn't the actual retailer itself having loans. It was the property. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Mr. City Attorney, the language as it stands in the ordinance is just that the site may operate from a location where illegal cannabis-related or drug-related activity has occurred for a minimum of 5 years. So it's not, it doesn't affect surrounding sites. So we could end up with a cannabis store next door on Aviation to the ones that previously.
Defined site? City Attorney Webb, do you know if we just?
No, he's
It doesn't
correct.
say, it doesn't say site, it just says where.
It says location.
Okay, that would probably be that. We could look at whether or not within so many,
Feet.
with yards, feet, whatever distance, but it's probably cleaner just to try and address it with the amendment you proposed.
Yeah, as a compromise, I would be willing to, sorry, I hate to do this, Councilmember Barrett, but give up Artesia and block off Aviation. But, I mean, we had one blocks from my house that, but for it being unlawful, was fine, had an armed security guard outside, adequate parking, and so on and so forth. And let me just show everybody what a stormfront looks like in Palm Desert. All right, if you could show again 3A, please. So this is the Leaf in Palm Desert, but let me get a street view. Oh, no, that's not. Okay, so can't really tell it's a cannabis shop. If you zoom in to the site, actually within these glass windows, let me see how I can pull it up. There are double doors, solid doors. So it's not like a person can even walk up to the window and look in. There's no product that's visible from the street. And I believe that's how we've modeled our ordinance, so that they can't advertise that they are carrying. Here we go. Okay. So. I walked by this place, we walked past it, was interested in it, had no idea that it was a cannabis shop.
Okay, well, is there, so you made a motion to exclude?
I mean, I'm articulating that. I didn't make a motion. I just want to see, what kind of compromise we can
Get to a
reach.
motion, we're kind of dead on this item
Yeah,
right now.
I mean, my points were that I think when we're moving, I think we've created an ordinance through this process and our application that is meant to address all the concerns that we're trying to objectively pick out of the buffer map. And that's where I think we're going to get into, I think we've already gotten there where it's a slippery slope. We took out Artesia, and now we're going to take out Aviation. And we can find issues in any location that we're going to put on the map. So, I mean, I do believe that we've addressed a lot of these concerns in our ordinance. And I don't want to get into the nitpicking of it. I think we've talked about this map. I mean, the councils before me have talked about this map. So
what's your proposal?
My proposal would be to approve the buffer map as it was presented at the last council meeting with the zip code that we had already talked about, one in 90277, one in 90278, the 1,000-foot buffer, and make it clean. And we are relying on that strong ordinance that we've spent so long working on, and that is my motion.
I'll second the motion.
And I want to remind the council, there's already an ordinance on here that says we're going to
Right.
allow dispensaries.
Absolutely. Like, this is
Just
different.
refining it and improving it.
Right.
We
Because there
can't
were
leave it
some
as it is.
inconsistencies in it.
Right.
So if we vote on nothing, we go back to an old ordinance that
Right.
isn't executable.
We go back to the old ordinance that has nothing.
Yeah.
It has stuff, but it's conflicting.
Right.
And if I could speak to that, Mayor.
Yes.
The idea that we're going to put Artesia Boulevard back into play after everything we've been to and after what we've agreed to previously is unfathomable. And for the reasons we previously discussed, it's in the, if that's what I'm understanding, it's in the ordinance now. That's what we voted on last week.
Right.
It's what, yeah. So we're talking, keeping the Artesia exclusion east of Inglewood, keeping that in.
West of Inglewood?
No, my motion.
Yeah, west of Inglewood.
Right, not east of
Okay.
Inglewood.
West.
Okay.
East of Aviation,
Yeah,
west of
As
Inglewood.
long as that remains
Yeah, that's,
excluded, then I'm good with it.
right.
So, yeah.
Is that what your motion?
No, my motion was to
Put it back
go,
in.
go back to the.
Put it back in?
Yes.
Oh, no.
And for the reasons that we've addressed the issues in the ordinance. And I would say that this is the ordinance. We haven't opened this up for RFPs. We're not, if the community is not ready for cannabis retail, and we've heard all of you today, we've heard all of you before then, I want you to come back down when we are talking about opening this up for applications. That's the time to tell us. So.
Yeah, so
If that's
I'm
an
in
issue, I'm
favor.
going to withdraw my second on that.
Thank you.
because-
Thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein. My
So,
motion's-
but I would say that I think we should not exclude aviation at this point
Okay.
As a compromise, as a good compromise.
All right, I agree to that. I'll make a motion to approve what's been presented in the staff's packet as the motion, which would be exactly what we have in there now.
Right.
You have a second?
So approval of the current ordinance as stands.
Yeah, okay.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay, motion and a second. Any other discussion?
No.
Okay, call the vote. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelajurbich.
Long night.
It's what you, it's desperate.
I know. I mean, Councilman Barron, I see your point. I do. It doesn't fit in the box. Yeah, I'm a no.
I'm going to,
No.
We're back where we were.
I cannot, the residents on Aviation message me via Instagram, via email, via text message, every method possible. And my District 4 residents are like the coolest, chillest residents. I get one complaint a week, two maybe, of things that they need attended to, and then they're really serious. But when they all jump out saying, oh my God, cannabis on Aviation?
The motion failed, so this is dead unless, one more time, you guys want to resurrect it, but
Well, don't one of the motion makers have to resurrect it?
Well, I appreciate Councilmember Baji's point about aviation. I was in favor of it. We don't have the votes for that. Feels up to me, as you know, there would be zero cannabis in retail shops in Redondo Beach. Council's made it clear they want to move forward with this. So I hear you and feel you about aviation. We don't have the votes for that now. I'd ask we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater and remove the buffer on Artesia, which I appreciate you providing last time. And I gave my word that I would support that, and I did. And I just ask that you do the same here tonight. And maybe there's a way to address aviation at a later time. I'll fully support that. As you know, I will. And that's my ask and request. And you've made it clear, and I think your constituents hear you loud and clear, and you've done everything you can. There's no doubt about it. But at this point, I ask that you please go forward.
So right now, this is
Right.
dead unless somebody resurrects it.
So make a motion to reconsider your own
Make
motion.
motion to reconsider. My
Second.
motion. Seconded.
All four?
Could you restate it?
This is my motion from previous, which is we approve the ordinance as presented by staff.
So there's, right now is just the motion to reconsider. We gotta get
correct.
back to
Oh, okay,
discussing
so
this.
reconsider. Okay,
Yeah.
aye.
Aye. All right. So
What was yours, Councilman? Were you and I? Okay. So that was
we have some
unanimous.
portion of this.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion? Third try.
I get the consternation that people are having, so I'll make a substitute motion. I'll make a motion.
I mean, if that's what, if that,
Hey,
sorry.
one conversation.
Yeah, my,
Since I didn't get a second originally, I can still make my original motion, which was to send this item back to the planning commission to get their input on aviation and Artesia Boulevard, and come back to us with their recommendation.
Second.
Someone can make a now substitute motion and hammer something out, but we have a backstop now that gathers public input and information and moves this
We
forward.
have a motion on the
I'm
floor
trying
to
to
send it
work
back to the planning commission. Is
to
there a
get the-
substitute? Are we-
I'll make a substitute as I sit here with Councilmember Obaji. You want to add in which property? The ones that haven't been enforced upon immediately immediately west of Inglewood? You need a light up?
No, I mean, everybody should be able to see what we're talking about, so that maybe, light up 3A, please. Let's see. So, in discussion is, and perhaps we can block out a smaller portion of Artesia Boulevard if in fact kids do hang out near the bus stop on Artesia Boulevard. I don't know where the kids hang out on Artesia Boulevard besides the North Redondo Beach bike path. So maybe you can edify me. And is this what you want to block off? Right?
All of Artesia's blocked off. You mentioned there's
But
this
you want
portion.
to block this out? What's sacrosanct to you that you want to block off?
Councilmember,
Yeah.
is this the area that you want to add back in?
Maybe this and this one
Maybe
here.
to the point of what the city attorney was talking about earlier, we could have a buffer around the areas that were blocked off,
Just
that were, have previously been enforced.
Okay, Councilmember Barron has the floor.
Subjective.
Back to raising your hands and.
current ordinance that was previously passed or introduced and voted upon as yes last meeting was to exclude all of Artesia west of Inglewood. Councilmember Obaji, you're talking about adding in, if you would.
Not adding in, just not having a prohibition on some portion of
Okay,
this.
you want to do that portion on the far right? Yeah, that's
right here.
fine. That's fine. If that's what it's required, I'm willing to do
We
that.
need to articulate
Let's just
that into
leave
the
that.
ordinance, so.
So prohibition
west-
on that or an allowance?
No, allow
Allowance.
this, so it'd be a prohibition on everything west
South
of Felton, west of Felton,
West of Perkins, excuse me, west of Perkins.
west of Felton. Perkins is here.
West of Perkins with the exception of the property that's immediately touching it.
West of Felton.
No, because there could be other properties there.
Objective standard.
Let's,
No, they're not, they're in the buffer.
They're in the exclusion zone.
How about an objective
Let's
standard
do
of 500 feet or 100 feet around any location has had previous enforcements in it? That takes out, that protects aviation and it protects Artesia.
Yeah,
Let's
I
get
would-
the
I would-
quorum.
I
Raise
would-
your hand.
I would agree.
Councilmember Barron has the floor.
All right.
And raise your hand if you want to vote.
My hand is up.
Okay.
So you've pointed out, there's these properties right there on Inglewood and Aviation that you'd like to have back in, which I understand. I'm fine with that compromise if that's what you'd like to do. And that, what I would say is that's west of Perkins, with the exception of the property that's immediately touching Perkins right there. And that should cover that batch of properties and still stay consistent with what we agreed to last week.
All right, we can agree on any number of things, but unless the three over there also agree to it, it's not going to fly.
Are you finished?
Well, so that would be my motion then, if that's
Please
what's
restate it.
required. Yeah, so it's, with the understanding you're gonna, that works for you.
Hold on.
Sure.
So you can't phrase it like that because it has to,
Okay.
it has to be written into the ordinance as it is, right now. So it
All
needs
right,
to be
let's do
something
what-
easier,
Okay,
which
would
would
you
be
be okay with west of Perkins
west
being
of
excluded?
Felton, be excluded.
Okay, that's what it is?
Yeah.
You're a yes on that?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Let's amend, my motion's to amend the ordinance to reduce the exclusion on Artesia to everything west of Felton.
So as I understand it, the motion would be to adopt the three ordinances with the modification to subsection I, which originally read, no retailer shall be established or located on Artesia Boulevard west of Inglewood Avenue. Now would read, no retailer shall be established or located on Artesia Boulevard west of Felton.
Correct, that's the
Avenue,
motion.
is it avenue or street?
I believe it's lane, okay.
Lane,
Not
Felton Lane.
It's not a motion to adopt, it's a motion to reintroduce.
I'm sorry, a motion to introduce.
Okay, that's my motion to reintroduce.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
That's a
Councilmember
that's a
Abaji, your hand is up. Is there
substitute. No, that's a substitute motion. No.
substitute? Yes.
Yes, to Nils, to
Yes.
Councilmember Nierenheim's original motion.
So is your hand still up?
No,
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
So can you go back to the map real quick and zoom out
yeah.
so we can see all the areas we had prior enforcements at?
Your point is a good one.
I think, can you zoom out further? Yeah, yeah, the yellow, there you go, keep that. So the concern I'm hearing from both the public and the council, which is a fully valid and legitimate concern, is the areas where we've had prior incidences, situations where there's been enforcement actions for illegal cannabis activity. And people feel feel unsafe because of that, and I hear that. So I would say to include a buffer of a certain amount of feet around any location that has had a prior enforcement action against it. We can work out the details now. And the reason why is we need an objective standard to keep Redondo out of arbitrary and capricious type of standard setting. So if someone is willing, I could make a substitute motion, or someone else could, to set that standard, a buffer of, say, 100 feet around any location that has had a prior enforcement action in Redondo Beach that protects the entire city, and include smoke shops as well, actually. Because smoke shops are important, because if we have a smoke shop that has, Councilmember Kalajerovich's point, we don't have applications yet. But if we have a smoke shop that's illegally selling something and gets caught for something, we now have one more tool for the public and for the city to enforce and get rid of smoke shops, which I hear includes the Riviera Village, I might add, and other areas in all of Redondo. We can include that as part of the motion. Does that make sense?
So you make a buffer around smoke shops that illegally.
Smoke shops that have been illegally enforced against and prior cannabis retail
I
locations.
agree with that.
I don't think that gives you more tools to go against them. It just widens the buffer zones.
So this
makes it
language at
objective,
G,
though.
Makes it
Yeah,
objective.
it makes it objective.
And makes it,
and what's the feet?
He said 100 feet.
said 100 feet.
So that would take out your one corner there in District 5.
I don't think we've mapped that yet for you, though. If we're going to include smoke shop enforcement, we're going to need to identify those properties so you know exactly what you're buffering.
We don't have, well, we might not have any, and we might not have any. By the time we do the applications, that might be a different situation,
We
correct?
may not, but we could potentially have many
Right,
locations.
right. 100.
I mean, yes.
50 feet, 100 feet.
So
So
we-
if you're a smoke shop, we probably really want to make sure that you're following the law.
Well, that doesn't hurt the smoke shop.
It hurts the
Well,
retailers that
it-
are located near the smoke shops is what it does.
if you're interested in that, then we may want to take a pause for us to be able to identify where those are. I'm not saying tonight, but we may want to bring that back to you so you have a better understanding of exactly how that would affect the existing map, much like we have the enforced areas currently. That could be a fairly large
Heavy lift.
swath of town.
But only if they're selling something illegally.
Correct.
And we have enforcement action against them, convicted. Right.
Well, I'm not sure we've said convicted. Yeah, those are two
Well,
different things.
One's
And
already
as the
Yeah.
council knows, we have received many complaints about that, and we are actively looking into those various smoke shops. So,
What do you guys think?
Okay, so we had a substitute motion. Did you settle on you said 100 feet? Is that or are you going to
Yeah.
change it to send it back to staff to tell us what that would be?
100 feet from
100 feet.
enforced cannabis?
And smoke shop.
Oh, I haven't necessarily included, I said we could
Oh,
include.
okay.
Okay, so how about a larger perimeter?
Include a 100-foot buffer around any location that has had a prior enforcement action of cannabis. At least 3 or 4.
If you're asking me, whatever the buffer is, we should come back and see what the buffer needs to be. The net result should be no cannabis shops on Artesia Boulevard west of Felton. And for the reasons
don't
we
know what that
previously
number should
talked
be.
about. And so anything that's not going to achieve that it's not good. Artesia Boulevard, as we talked about last week, is uniquely one of the most unfit places in the entire city for cannabis.
But I thought you
It's not
said west of Felton was okay, but not
I'll
those.
go west of, I'm willing to reach
That was the motion.
I'm willing to reach further agreement. You want to do west of Felton, let's do west of Felton. Because
But
I'm willing
it
to
needs to be
agree to that
objective.
further as a
It
compromise.
needs to be objective.
That's objective enough.
Okay, so do you have a substitute motion?
So I don't know if I would
Substitute?
have support on that.
Yeah, I'm just not clear about how you're going to include the smoke shops in that.
I said we can, it's not necessarily we have. I said we could. So
That seems like a heavy lift.
So I agree with you. So maybe we can do a follow-up for that as a separate item at the end of the meeting. But right now, we can just do any enforcement action, have a 100-foot buffer around any location that has had a prior enforcement action, cannabis enforcement action.
We just don't know what that looks like, so.
We do. We have all the enforcement actions of the map.
No, I understand, but the 100-foot buffer, what properties are we excluding now?
One's in yellow.
No, I know, but there's a 100-foot
100
buffer.
foot from the yellow.
So like, we.
Let me ask a question, because I don't remember the exact wording, City Attorney Webb or Cheryl. We say enforcement actions of what? Cannabis sales? Because then that could include every smoke shop.
It says where illegal cannabis-related or drug-related activity has occurred.
So that is the smoke shops. It's any kind of
Right,
shop.
that's true. Yeah.
So we're already saying that.
Although I threw that out there originally, there are problems with that. There's also a time component in there.
For a
And
minimum of 5 years.
yeah, and unlike the ban on Artesia or aviation, where there isn't time component, also you'd set up an unusual incentive so that a smoke shop could deliberately get caught having illegal activity, and then they're not going to have any cannabis dispensaries as anywhere.
All right,
That's the way it's written today.
yeah.
That's true.
All right, I think Councilmember Barron's is a little cleaner,
Okay, let's do it.
but it's still not addressing my issue on aviation.
And we could
Happy to
always
do
back to the planning
aviation, as I
commission,
said. I
address those
don't have
issues.
the votes.
Okay, so what is your are you still doing a substitute?
I don't think I got a second to that
Okay.
because
It's hard to
Okay, so back to the substitute motion. I'm going to do a roll call vote, and that is, exactly what is that?
On the screen, no retailer shall be established or located on Artesia Boulevard west of Felton Lane.
Yeah.
You can always
it's been
amend
seconded.
And
mine.
that's reintroduce.
You go to planning commission. online.
Reintroduce.
Okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Aye.
Nye.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
I absolutely hate it, but aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 4-0.
4-1.
I mean, 4-1, I'm sorry.
Okay, introduction by title only, ordinance numbers 3287-25, an ordinance of the City of Redondo, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Chapter 6 to Title 6 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to regulate commercial cannabis business, introduction and first reading as amended. Introduced by title only, ordinance number 3288-25, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapter 2, Section 10-2.1626 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to allow commercial cannabis activities inland zones of the city. First reading and introduction as amended, introduction by title only, ordinance number 3289-25, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapter 5, Section 10-5.1626 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to allow commercial cannabis activities, coastal zones of the city, introduction and first reading as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to caution the council, we just got the reading that exclusion for illegal cannabis sales could go anywhere. Smoke shops, other shops. So, okay, so we're done with that one. We still aren't off the consent calendar, excluded consent calendar. We got H16, and I'm at a loss. I forget who pulled.
I pulled it. If it's the treasurer's report. So if I, is that okay? May I have the floor?
Yes,
Thank
you've
you very
got the
much.
floor.
All right. And thank you, Mr. City Treasurer, for being here. I appreciate you taking time on the holiday weeknight yesterday to speak to me about this. I know you and your staff put a lot of work into it. We didn't get to finish that discussion, but I did want to hone in on one item that you had mentioned, and I think it's helpful for the public to understand. And that has to do with the yields. What's the return on the city's investment? We have a pool of money. Sometimes it's as large as 100 million, not always. But that money is parked in different places. What's our return on investment? What's the yield? And the yield that we're currently getting is approximately it's about 3%, which is actually a bit lower than the benchmark yield, which is like almost at 4 3/8. So we're below that. And the reason I mentioned it, and we had discussed it, is every approximate 1% of yield that we're not getting can be, as an order of magnitude, $1 million that the city's not bringing in. And we know how tight we are with revenue. We just went through this cannabis thing where I think the driving force was revenue, because the only people in favor of it were the retailers who are in here and not the parents. But the point's this. Our rate of return is about a percentage or more below where the benchmark is. City of Cupertino is getting about 4.5% on their money as of the end of this year. San Diego is about 4.4. Burbank is higher than us. Pasadena, other cities are higher. So 2 questions. One, the pooled money investment account policy says, hey, it's not just about yield, right? It's safety, because we need this money, safety, security. It's liquidity, because we have payroll, we have CIP, and yield. So we can't just say, hey, I want the biggest return. But the bottom line is we're below where other places are, where the benchmark is. It's costing us, and I use that term loosely, $1 million a year for every percent we are below. So what, if anything, can be done? And in a sense, I challenge you to, if you know what I mean, to let us know, can we get that yield higher without sacrificing liquidity, safety, security? So that's it. And so I'll just turn it over to you if you or your staff have any thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you for the question, Councilmember Barrett. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach City Treasurer. joined here tonight with our Deputy City Treasurer, Nilesh Mehta. Madam Clerk, if you could allow for the staff to put a slide up here. The answer to your question here is found in this data, Councilmember Barrett. You'll see here just page 9 of the investment report. Displayed in front of you right now are our U.S. Treasuries that we hold. Those displayed on the screen, there are 13 of them coming to be matured within the next 18 months. Of those 13, 9 were purchases in 2021, where you can see the coupon rate is below 1%. And that coupon rate purchase there was a little bit of a duration risk that is affecting our portfolio yields right now in a dramatic way. And dramatic being the 1 point that you mentioned below what maybe benchmark might be. As those maturities come due, we will be able to reinvest those monies at a better coupon rate. And that will help our overall yield improve towards that benchmark. But because of the mix that we have within our portfolio of older securities like these that are yielding under 1% is why you're seeing the dramatic difference between what we're receiving currently and what the benchmark is, the benchmark being the 0 to 5 year treasuries that we have.
Okay, thanks for explaining that. Do you see the ability to get our yield up after that point and going forward, or do you see us kind of lagging behind the benchmark in some of these other cities in the near term?
I would say as these maturities come due and able to be reinvested, we are reinvesting in our money markets and other liquid funds such as CAMP at a rate over 4%. And we would have opportunity when it presents itself that we can take duration, where we might be able to invest out 2, 3, or 4 years and lock in a rate under current rates. We don't know what the rate's going to be in the future. It's liquid, we can't predict that. But when we have opportunity to take duration, we could lock in yields in excess of 4% based on today's rates, yes.
All right, and you and your staff are aggressively looking at, including perhaps reaching out to cities like Cupertino and others who are part of the pool to find out what are you doing, looking at how they're doing investments and taking all that into consideration so that you can do your best to make sure the money's invested, the city's money, from a standpoint of security, liquidity, and yield, and continue to improve quarter over quarter on that to the best of your ability.
Yes, there are a number of steps that we take on a monthly basis. We have a meeting with our consultant reviewing the topics which you're bringing up right now. Next month, we'll be attending a conference, the Government Investors Officers Association. We'll have opportunity to meet with our colleagues and discuss these items and attend certain meetings that will discuss these things. So yes, to all of those things you mentioned, we have many opportunities.
And you have the bandwidth to do that? I know you got a lot on your plate.
Yes, we do.
Okay. And could you reintroduce or introduce your colleague that's here?
This is our Deputy City Treasurer.
Nilesh Mehta, Deputy
Yes,
City
and I
Treasurer.
want to say thank you, Mr. Mehta, for your great reports that we receive on a quarterly basis. I think I speak on behalf of the entire council that we appreciate those. And that gives us the backup to do a weekend from a oversight and transparency role together with Mr. Treasurer. So
And
that's all. Yeah.
if I may, please, Councilmember Barrett, Mayor Light, you receive these reports on a monthly basis, as does our Budget and Finance Commission. At any time, I encourage you to please reach out to us. We're always welcome and available to discuss with you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have. So.
Okay.
Is it receive and file, or is this a motion?
Not yet.
Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, along the lines of the treasuries, it looks like the maturity dates of 9 of the 13 are all within like 4 months of each other. So July of 2025 to November. Normally we ladder them, correct? So that the maturity date actually is spread out more. It looks like a lot of them are actually concentrated in a short period of time. And then the 2026s are also. Have we done it? Have we talked about maybe doing it over several years so that they mature at different rates and that it's almost like dollar cost averaging in that way? Does that make sense?
We look at the time to maturity, how many months or years out, or whether we're just going to simply hold it short in our money market or camp accounts or LAIF to meet cash flow needs.
Right.
So there might be a situation where you're looking at it where you'll see a number of these coming due, at a certain period of time. For those that are in 2021, where you're seeing them in August and July, those would have otherwise been to meet our CalPERS obligation that would then be coming due in August or September. Now with our refinance of our CalPERS debt, that payment, that debt financing payment comes due in May. So we've taken steps during the course of the last 18 months or so that I've been here to go ahead and reallocate the timing of these things to meet those differing cash flow needs based upon the opportunity, based upon the debt financing or other financial obligations that we might have, such as CalPERS debt.
Yeah, because the reason I bring that up is because we purchased so many in 2021, we got a much lower rate, correct?
Yes, that's what you're seeing there. And these are just the treasuries. We have corporate securities and
Life,
agencies as well.
Everything else, okay.
Fannie Mae, we have a Fannie Mae coming due, and we have a corporate coming due in April. So that April maturity could help us with our debt service in
You know
May.
what the yield is on the Fannie Mae?
I can pull it up.
The yield on the expiring Fannie Mae?
Right.
It's on page 10, 1.6.
So that was purchased
Double A
in,
bond, that seems really low.
that was purchased in January of 2020.
Double A plus, yeah.
So you see some of what we refer to as duration risk
Yeah.
affecting our current portfolio yields.
Yeah.
That was simply the marketplace for almost 20 years.
It was 1.6, below 2.
Yes.
Okay.
So you may have looked at that time to lock in a 1.6 as compared to a shorter duration that might have been a half a point.
And that was a reflection of the entire market, basically a low interest rate environment.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, and now after COVID, the end of quantitative easing, et cetera, everything's much higher now than it was.
We're seeing interest rates at near 20-year highs.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, can we get a motion?
Is this a receive and file item? Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anyone from the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
I have none.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Okay, that's a 4-0. Councilmember Obaji is absent.
Thank you, council.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that concludes finally the excluded consent calendar items. Now we'll go to public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section will be limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and we'll do written first. So with that, let's see, first up is Jim Mueller and then Elaine Seeker.
The swimmer is leaving? The swimmers are leaving. Don't they have to sign their stuff?
You just have to be here for 3 hours.
They have to get their stuff signed?
Mr. Mueller.
Council?
Laura's signing for him.
Got it.
Don't start my timer yet. Declining tax revenue to support city services is a key concern in Redondo Beach. The city is searching for a solution. Improving the business environment on Artesia Boulevard along Aviation has potential to help a lot. But why isn't Artesia Aviation producing like it used to? Well, you can ask any real estate agent. The North Redondo community has been changing. The older residents are moving out of single-family bungalows. Younger, more educated and affluent people are moving in and bringing children, and their housing is largely multi-unit. Their lifestyle doesn't revolve around the home and the yard because there is no yard. They don't buy locally. There are better deals online. These new residents are looking for activities and experiences away from home, and the goods they buy locally are connected to services. The Artesia Aviation business community has thus shifted from high-volume tangible goods selling to service-plus businesses like restaurants, gyms, medical offices, animal clinics, etc., but with lower volume of taxable transactions, and thus slower revenue growth for Redondo City. A smoke shop is a tangible goods selling business, but residents clearly don't like them, a fact the council has done its best to ignore so far. So how does the city encourage revenue growth in the environment I've outlined? Our team, the Artesia Community Project, is partnering with the city's development office and trying to answer that question. First, recognize that there is no silver bullet to kill this problem. People come to an area because it is safe and interesting. Things are happening they want to be a part of and will spend time on the street. Examples, a farmer's market on the power line crossing of Artesia. Festival type events like the recent Dine Around Artesia project. These create a sense of place by turning blank walls, for example, by turning blank walls into eye-catching murals depicting Redondo history, they create a sense of community. A stimulating outdoor movie night during the summer. Allow a vendor to open a full-service upscale event, full-service upscale tavern for nightlife. These don't require years of planning and justification, millions or hundreds of thousands of dollars. They do require the city to be bold and experimental in tuning the commercial environment to build the atmosphere of welcome, interest, and safety to the new types of residents in Redondo Beach. Once merchants see there are people gathering on Artesia, their interest will be piqued. The first ones to take advantage will be the pioneers, then come the settlers, and so on. But there'll be no Shazam, a Niagara Falls of coin pouring into city coffers like in the movies, but with steady effort, the city will see growing improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Seeker, and then Rick McQuillan.
Good evening. I'm Elaine Seeker from District 5. After decades of attempts and through determined effort by Redondo residents, in August of 2018, a ban on all motorized leaf blowers had finally materialized. To my great relief, the City Council concurred that all leaf blowers foul the air we breathe, as well as disturb the peace and quiet of neighborhoods. For more than 5 years, the neighborhood where I live was, at last, relatively quiet, and the environment wasn't being chronically assaulted by these machines. Unfortunately, since the leaf blower ban was amended to include the use of battery-powered leaf blowers, there has also been a high resurgence in the use of gas-powered leaf blowers. Presently, all leaf blowers are being used around the neighborhood, where for 5 years there had been virtually none. The neighborhood is not any cleaner, it's actually messier, dirtier, and noisier. If the larger concern with the leaf blower ban was because of city workers' costs and inconvenience, more consideration could have been given to reducing or eliminating inconsequential and unnecessary workloads and supplying them access to battery-powered vacuums. Biasly worded surveys assume that battery-powered leaf blowers would make our neighborhoods clean and beautiful, and they are clearly mistaken. Surveys are more often than not skewed and worded to give an answer that either obscures the issue, misinforms, or misleads respondents in order to give a distinctly preferred outcome. There's a saying that goes something like this: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The ban on all motorized leaf blowers wasn't broken, and it didn't need fixing. In weeks past, I observed 6 separate incidents where gas-powered leaf blowers were being used, and all the while, the peace-disturbing battery-powered leaf blowers are continuing to whip up plumes of dirt, debris, contaminants, and toxic particulate matter that settles throughout entire neighborhoods. It is apparent to me that some city leaders and personnel are not concerned in preserving the sanctity of the environment, nor in the quality of life of residents as they often purport to be. It seems to me that some of them do want residents to retreat inside, keep doors and windows shut as leaf blowers continue to pollute the environment. In essence, air and noise polluters now reign supreme in the city of Redondo Beach. I will always have the utmost regard, respect, and appreciation for Councilman Todd Lowenstein in voicing his irrefutable wisdom, and wholeheartedly thank him for his steadfast support and unwavering efforts in attempting to keep the ban against all motorized leaf blowers intact. My hope is that Redondo Beach will soon become enlightened enough to realize that by allowing the use of battery-powered leaf blowers, it has only confounded, compounded, and exacerbated this entire issue, and it has failed to protect the health and well-being of its residents from the detrimental polluting effects and the unnecessary nuisance caused by these machines, and that the city will once again ban the use of all motorized leaf blowers. Thank you. May I please submit my speech for the record?
Motion. Second.
Okay, all four?
Aye. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seeker.
Rick McQuillan, and then Christopher D. Boyle. No, you're after Rick.
I'm sorry?
You're after Rick. I always call out too, so you can get ready.
No problem. Good evening, all. I'd just like to give you a quick update on what I'm doing with the Artesia Community Project. My ACP teammate Jim described some great concepts he and Sandy have proposed. We're also meeting with Dave Cheruby next week on a bid. He has lots of energy behind the concept. So I've told you about some of the modules I want to provide, the Design Artesia, the See Artesia, Activate Artesia. I want to dive into the core of all this for just a minute. At the NRBBA meeting last week, Jim presented some great financial data about our need for commercial businesses. Thank you. Personally, I'm very concerned about the loss of local retail. And it's mounting with closures at Macy's, Kohl's, Big Lots, Billabong, Dollar Tree, Joann, on and on. I was just reading about Nordstrom and Orange County is closing down. I believe our social, civic, and economic lives suffer as this goes on. We humans need to be out interacting with ourselves and with the real world. So my business is focused on a renewal of local retail through community commerce. It's a new concept. The short version is that I want to elevate the commerce experience by enabling merchants to help customers accomplish their goals and fulfill needs rather than just buy products. I can and will explain this more in person and in time, but community commerce should improve inventory forecasting and management for merchants, which means lower costs, and improve customer relationships with customer service, where merchants are solving problems instead of selling products. So I'm trying to tip the economic advantage back towards local retail versus online. I also met with an active Galleria merchant last week. She really liked the See Artesia demo map and wants one for the Galleria, which I hope to provide. She and I also believe the community commerce can help the Galleria as well. I'll talk to the management there fairly soon to get that started. My plan is to have Artesia Boulevard and the Galleria as the flagship sites for this concept. Jim and Sandy have some excellent concepts to implement that are more things you might be familiar with. And so I also plan to try something completely new. This is my priority. It seems like the situation's urgent. I was just kind of working on this on my own until I started to see what was happening. So I'd like to spin this up as a new tech business on Artesia Boulevard. I'm not moving fast enough alone because I'm here, et cetera. So now I'm interviewing tech people. Soon I'll be asking for community support I can get, such as beta testing, research, getting the word out, et cetera. It should be fun. That's it. Thanks for your time. As always, I welcome any questions or comments or support. Thank you. Rick at mcqcorp.com. Yes? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Rick.
Yeah, you bet.
Now Christopher D. Boyle, and then Just Money. Long time.
Very long time. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Clerk, members of the community, both here present and at home. I'd like to say I anticipate to be able to speak my words this evening that fall under political speech without interruption. Thank you. I speak to the need for Redondo to cleanse its image. It seems that every generation we have a problem with one of the members of the council. Back in the late 70s, Walter Mitchell, the painter, with the contract over at Brookside. Fortunately, he was found and convicted, went to prison, blah, blah, blah. Roll forward 20 years, another generation, and we had the mayor, Mayor Brad Parton, giving out the city stationery to his campaign manager, Tim Carey. Mr. Carey used the letterhead for purposes of sentencing, character reference. He pled to sexual assault upon a 12-year-old girl in Long Beach on his boat. Some of you may remember that. Now I read in the papers, the local papers, we have a member who, he's an attorney, but he's barred from practicing for a year or 2 years. And I read the indictment. And some of you may know that when I come to the council, I've done my research. I've read that indictment in full. And there's a lot of issues with the facts as they were pled to and accepted by the council member. The council member was a practicing attorney, has a client trust account. As you all know, client trust accounts are protected. You have to reconcile them every month and on an annual basis. You must certify to the state bar that there are no irregularities. Everything is good and clean. And there was $1 million wire transfer into that account that the council member claims he had no knowledge of the source. And it sat there for the better part of a year. And yet somehow he filed and self-certified or caused to be certified that there were no irregularities with the account. It's an impossibility. And the judge, paraphrasing, she found the same. And I'm disappointed in that council member. And honestly, I'm disappointed in the council at large for remaining silent on this matter. The majority of the council.
Your time's up. Thank you, sir. Jess Money and then Tony Zuliger. You're up, Jess. Jess, you're up. Jess Money, then Tony Zuliger.
Forgot my hearing aids, so I'm a little hard of hearing. Here we go. Council?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Okay.
According to multiple polls, respect for government and institutions is at an all-time low nationwide. It's not hard to understand why, because I've learned that District 4 Councilman Zane Obaji has quietly submitted a letter notifying the city that he has entered into a deferred prosecution agreement with the U.S. Attorney's Office for multiple felony fraud charges involving $500,000 he stole from a client. The text of this order states, defendant consents and agrees to the USA filing the charges defendant in court 1 with violations of USC 1343 and 1346, wire fraud and honest service fraud. It further states that defendant acknowledges and agrees that he is responsible under United States law for the acts charged in the information, and the facts described in the statement of facts are true and correct. The terms acknowledges and accepts are legal weasel words to get around the term admits, but ask any resident of the city if this is in essence a guilty plea. Last year, the state bar suspended him for 2 years for this same offense. Now, the feds have required him to resign from the state bar and notify the city of this agreement. The federal demand for such notification is a clear indication they believe Obaji's fitness to hold office requires serious public examination. Charter Section 102 states, in the event that such official is convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude, such official's office shall become vacant and shall be so declared by the city council. Now, Rasputin, our city attorney, was quick to assure the Daily Breeze that the plea deal does not constitute a conviction, and thus dirtbag Obaji is eligible to remain on the council. However, as usual, Mike Webb is both a liar and wrong. In 1992, City Clerk John Alfer pled guilty to felony forgery. The city council acted, and they hired an attorney from Fransdell, Scher, Robbins, Kaplan, and Bloom, who reported that, quote, a charter law city has exclusive jurisdiction on how to determine a crime of moral turpitude and does not have to defer to state law provided a reasonable definition of turpitude is used. Provided that the council acts reasonably and not capriciously, any action it takes will be upheld by the court. So here we have a clear case of moral turpitude. And as usual, I don't get to finish. Anyway.
All right, your time is up, sir.
You guys need to get rid of him or I'll go to court to make sure it's done. It's
Tony
your choice.
Zuliger? You're up, sir. That's the last card we have.
Well, I'm going to say thank you to City Council for being here and listening to us, what we have to say to the general public. One of the things I'm going to bring up is about the Galleria Mall. Mr. Oblaji, you had put on your ad it's on YouTube, about an additional 350 apartment units to be, hopefully those haven't been rubber stamped, because it's the first I had heard of it. What I would like to hear and see the city do is send out letters to all the residents within a mile radius of the Galleria to let us know what's going on, because we don't have newspapers to read like we used to. The Daily Breeze, people just don't get it anymore. Then as far as, let's see, Grant Avenue, you mentioned repaving. If I could save some money on that repaving project as a suggestion, you said it might cost $6 million. Well, I got a way to save some money if you're up for it. And that way would be, if you drive down Grant, you'll notice that the main road that people drive on is the worst part of the whole road. The center portion of the road is not damaged. The parking lanes, most of them are not damaged. So if you just grind the east and the west lanes and repave those, you're gonna save 50% or more. All right, now, fire station rebuilding. I'd like to see some sort of a residents action committee and something we can put together to get suggestions out. My brother's a fireman for Santa Barbara County. They just rebuilt a fire station, actually built a brand new fire station in New Cuyama. So what I'd like to see is something of that nature being built here in Redondo for Station 1.
New Cuyama?
Pardon?
New Cuyama?
New Cuyama in Santa Barbara County. That fire station was a 3-bay fire station with 2 apparatus deep. Beautiful station, but it's a dual purpose station, and it also serves the sheriff there as well. So the other thing is on Station 1, I would like to suggest that the city considers doing something like Manhattan Beach did and build the fire station behind you here. All right? The reason for that is because now you're cohesive in one area. Now, Station 1, take that property after this is built, sell it, you just paid for part of that property. Does that make sense? Station 2, you'd have to build a temporary fire station over possibly at the city
I'm sorry,
yard
your
there,
time's
right?
up, sir.
Thank you.
I'm gonna pass this on. It's
Motion
on
receive
here.
and file.
Second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's the last card. Anyone from the public wish to address the council at this time on non-agenda items?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. I would like to tell you a news. Maybe you did not hear it, maybe you did. The city of Torrance tried to annex your neighbors here, El Camino village. But they don't have the money, you know, they want to build fire station and police stations and whatever. But if you guys have money, this is a good opportunity to expand your city. And then they have a big park there, you know, because people talking about open spaces. You could build a bunch of pickleball, you know, people want pickleball. And this is a great opportunity to rake in tax dollars, you know, tax dollars. Anyway, unfortunately, how I see it, you know, with my poor education, the problem is here in America, you know, the retail business is way down, and that's a major income for the cities. You know what I mean? So, and everybody is fighting for the dollars, as I heard it on the Torrance City Council meeting, because I'm attending, you know. And so the only thing to bring in more money is replace the income what the retail industry doesn't bring in. You know what I mean? So like if you annex other cities, what they don't have retail establishment, and they have a big park like Alondra Park, imagine what you can do with Alondra Park. You know what I mean? It's a little bit run down, but you know, few $1 million here or there, you know, that fixes everything. And pickleball courses, bringing in the money, and other recreation area. Then you could set up the cannabis right there, you know, in the park, you know, open air market, you know, like the rodeo, you know, that was very successful. So a little bit of investment and the big money raking in, you know, because the retail industry is dead and going down, you know, like they celebrating Delamo Fashion Center, you know, but I was there today. You know, I mean, it's terrible, you know, they cannot open anything up for Sears or nothing. So annexing Alondra Park and the city next to it is great opportunity to invest, you know, build big apartment buildings, you know, that's bringing in the money, retail store down there, a cannabis store down there, you know, different entrance for the kids, you know, the kids go on the back door and the people come the front door, you know. Anyway, I'm just giving ideas, you know, if you want to extend the city, you know, because green space.
Time's
Thank
up,
you.
sir. Anyone else in the audience? Anyone online?
You have 3 people. Sheila Lamb.
Go ahead, Sheila.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Sheila Lamb, District 4. Good evening, Mayor and council members. The U.S. Attorney's Office has made charges against Councilmember Obaji for wire fraud and honest services fraud. Each charge is considered serious and can carry decades of time in prison. However, these charges have been deferred for 3 years under an agreement that Obaji made with the U.S. Attorney's Office. This deferred prosecution agreement, while not a conviction, means the government had enough evidence to prosecute, and he agreed to the conditions in order to avoid trial. In the agreement, Mr. Obaji acknowledges his responsibility for the fraudulent conduct, and he agrees that he will not challenge these facts if his case is brought to court. He agrees that the facts of the case are true. The charges of wire fraud and honest services fraud are commonly considered crimes involving moral turpitude under legal and ethical standards. These types of offenses typically indicate dishonesty, fraud, deceit, theft, or intentional harm to others. And Mr. Obaji has agreed that these facts are true. Is he fit for office? While legally he may be allowed to serve, ethically and practically, his past actions suggest he lacks the integrity and accountability expected of a city council member and raises serious concerns about his ability to represent residents fairly and responsibly. Finally, there are those of you on the dais and in the city attorney's office who have endorsed or funded Mr. Obaji's campaign, knowing full well these charges had been made, but you chose to look the other way. And in so doing, you condone this unlawful behavior. We don't need to look far back in history to see the consequences of, quote, looking the other way. Everyday people looking the other way collectively cause disaster. This is a matter of grave concern to the Redondo Beach residents. I call on this council to bring forth these allegations in a community forum to allow the residents to voice their concerns. Just as Mr. Obaji has betrayed our trust, your failure to act in this manner betrays our trust in you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes. Mr. W.
I didn't catch the name. Are you online, sir or ma'am? It sounds like they're not Genau.
Hold on one second. I'm just, there we go.
Yes, hello,
Uh-oh.
yes,
Careful.
yes,
Careful.
yeah. Please do not, I repeat, please do not interrupt me until my 3 minutes are up because I want to address the city council and ask them why they, as well as the police department, as well as the city prosecutor, are allowing crimes to be committed to residents, sometimes right in front of the police, and the police blatantly refuse to arrest and prosecute the perpetrator. Are some individuals immune from following the law? Disturbing the peace, disorderly conduct, stalking, annoying a minor, elder abuse, harassment, assault, peeping, those are all crimes that anyone could be arrested for and prosecuted for. But why is it that this mentally retarded psycho who gives himself this idiotic pet name, Andy Porkchop, when his real name is Andras Turda, like and flop and Turda, can commit these crimes and get away with it? I'm not asking you to arrest him for refusing to zip up his fly on a regular basis, although quite honestly you should. But those other crimes I just listed are all arrestable offenses, and the police refuse to do their job and arrest him. And the city council encourages him by giving him another platform to get attention, which is exactly what the little baby wants. Turda keeps saying, "Oh, I'm here to help. I just come to help my community as a good United States citizen." Turda makes his community miserable. Turda keeps his house looking as horrible as possible, purposely just to destroy everyone's property values. Turda terrorizes his entire neighborhood, and he harasses and stalks all his neighbors and the children in nearby schools like a pervert and sexual predator, following them and hiding in the bushes and filming them working out during PE and screaming obscenities at them at the top of his lungs, and the police do nothing. No matter how many times the people call the police to ask to stop the harassment. Why? Why won't the police ever do their job? Why do they encourage Turda by letting him break the law? Do the police let Turda get away with breaking the law repeatedly because they feel sorry for Turda? That it's not his fault that he's mentally retarded because his mother did some serious drugs when she was pregnant with him? Do they feel sorry for him that he's probably acting this way to gain his self-respect back because he was bullied on a regular basis when he was growing up in school in Hungary? Is it because his daughter Megan Turda, who he likes to call Tootie Turda? I don't know why he likes to call his daughter Tootie. She doesn't resemble Kim Fields in the Facts of Life at all. Is it because she's suffering from mental illness as well? Bottom line, you need to stop feeding the turd. You need to flush the turd.
I assume that's it.
Did we lose?
Okay. I think it's done.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, Candace Nafisi.
Candace, you there?
He's not responding. Okay, let's go to Oliver Love.
Hello? Yes, my name is Jill. I'm Oliver's mom, and he is a 10-year-old fifth grader, and we are just wondering if there's any way to have permission to speak out of order on agenda item N1 before he goes to bed.
I'm sorry, but we did not,
We're done with that.
we didn't move that forward, so
Oh, I see. Okay, so that will be for another time then?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Probably a few minutes.
Yeah, oh, actually, this is the last call, so it will be up in a minute, ma'am, if you're still there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry,
great.
no, I'm sorry, we got L1 first, so
Yeah, it's gonna be a while.
it will be a while.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, that's it, 30
So let
minutes
me-
is up.
Oh, I was gonna do Candace.
We're over 30 minutes right
Okay,
now.
great.
Okay, we are going to go into public hearings, but first we have to reveal any disclosures in ex parte communication. So Councilmember Narenheim.
I have none.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Staff.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
None.
And Councilmember Barrett.
My ex parte contact census item was agendized, have been with staff.
And that's the same.
Oh, yeah, you know what, we talked before the first time.
For the first time.
but
Not
this
this
is the
time, no.
second
This
time.
is the
yeah.
second time, so.
Yeah, so since the
Right, we haven't
first
done that.
time, since the last time this came up, the only conversations I've had is with staff. So. Okay, We will now go into L1. This is,
Open the public hearing.
and just, this is a
I'll
public
second
hearing for the
I'll
introduction for the
second
first
that
reading
motion.
of the ordinance related to signs down in the harbor. So I will entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Okay, second.
Read that. Yeah.
All for?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. So we are open the public hearing. Who's talking, is Mark, are you? Okay. you've
Good
got the-
evening, Mayor and City Council. Yeah, would you mind putting on the presentation?
There you go.
So on February 4th, the City Council held a public hearing to discuss electronic message display signs within the city. You may recall that those types of signs are prohibited with the exception of live performance theaters and school properties. The item we brought to the City Council is mainly intended for one location down in the Harbor Pier area. However, we also received feedback from the City Council as to whether we should allow these on other city properties citywide, and it'd be electronic displays that are programmable. The City Council did provide staff with policy direction on this item to limit it to one electronic message display sign at the subject location off of Harbor Drive. Also to allow up to 4 electronic directory signs within the Pier Harbor area. The council also directed for staff to clarify which commission would serve as the design review authority for this sign. And ultimately, the item was continued to the February 18th hearing, which is why it's before you tonight. So given City Council's direction, staff evaluated the municipal code, and there is a section under the sign chapter entitled Special District Signs. And within that section, it addresses the Harbor Pier area as being one of those special districts. And in fact, within that section, the language identifies that the Harbor Commission is the decision-making authority within the Harbor Pier district. So because we're limiting it to the one location, I think that clarifies the question that came up by the council at the last meeting. Nonetheless, we have provided some additional clarifying language throughout the code that ensures there's no conflict with that. So what staff is proposing is a new provision within that special sign district portion of the code that would allow for the one electronic message display sign at the location that I showed you on the photo, and then also for the 4 directory signs. So we sent out a blue folder item earlier today. It made some corrections to the proposed code amendments, which I'll get to in a moment. It also modified some of the language to this new subsection within the special sign district portion of the code. So as you can see, this new language was added that would allow the one electronic message display sign within the Harbor Pier area on the west side of Harbor Drive. Some of the changes we made to it is rather than just referencing standards 3 through 12, we decided to change that to applicable standards because there may be certain standards within that may not necessarily apply to this location. We also added a standard that the directory signs can have a digital display. It's no larger than 4 by 6 feet in size, just to put some parameters around it. And then finally, the first version of this exempted those directory signs from design review. Looking a little closer at the minutes from the meeting and what was deliberated, the council was clear that it would be exempt from Harbor Commission design review or Planning Commission, but still subject to administrative design review, which would be a staff approval. So this entire section of the code is new and would allow for the electronic signage in the Harbor Pier area only. The parts that are underlined were the late changes that occurred and have been provided as part of the blue folder item as shown on the screen here. And then pertaining to the correction that I referenced a moment ago, so it was brought to our attention that subsection F under prohibited signs in chapter 2 of our code had a bit of a carryover from one of the versions that we were working on this. Subsection F currently says audible signs except in connection with drive-up windows are one of the prohibited types of signs. That was brought to our attention and we have corrected that, and that was addressed in the blue folder item. What you see in the strikeout was really a bit of a duplicate of one of the other prohibitions that's in there. And then somehow it inadvertently got moved down to F and was duplicated and even modified. So I apologize for that, but it's been corrected with the blue folder item. So in terms of procedures, number one would be to open the public hearing and take testimony and deliberate. 2, close the public hearing, and 3 would be to introduce the ordinance and adopt the resolution. And with that, these are the recommended actions per the staff reports, and I'm available for questions on this item.
So I have one, it may not, hopefully, well, it doesn't pertain exactly to what we're talking about tonight, but that discussion on drive-up signs, those are allowed, right, under the code? So like a McDonald's automated sign for their menus and transaction, is that allowed?
So if it's like the illuminated signs, or if
When you
it's
go through the
actually,
drive-in window, it has a sign that goes up and you
Yeah.
can see the menu, and when you order something, it,
If you go by a strict application of the code, electronic message display signs, it indicates
and
they're
that's audible
prohibited
because they have a speaker. And we have an
citywide,
exception for
yes. But I think clearly, and even as I was going around town, I spotted a electronic directory sign in one location. So I think that there are probably a few out there that have just kind of appeared over time. But in general, the literal interpretation of the code is that those electronic display signs and audible signs are prohibited.
I just think technology has changed. This is going to happen all over the city. I think the intent is to, limit the big gaudy ones that might distract you from driving, but it seems like where we're impeding business, where it's a common practice like drive-ins and things like restaurants and stuff like that, just seems we need to reinvestigate that. I don't want to tackle that tonight. My other question is with respect to the code for the harbor, the 4 wayfinding signs, what a directory signs, are we allowing or not allowing automation at this time?
No, we're keeping it to static display
Static.
is what the direction was last, 2 weeks ago.
Okay, but the signs are capable of animation.
They're capable
They're
of
capable of touchscreen.
touch screens and,
Okay.
yeah, they have
So that's
capacity there.
future. Okay, got it. Come on, my PC's not. Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Weiner. I did want to mention, and the city manager and I talked about it today, there was a serious breakdown in the practice and procedures and safeguards with respect to what was presented to the council. And specifically, the ordinance as presented without showing red lines was exactly the opposite of what was approved by the council. And no one would ever have known that had someone not looked at it. And I happened to review it and catch it, but that shouldn't be on me to do that. And Mr. City Manager, if you want to speak to that, I'd like to know what safeguards you will have in place to assure the council that that won't happen again, because we can't approve what otherwise would have been a legislative enactment that none of us actually approved and have that just slip through. So it's a very serious issue. I know you take it seriously, so I wanted to give you a moment to address it.
Yeah, and as I said to you this morning, I was very appreciative of you taking the time to catch that provision. And what Councilmember Barron is referring to is that subsection F that Mark identified here in the blue folder change. That particular provision was copied down into the red line document that was attached, and it appeared that it was the original language in the ordinance, but in reality, it was one of the drafted provisions that had worked its way through, I think, some of the suggested ordinance changes as part of the Planning Commission review. I think it was corrected in other areas in the red line, just not that particular subsection. It was correct down below in another subsection of the red line. So clearly a miss. I've talked to Mark about it. I think his review was focused on other areas and was working off an older draft. What we've discussed and will ensure occurs in the future is that whenever we do, after we finalize ordinance language changes like this, that we will ensure that the red line is truly predicated on the existing ordinance.
The red
and
line
not
predicated on the existing
not
ordinance.
working from a Word draft that might have gone through different iterations as we're preparing new proposed ordinance language in a new document. So I think, this was a clear item that I think we'll be able to track in the future, working from existing language, and certainly a lesson learned for our folks as we've gone through this process. So appreciate you flagging that issue.
Okay, and that's the directive going forward, that all red lines will be made from existing ordinances, so that, which would have prevented this from happening in the first place. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director Weiner. Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else wish to speak this time?
No, looks good.
Okay, does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing. No,
no,
we
we
have to do public
haven't had
comment,
it yet.
so I'll do that after.
No motion yet? Okay. Anyone in the public wish to speak to this item?
This is Andy Porchop again. I would just like to tell you, I still remember the day when I came to New York City the first time and I entered Times Square and all the lights, it was just like a thing I never forget. So I'm for lights, Only thing is that, they removed the red lights, they removed, not Bloomberg, what was the other guy? The mayor removed the red lights, and the little theaters. But I like all the lights because it's like America. And also, you could use that for like emergency purposes. It's like, something happens in the city, then you can advertise, don't go here or don't go there or don't do this or this happened in the city or whatever. So if it's about putting up the light there, I'm for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Anyone online?
Yes. Candace Nafisi.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and residents of Redondo Beach, Candace Defisi in District 3. I have to speak under this section since Mayor decided to end public comment early. I have a great idea of what an electric sign could be, and it'd be great if it could scroll. We have an election coming up in 2 weeks, and I want to encourage people to pay attention to the District 1 race between Rolf Stretchenberg and Brad Waller. The next 4 years is critical to the city of Redondo Beach. We need an elected official who has the capacity to listen to the residents and uplift our concerns into policy. We need an elected official who understands the nexus between adding housing and the impacts of our schools. We need someone who can be accountable. Currently, our class sizes are unreasonably large. I've yet to meet a parent who says our class sizes are adequate in size due to declining enrollment, declining budgets, and RBUSD not replacing teachers who have retired or left. This has left our class sizes large. Rolf has served as a fierce advocate for the Barrel Elementary School through 2 very intense years as we struggled through 5 different principals, countless behavioral issues, and a mass exodus of our teachers. This is the advocacy that we need in our city, someone who can listen and guide us through residents appropriately. I've served over 7 years with Brad Waller, and when he decided to show up to GPAC meetings, I've never heard him utter a word of overcrowded schools, and he voted to add housing every time it was presented. Small class sizes simply wasn't a priority for Waller. The biggest indicator of what a politician will do is to review his votes. So I encourage you to look up his votes on the General Planning Committee as it's public record. It tells a very particular story that needs no explanation. Please consider voting for Rolf Stretchenberg for City Council District 1. Thank you.
And for the record, I didn't cut off public testimony early. We were well over 30 minutes when I cut it off. And that's what's announced in the agenda. Anyone wish to address this agenda item?
Sheila Lamb.
Go ahead, Sheila.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sheila Lamb, District 4. in regards to electronic signage, as we move forward into the future, it doesn't make sense to have electronic signs when even currently, we all are now using our phones for wayfinding. You know this is true, right? A statement was made tonight that electronic signs will become ubiquitous and that not having them would impede business. This couldn't be farther from the truth. As we move forward, cell phones will be used and electronic signs will be archaic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think anybody who's gone to McDonald's has seen electronic signs, so I don't think they're going anywhere for a while. Anyone else?
That's it, and there's no e-comments.
Okay, thank you. Motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay. Any
Just-
motions from the council?
Just, if I can just interject 1 second, there's just a typo. It should be in section 10-5.1815, special district signs, subsection C4, the portion that was revised and inserted, it should be applicable standards, so an S instead of standard.
Okay.
And you're reading off the blue folder version?
Correct.
Does it have that? Is it standard?
It should be standards. No, in 10-5.1815. Yeah, it's the coastal version, not the inland version. The inland version does have an S. In the coastal version, there is no S. It's singular, so it should be plural.
10-2.181. Oh, the coastal version.
Yeah, the coastal version, so it's 10-5.1815, subsection C4. So it should read applicable standards. Currently, it's applicable standard. So I just want to make sure that that's in the right tense.
Okay, can we get a motion? We're sitting here.
Motion to, I mean, we don't have any amendments to that then, right? It's just a clarification.
It would be as amended per the blue folder, yeah.
Okay,
And
per
as
the-
Ms.
oh,
Park
got it.
just mentioned. Yeah.
Got it. So I will approve the electronic sign ordinance as amended by city staff, by the blue folder item given by us this afternoon and taken in. That would be my motion.
And the resolution also.
And the resolution? And the resolution.
Yes, second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion? All for it?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay. So introduction by title only, ordinance number 3291-25, an ordinance of the City Council of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapters 2, zoning ordinance, and 5, coastal land use plan implementing ordinance of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code pertaining to electronic message display signs for introduction and first reading as amended, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2502-008, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, requesting certification by the California Coastal Commission of amendments to the Coastal Land Use Plan Implementation Ordinance, Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code pertaining to electronic message display signs consistent with state law, which is intended to be carried out in a manner fully in conformity with the Coastal Act, and providing that the amendments to the city's local coastal program will take effect automatically upon Coastal Commission approval pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 30514 and Title 14, Section 13551 of the California Code of Regulations as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, jumping to item N1, this is the mid-year budget review.
Yes, while Stephanie gets organized here, I'll make some brief introductory comments. This is our traditional mid-year review process. We're a little bit earlier than we have been the past few years as part of the February meeting here. Generally speaking, the mid-year report's very positive. I want to make sure we lead with that. Revenues continue to trend well. In fact, in some areas, you'll notice, particularly in the area of property tax and related property tax in lieu fees, we're proposing some upward revisions to our original estimates as they are performing well and in all likelihood, well exceeding our existing budgeted figures. We'll also, as we typically do, update our internal service fund allocations. That's a debit and credit process. Some of that additional money flows through the general fund via overhead. Some of it is an additional expenditure burden as things are allocated to generally funded departments. And in some instances, it benefits the enterprise funds, and in other instances, it accounts for charges against those funds that might have occurred through our specific formula. The net of it all is that our estimated year-end fund balance is growing from where we were as part of year-end carryover. That's a good thing, but I will strongly encourage all of you to please reserve as much, if not all of that money as possible. We will have additional pressures as we go into the 25-26 budget process. We have upcoming unfunded accrued liability payments again next year that are going to be part of the budget. We also have pressures existing in both our harbor uplands and tidelands. Our year-end balances in those specific categories will likely mirror or be slightly improved from where we were at the end of this past fiscal year. So those funds will need help. This is the type of money that you would typically draw from in order to close any subsidy gaps that might exist in those two operating areas as they continue to recover. So please proceed with care and judiciousness. We do want to be prudent as we go into the budget season. As a reminder, and you'll receive a presentation today from our Public Works team, Jesse in particular, reminding you of where we're at with our capital improvement projects, provide a status report. So we'll cover that at a high level basis. There are a handful of decision packages we're recommending, again, very tightly to reflect the sort of tempo and theme as we're anticipating next year's pressure. So that's the high level summary. Again, very positive. Revenues are strong. Expenditures are coming in at budget or under. So we are not recommending large changes there. So by all summarized accounts, it's a good mid-year revenue report. But to leave it there and to not highlight and signify some of the looming issues, I think would be a mistake on my part. So with that, we'll turn it over to Stephanie, and she'll cover the financial side of the equation, and then we'll have Jesse come up and present on the status of capital improvement projects.
All right, good evening, Mayor and council members. We'll try and go through this fairly quickly. I think the city manager's already hit quite a few of the high points, so I'll just go through this with you as well. City manager mentioned, this is a time where we specifically take a look at the city's revenues and how they're coming in. What you'll see here is our adopted budget revenues, and we're showing the results of our proposed revisions. We're proposing increases in property taxes and our internal services revenue charges. As the city manager mentioned, it's largely good news. Our revenues are coming in as anticipated. We did look at all of our major tax categories to come up with the proposed revisions we have for you tonight. We'll just take a little bit of a closer look at taxes for you. As I'm sure this council is aware, this is our largest single revenue source. So what we're proposing now, again, you'll see here we have our 23-24 actuals, adopted budget, and the result of the proposed changes we're making. If you'll notice, our 24-25 budget was a pretty conservative, just 2.2% increase over what we received in the prior year. With the proposed changes, we're at close to 5% over what we've received in the prior year, and there are two major reasons for this. One is the increase to our property tax and property tax in lieu. These are based on projections from our property tax consultant and our revised assessed valuation, which increased by 5.24% in 24-25. And the second big one, as you'll remember, is our transient occupancy tax, where we're expecting some additional revenue from our Marine Avenue hotels coming online at the second part of this fiscal year. So we think this is a still reasonable and very reasonable estimate for the revenues that we expect to receive this year. We also took a look at our spending halfway through the year. As the city manager mentioned, this was a good news view for us as well. Again, we're showing you here the adopted budget, the results of our review that you approved at year end with the carryover. And then our proposed expenditures, including some mid-year revisions. We also looked at our actual spending to date, and it is definitely in line with projections. In particular, we were paying attention to our personnel costs following the recent approved MOU increases. And we're very happy to report that we are still within and largely below budget. Actually ran our reports shortly before coming to this meeting. And just now, towards the end of February, we're a little over 50% in our total expenditure in the general fund, which is a great place to be at this moment. So again, we're showing here some increases, including those that we're recommending in the decision packages. We have a little under $200,000 in our contracts and services line item, and the remainder are increases for our internal service funds. And we'll go into those in more detail. So again, here are recommended, I'll just walk through our recommended changes. Again, in revenue, we've talked about our property tax a little bit already. Again, these are the result of they're the result of our revised forecast we get from HDL. We also have made a couple changes in opposite directions in our charges for services category. Our police and fire reported bringing in much higher than expected revenue for our parking meter fees and for the ambulance fees that we get through McCormick. So that's about a $400,000 increase. We also are bringing about a $400,000 decrease in our recreation and after-school programs. We expect that this is one time, not an issue moving forward, but this is a result of some challenges with hiring quickly enough to fill additional classes that we expected to fill this year. So again, these offset, there's a very, very minor net change, and we do not expect the decrease going forward. And then finally, we do have an increase related to our internal services revenue. In the general fund, we see additional revenue for the overhead, which is the general administrative costs that the general fund departments charge citywide. So this is about $1 million increase. So our total general fund recommended revenue changes are close to $3.5 million. We have, as city manager mentioned, very limited decision packages for you this evening, and both are supported by revenue increases. So the first one just reflects the additional use of credit cards with our parking meters. So we've gotten some additional revenue with our fee increases, which is great, but we've also incurred additional credit card costs. So we're asking for an appropriation to cover those additional fees. And then in the community development department, council approved during the 24-25 budget a technology and training surcharge fee. And this is to cover some required trainings for staff that they need to keep certifications, which previously were unbudgeted, the iWork online permitting system, and some additional software. We were able to begin charging this fee, and as of mid-year had brought in more than 60% of the proposed revenue. So we feel confident bringing forward this appropriation for you this evening. So in total, our general fund decision packages are just over $150,000. In other funds, we have two other decision packages. The first one with no net increase to our solid waste fund is the increase that you're used to seeing every year. This is related to the annual rate adjustment and reflects the change in the number of households that the Public Works finds each year when they do the rate analysis. So again, revenue and expenditure offset, it's a little over $68,000. And then we're asking for an additional $25,000 in our Housing Authority Fund to help deal with housing-related complaints. So net for decision packages is just this $25,000. I'll then go to our favorite, very exciting topic, our internal services funds. know if you remember our detailed description of this last year, but this shows each one of our plans with our 23-24 numbers, current numbers, and percentage increases. So you will see increases basically across the board in these plans. These are anticipated increases and reflect the kind of cyclical nature of these contributions. So I'll go through each one of them at a very high level, and I'm happy to answer more detailed questions about any one. Building occupancy, this increase is driven almost 100% by energy costs, which went up 14% in 23-24. Our emergency communications fund, this increase is actually driven by a correction that we had to make to last year's calculation. This is with our consultant. Their software had an error that excluded some costs we should have included last year. So we're catching up a bit on this one. And this is an item where we're recommending smoothing the increase over several years to avoid a large hit to the general fund. This is in consultation with our police department, who, looking at the cost for the next few years, feel that this is more than sufficient with our existing fund balance to cover our needs. Information technology, similarly, we've had a few years of large expenses as our IT director has caught up with replacing a large amount of city equipment. Again, we are recommending phasing this over several years to avoid the hit to the general fund. And similar to emergency communications, we're confident that the next 2 years will have significantly lower needs. And in the future, we do expect to see lower needs as we're replacing our hardware and in many cases switching to subscriptions, which will obviously have a different replacement cost. Our overhead, this increase is driven almost entirely by our personnel cost increases and then just minor increases in other areas. Our vehicle maintenance repair, you'll see, has a very small increase this year. This is following a larger increase last year. And this reflects a slight decrease actually in the amount that we'll need to contribute for the current fiscal year. We do anticipate a few years of higher increases in this fund, and this would be to catch up with some of the items that we have funded in advance of the funding availability in the replacement schedule, including the fire engines that we've purchased in the past few years. Finally, I realized I jumped over self-insurance. Again, this increase is due almost entirely to increases in liability and property claims and workers' compensation claims. Those went up in 23-24 by 21% and 14% respectively. So we will discuss with our actuaries and with our consultants to see what we think those expenses will look like moving forward. But again, these are costs that we anticipated following last year's lower contribution in that area. And I'll just note too that these are for all funds. So to recap, the recommended spending changes for the general fund are up here for a total of roughly $2.6 million that we're recommending adding to our budget at this point. This brings us to our estimated fund balance. We had estimated before this mid-year review about $1.5 million fund balance. You see our changes here and revised estimated balance of close to $2.3 million. With that, I'll turn it over to Jesse.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jesse Reyes, CIP Manager. Going to give you a very brief, high-level kind of update of the CIP program, where we are in current fiscal year, halfway through it. So just a little background. Currently, we have 120 total projects in our CIP program. We have 7 categories in our CIP that you guys are all familiar with. Street improvements, as always, is by far the largest category that we have and kind of our highest driver of productivity. Currently, to date, we have completed 18 CIPs as of February 13th to 2025. That's very productive, I'd say, at this point in time. I didn't put all the projects here, but one of the attachments to this item was all the projects that have been completed, those that are in design, those that are currently in procurement, and those that are in construction. And just to note, this year we added a total of 18 projects that was adopted by the council during our budget process. Again, high level for the fiscal year CIP project summary, we currently have 20 CIPs in design, 12 in procurement, 11 in construction, and those 18 that have been completed. Our expenditures to date, $12.1 million. That's, you'll see in the next slide, it's tracking with what we have seen in the past, in the last couple of years. And to note, some of those completed projects are the projects that the council listed as their priority projects, especially the pavers, International Boardwalk, Riviera Village pavers as well. And the other ones we have also in process, Wilderness Park, obviously we've approved that design build contract. We're working through the design on the mobility hub. PD Shooting Range and Franklin Park are in process, and Anderson Scout House has been completed as well.
Awesome.
Is there a question?
No, I just said awesome.
Oh, okay.
Good job. Thanks.
And lastly, 5-year kind of history, just to give everyone a snapshot over the last 5 years. Kind of key thing to note here is the growth of the program over time. You'll see that expenditure spike in fiscal year 22-23 from the previous fiscal year, and that was largely due to the transit center during that year, and a lot of projects that we had in design actually came into construction. That productivity was carried on until last year, where you'll see 23-24 actually spiked at our highest, $24.5 million in expenditures with 25 completed projects. And out of that $24.5 million, it was really 8 projects that drove 60% of that total amount of expenditures. And as I mentioned, $12.1 million to date in expenditures. We're probably not going to reach that $24.5 million this year, but we're probably tracking somewhere close to that $20 million range as well. So that's kind of the high level summary of where we are now. The attachment, I hope you guys had a chance to look at it. If you guys had specific questions on those projects, happy to answer. And we have obviously our Public Works Director and our city engineer here as well.
I have a quick question while we're on this slide. I know you just said you don't anticipate getting the 24 million expenditure, but how do you see the numbers, the 18, the 11, and the 20 changing by the end of the fiscal year? You think we'll be approaching what we did in 23, 24, or?
I think he's asking, what are we tracking completed projects?
I'm trying to think. We're probably, I'd say completed projects, probably tracking to 23, 24. Projects coming into construction, I don't think we're going to get to that 30 from currently 11 at this point. So we have a few items out to bid at this point. So we'll have several come into construction, maybe a handful come into construction this fiscal year. But it'll depend on the scheduling of.
And what about design?
Design, 20 is probably kind of where we are with our capacity, with our staffing resources, where we can realistically attain and keep that number and get those projects that are kind of in pre-design into design when some of those enter into procurement and construction.
And that was my next question. When you say in design, you're saying there's a contractor or staff is actually in design for construction. It's not the pre-design phase, or is it?
Not the planning phase, but in some sort of design phase. Some of it is conceptual. For instance, one of our regional Measure M projects, the pedestrian safety out on aviation. We have a consultant on board that's kind of going through that preliminary design work and working with conceptual design and working with Manhattan Beach. So we consider that kind of in a design phase. It's on the early stages of that, but we would consider that design.
Okay, I think we need to be careful on the semantics on that, because it feels like when we do that, when we lump the pre-design and then we still have design to go through, people have unrealistic expectations because you're not differentiating.
Yeah, it's a good point. We may want to do kind of two different design categories because
Yeah.
some of that design might include engineering analysis and feasibility work that may not ultimately result in a construction plan set. So, yeah, we can look at maybe adding sort of a 1A, 1B kind of design category.
And I know like on Harbor Commission, we used to get frustrated because something was in design, then we'd leave a design contract and that was another 2 years. Right? And so you thought you were already designing it, and we need to get the semantics understandable by us and by the public and by our commissioners, so that we really understand how we're progressing through this and don't set up false expectations. And I think also getting schedules on these projects, broad schedules would help towards that too.
And then we've got a couple more slides, I think, unless you got any other CIP questions for Jesse. We've got, as this agenda item mentions, there are budget response reports that you all have, over the course of several months, have directed our way for mid-year consideration. We believe we've captured all 17 of those that have come in. There are some BRRs that were specific to the 25-26 budget cycle, which will be coming next May and June. But these are the 17 that you have in your packet. We're happy to answer any particular questions you might have on them. I will point out very specifically one item that we would like, if possible, tonight, some general direction on is the July 4th fireworks celebration cost analysis. We've had some updated figures from our different vendors. They're, in one case, quite alarming. The barge figure in particular for the fireworks show this year, coming in well over $100,000, is very disconcerting, in part because we don't have access to what has otherwise for several years been a fairly flush Harbor Tidelands resource to help absorb that cost. But irrespective of that, the total project expenses are estimated at roughly $200,000 or more to host the show in the traditional harbor location. So some general direction on where we want to head with that. Obviously, we're not going to answer the specific programmatic decision in question tonight, but one poignant thing is, are we committed to having a fireworks show again this year, which even on a land-based sort of calculation is going to be about a $100,000 effort. We would like that direction early so we can execute the contract with Garden State Fireworks, continue that process, not get behind the curve here in the next couple months. So we're flagging this issue for you early.
Do we need to appropriate the money?
You don't necessarily have to do that tonight. We can come back with that later as a 4/5 item, but we just generally need some direction to say, hey, in the order of magnitude, do we want to pursue the traditional harbor show and be preparing for a $200,000 expenditure? Do we want to prepare for a land-based show that might be more around $100,000 or so? Those are the types of high-level directions that we would love to get tonight if you've got the bandwidth for it. But obviously, any other item that's listed here on these 17 BRRs, we're happy to respond to, and the department heads who help prepare those items are also here and available for questions. And then I guess the final slide.
I had just one more slide, so we have some recommended actions for you. The first one is to retain our estimated year-end unallocated fund balances. Don't need to go over that again. We just see a lot of needs for fiscal year 25-26. We're about to go right into that budget preparation. I think there'll be a lot of time to consider how to use these funds, and this would be a good time to hold on to those. So the remaining actions: receive and file our report and budget response reports and Jesse's presentation, and adopt the budget and the resolution. And happy to take any questions.
Okay, I'll start. So there's two of the BRRs, the TOT, and what's the other one? TOT, and the parking stickers, the parking. We could do the prorating of the parking stickers or permits without, that's no impact on the budget, correct?
No impact on the budget. What I do need to do, though, sequentially is bring back to you, as part of next year's budget, a master fee schedule change that will allow for proration of the amounts.
We can't do that until
We should update that resolution to reflect a prorata
You need that direction
amount.
tonight?
If you're interested in that collectively, it would be helpful.
That seems like a no-brainer.
And then allows us to prepare for that change.
And then the TOT one, that requires going to a vote of the people, so
There's several steps with that item.
we could start the ball rolling at least.
You could direct us to bring back a more formal item to consider, or, I mean, the next action there would be a discussion on the steps associated with that possible consideration. Much like we did early, you might recall early on with Measure FP, where we laid out for you how it works, what sort of resolutions need to be approved, what's the timing, what's the schedule. If the council wants to pursue that, we can come back to you with that information. That's the fundamental question. Is this something you want to direct us to consider?
Well, when would you advise, when would you prefer to get that direction?
Well,
I think the sooner we do it, the sooner we get.
There's two schools of thought. The sooner you do it, the sooner we have the revenue available to us, and it's money that we can use and build into our future budgets and help smooth out costs over time. And then there's also the reality that it does pose an impact to us in the marketplace. And there's an argument to be made that it would be nice to index that type of revenue source to perhaps a more critical or identified expenditure into the future, lease revenue bonds, other things that might require tax increment to support it. All schools of thought to me are worth consideration, and it really comes down to your collective opinion on what the balanced test
We're going
is.
to have a deficit in the harbor. So it just seems to me the sooner we bring in the money, the better. And let future councils figure out where to allocate it. But, you know, we're not flush in cash right now, and we're below market. Yeah. So the other ones I'm interested in, and then we can get. I mean, the Veterans Park plaques, I've gotten a number of comments. When are we replacing those? Because they've been gone for a substantial amount of time now, and people who paid have their names up there are complaining. The appropriating the parking permits I just talked about. Would like to at least get a decision from the council on Aquila's requested waiver of their fees.
That was
So that they can
consent
donate,
calendar. Oh, no, that was something else. All right.
so that they can donate to the fire victims. And I know there's repercussions with that, but I'd like to at least get a council decision because their event is this weekend. And the rest I'm open on. So with that, anyone from the council? Okay, Councilmember Abaji, you're up.
All right. Thank you guys for this report. Do we have any idea whether the Marine Avenue hotels have started to produce? Because now that we're in the
They have. They're on schedule. We haven't analyzed yet their December invoice, which is going to be the real trigger for us as to whether or not they're fully on schedule. I think we'll be evaluating that here in the next couple of days. I will say we have brought on the firm that the council hired recently to help begin that audit process for us. I believe we had a kickoff meeting, Stephanie, and we've engaged their services. We passed on documentation to them as well, too. So that's in motion. But we do, I think Stephanie can confirm this, we are forecasting TOT at the rate from those hotels over the course of the fiscal year that we had expected as part of the adopted budget.
All right, awesome. So I'll just run through real quick some of the ideas I had after discussing some of this with Councilmember Barrett. If we could light up 3A again, please. I am, so would return all 16 BRR. Oh, I'd want all 16 BRRs to come back in 25, 26, because there's a lot of good information there. I appreciate you guys putting those together, and those could be the first 16 BRRs in 25, 26.
We'll go for 100 this year, maybe go for a
What's
record. We can go for a record this year, maybe we have 100 in the, I'm kidding.
Hopefully not. I'll approve all decision packages. I'd like to add, so we've heard from speakers who've come here about the International Boardwalk floor up there, the ceiling above those shops. And Mike, you're looking like, are you reading the whole list?
A little bit, but I'm listening what you're saying and reading ahead.
Yeah, so I just maybe adding it to the CIP without funding, but just putting it on there. I'm not allocating a bunch of money here, or I'm not trying to allocate a bunch of money here. BR number 3, $25,000 for the crossing guards at Artesia and the North Redondo bike path, as well as at Inglewood and Grant Avenue. Those have been resident requests time and again. I'm sure, hopefully we'll hear from some residents either on Zoom or otherwise. BRR 11, I'd like to do that now because it's for the veterans, but if you all want to wait till the regular budget, I'm fine with that too. And then on BRR number 4, I would like us to have a decision package come 25-26 budget that allows us to prorate the parking monthly. I mean, there's people already having a human interaction to get their parking permit. The human interaction would just add.
I don't think,
subtracting a month out.
we'll evaluate what we need internally to make sure we can administer that. But I think that's really going to be just an update to master fee schedule that reflects not just an annual permanent fee, but one that can be prorated.
Okay. On BRR 14, there's been some discussion at the COG that short-term rentals, Airbnbs, and the like actually reduce the affordability because they make housing that would be available for monthly rental only available on a daily basis and much more expensive. So I'd like to have, and generally we wanted to have an independent discussion item on this relative to whether we want to change TOT, whether we want to start enforcing Airbnb against Airbnbs, not on a complaint basis, but on a blanket basis. And also so we've gotten feedback from the Galleria, Stuart Miller, that increasing the TOT right now would adversely affect their ability to get a hoteler in there. I'm not sure, and that was the last thing that they were going to do. And looking at the rates in Hawthorne and Lawndale, Hawthorne and Torrance, we're currently consistent with them, but if we went above them, that could adversely affect their ability to get a hotel. So query whether we could actually adjust TOT differentially in the coastal zone versus the non-coastal zone. And hopefully we can have an independent discussion about that, including how much of the TOT actually flows to the tidelands, seeing as we're in a tidelands kind of hurting spot right now.
One thing I'll say as it pertains to Airbnb, we are stepping up our enforcement efforts. We're preparing a letter that we're hoping to get to all property owners currently in the community, not just the residences themselves here in Redondo Beach, but the owners of the property wherever they might reside. Given what's occurred with the regional fires, the number of refugees, the need for longer term housing for folks like that, I think there's an opportunity as a win-win for those folks that own those properties to put potentially very needy residents into those homes, use that housing stock with a little more value long-term, and ultimately help folks out that are in
doesn't add to our
desperate need.
TOT.
That, what it could do with that is it may force those folks who do participate currently illegally in the VRBO process, might direct them towards, direct them towards our hoteliers, which I think could end up being a win-win for all parties. So we are doing that from an enforcement standpoint to make sure that our code is properly enforced. So that, just so you're aware, that process is happening and something that that's in part been motivated by the recent fires.
Awesome, thank you. I favor BRR 15 going with the land-based fireworks show at the high school, if we can do that. BRR 16, not in a rush to do this, but would this be, would muralizing the intersections, would that be John Parsons Fund eligible? Maybe that's something that we can supplement the BRR.
Oh yeah, that would be John Parsons eligible. However, I don't think we have any discretionary money quite yet in that fund. We are a little bit overdrawn, at least from a scheduling standpoint.
All right. And then maybe to the resident's point who spoke earlier about Grant Avenue, that maybe you could repave just, for example, the fire lane where people are, the actual roadway where people are traveling, that's the most damaged on it. Is that a possibility? Not to say we're going to do that now, but as we look to how we're going to get that $4 million to be able to repave it.
We could begin to provide estimates on the holistic cost associated with a phased approach and maybe what some of the impacts are. It can be done. You'll see utilities do this all the time. They'll perform trench cuts for some type of a water repair, and then they'll do one full lane of paving or one half of a lane. So yes, it can be done, and it can be done with some quality. I'm not sure it's the most cost-effective way to manage that type of a repaving, but I do think it's possible.
Okay. And then there was a BRR about Palos Verdes. Boulevard to bike lane. I don't know if Councilmember Narenheim wants to advance that, but what I'd say is we know that the COG has a lot of Measure M money for micro-mobility projects. And so maybe we could apply for for Measure M funding for design of that project if Councilmember Narenheim wanted to move forward with that. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thank you. Thanks, Stephanie. Thanks, Jesse. We go back to the decision packages. Getting onto the TOT real brief, no, the decision.
Oh, the BRR list.
Sorry, BRR. Wrong terminology. The TOT, I know one of the things we've talked about is increasing the TOT so we can fund lease revenue bonds for improvements, infrastructure improvements. So one of the possibilities would be the harbor, seawall. Another possibility could be along Artesia or other areas in North Redondo that need infrastructure improvements. I'll leave it up to the future council to figure this out, but I do think that, I think we said something along the lines of $400,000, what was it? $400,000 is equal to about 10 million. 400,000.
Yeah, debt structure. Yeah, about $500,000. Half a million to service $10
For every
million.
10 million.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that whoever the next council should look seriously at that. I know when I make decisions on where I'm going to stay, even if it's for companies, company paid 2%, 1% is not going to make a difference. I look at the lowest rate, and even if it adds an extra $4, it's a $200 night at a hotel. I'm not swayed by them. I'm swayed by location, how modern it is, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not swayed by a couple dollars here and there. So I think it's something that we should consider. And also related to the plaques, I think I've heard that over and over again. I think it's something we need to look at. The median on Catalina, and you and I talked about this. It was in the budget this year, if I'm not mistaken. It's been about 7 years since we ripped out the trees, and it's only about 100 feet long or 200 feet long. I don't know what it is. Why is it taking so long? It's been 7 years, and it kind of mystifies me. And the reason why I bring this up is not only is it unsightly, but we funded it, and every month that goes by, the cost increases. So this is, a general bugaboo that I have about CIP money is when we appropriate it, I know there's design and all the other things that are going on, but things don't get done as fast as they can get done, it seems like. So that's my question. Have at it.
Well, yeah, I think this is a project that has had 3 different folks assigned to its design, and I think the design has evolved under each of the supervising staff members. Had a conversation with our Public Works Director, Andy Wingy, this morning about this. I think what has to happen is we have to take the various design work that's been done, and we've just got to get it in front of the community and decide, is this something we want to do? Do we have the right mix of natives? Do we have the right mix of trees? Do we have the right mix of habitat that can help, the blue butterfly migration north? So there've been a lot of different policy discussions and concepts. I think we're trying to weave them all into the perfect plan, and I think that's candidly kind of stalled us as much as going through a transition to the Park Services Manager position, candidly. So that's now done. We're out of excuses there. So it is on the to-do list. We'll get it back to you. And it's, at one point it was going to be, hey, we're just going to do a fix, get it back to where it was. And then it was, let's have it be a trial program. So this will be the build out for the balance of Catalina, because we only funded the one median. We didn't really provide funding, obviously, to do the full landscape plan throughout the corridor. So it's a combination of things, but, message received, and we'll try to get it to out of the pre-design queue and into the formal design
I'd hate
queue.
for it to go another 2 or 5 or 7 years. I know sometimes the enemy of perfect is.
Enemy of great is, yeah.
I forgot how it goes.
Perfect is the enemy of good enough.
Perfect is the enemy of good.
Or great.
Thank you. The last question I had is, and I think it's already in the queue, aviation between Artesia and Manhattan Beach Boulevard. I know that's split between us and Manhattan Beach.
Yeah, that's Manhattan's taking the lead on design, I think, right, Jesse? And that's underway, I believe. That design's underway.
Correct. Yeah, Manhattan Beach is taking the lead on that one.
Yeah.
It's one of the worst segments of an artery in the city.
Definitely.
It's in bad shape.
Yeah, it's terrible. And we're funded to have it constructed. I think we're scheduled to provide the appropriate funding we need next year based on estimates. I think that once they're good with design, we should be ready to go.
So probably a year from this summer is when we're going to do it?
I think they're taking the lead on construction as well, right? Correct, Jesse?
I think maybe,
Or are we doing it?
maybe Lauren or Andy have a better timeline on the actual construction timeline.
Who's the lead on construction, Andy? Is it going to be us or Manhattan?
No, it'll be, sorry, Andy Winchell, Public Works Director. I was just checking in with Lauren on this. She's been in contact with Manhattan Beach. They're just initiating the design process now. So that's probably going to be a year, and then it'll be construction after that.
Okay, so.
And they're initiating both phases
So
of that.
again, probably a year from this summer is
Yeah.
when. When's the next round of residential and repaving?
We actually open bids tomorrow for the next phase of
That'll be
construction.
this summer?
Yes, that'll be the summer, and then we have plans and specs coming to council in April for the phase after that.
Okay, so things slurry and grind and replace.
Not slurry, this is grind and overlay.
Yeah,
Grind and
we just did slurry.
Oh, okay.
We did
No
2
more
phases of slurry this past year.
Wasn't Diamond going to be one of the slurry? I guess that we have to wait till the study. Okay. All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. BRR 17, thanks for getting that in there, the Dale Park shade structure. There's 30,000 available right now in the playground shade structure capital improvement plan? Okay. So that money's available. Any reason that can't be transferred over and earmarked for Dale Page, so there's a shade structure there?
No reason. I think we've completed all of our other.
That, I would say that is for Dale Page. There was 3 parks that were meant to have shade structures. Andrews, which is complete, Franklin, which is complete, and then Dale Page is the last one.
Okay. So there's 30,000 there. I know you have a need to confer with the utility that owns that. Can that be done? Speak to the utility and see which of the 3 or more options for shade structures we actually can do there?
Sure, yeah. We can follow up on that.
And then we'll have a better idea as to what are the options, what are the costs, and how much in addition to the 30,000 we need to allocate.
And if you'd like that as part of our budget consideration, we can have that worked up and ready to go.
Okay. And then that way, when we come back for budget, we'll be ready to roll on that with whatever additional funding may be needed. Okay? Yeah?
Did I miss that?
Number 17.
Blue
Is
folder.
blue folder. It's the last one.
You guys are killing me. Do your homework and then pull the rug out from under you.
And then on the, BR for the TOT, I think you made a good point, as did Councilmember Obaji. There is a dichotomy in the city between our hotels. We have what I'll call the beachfront hotels, and those are more comparable to Santa Monica, the Hermosa, the Manhattan. Then we have more of the 405 corridor properties, right? The Marina Ave hotels, South Bay Social District. So there is a difference there, whether or not we can or should do different TOT rates in each coastal zone or not. I'm not, we'll talk that through, I'm sure, at some point. One thing that did resonate with me a lot is, and speaking with Stuart Miller, who's involved in this pretty deep, is the fact that for the city to encourage another hotelier to come in and build another hotel, which we may want, I think we want, increasing TOT now will make a big impact, negative impact on that happening. Councilmember Lowenstein made a good point. When the consumer comes in, 2%, 1% doesn't matter. For the developer, that 2% increase in TOT, the developer assumes they're going to charge a maximum that they can in the first place on the nightly rate. So if you're going to add a 2% TOT. In their minds, they've got to decrease what they can pocket by 2%. And then they have to fund that development in the first place. And I don't know the cost of money right now, maybe it's 6%, 7, 8%. Bottom line is it gets expensive to do that, and it could discourage a hotelier from coming in. And it's not just the South Bay Social District, which I think we're all in favor of not just surviving, but hopefully thriving. That hotel's a big part of it. But a hotelier doesn't see that 4 or 5 corridor type property as beachfront Redondo. Instead, they say, hey, it's basically, I don't agree. It's basically Torrance, it's basically Hawthorne. Hawthorne and Torrance are at 11%, 12%. So if we increase the TOT, then that's going to discourage a hotelier. An elegant solution that we could talk about further is for new hotels, let's do a 10-year moratorium. It's not my idea. It's something Stuart came up with. And that way there's an incentive for someone to come in and build that hotel. Come in, we're going to give you a 10-year moratorium on what everyone else is having to pay in a 2% increase. That way we're not killing the goose before we ever get an egg, let alone a golden egg.
You're not saying a moratorium on TOT totally, just the 2% increase?
Just the 10-year.
Just, yeah, good point.
I'm just,
Yeah, they'd be knocking down the door to come in if we were to do that.
12%, yeah.
Yeah, 10-year on the 2, or whatever
Okay,
the
got
bump is. So something to think about. It wasn't something on my mind, but speaking with Stuart and doing some research myself, that really resonated as maybe both an incentive to come in and then not stifle whatever we as the council and ultimately the people want to do on a TOT increase. So that's all I wanted to add on that. It's up here, I'll say it. The BR12, the Lana Kila Classic fee waiver. I mean, we're all in support of, we got fire victims, we have friends, we all know somebody who knows somebody or knows personally was impacted by that. I want to do what I can personally to support that event. My concern about giving them a fee waiver is we got other charities, we have other businesses that aren't getting a fee waiver, that are putting a lot of money, and then everyone else is like, well, I want my fee. I'm not going to put it like this, but can I get my fee waiver too? And so I'm a little sensitive to that. I want to show support. I'm spreading the word. I'm going to have that hopefully in a blast going out to my residents. But to give them a waiver, we're going to have to consider that, hey, are we setting a precedent? So that's my only reluctance on number 12. So I want to put that out there. So thank you, City Manager, Stephanie, Jesse, and everyone else for this report. Thank you, Mayor.
thank you. Councilmember Darenheim.
Thank you. All right, so yeah, go through this real quick here. The Veterans Park one on number 11. I can't believe we haven't gotten this one already. I mean, it's been a while. I know staff is busy. It's important. But it's just, to me, it's just sick to what some people have done to taking plaques from Veterans Park. I mean, it's just sick. I love the solution of getting the aluminum, bronze plaques with aluminum. That's perfect. In fact, I just talked with someone the other day. So, and we can use that same idea moving forward with other areas in the city, correct? Okay, I'm seeing all that head shaking, good, perfect. Let's see here. Item number 8, PV Boulevard. I believe most of the other, if not all the other bicycle bike lanes that we've done have been through grants, correct? All right, that's right. Yeah. Okay, yeah, and I fully agree with that, going through the grant process. We've already striped, I believe, as well, most of PV Boulevard, half of PV Boulevard, it's just simple striping. And I saw that, thank you very much, and the striping looks fantastic. By the way, the striping across the board for the city on the bright green and the amazing glass style paint you're using across the board, and the black with the white on the Torrance Boulevard with Torrance and Prospect Boulevard, where it's black underlayment and the white overlayment for the pedestrian crosswalks, it really pops. It's amazing. The striping is good, and the one thing Councilmember Lowenstein actually really came up with that and pushed that forward. So thank you for that. The green bike lanes is amazing. School District 1, I'd like to support that. Before I go down that path, I'd like to know from the subcommittee and what we're talking about with all of the school board, school expenses that we're dealing with, and we're soaking up more and more of these intersections. I want to know more how we can work with our partner there. Speaking of partners, item number 4, what about going to the, which is the fireworks in the harbor? No, not 4, excuse me.
15.
15. Those hotels there start double booking, triple booking for events and upcharging massive amounts. Have we gone to them and start saying, hey, listen, you're getting a free show? Why don't we pony up a few dollars?
It's been a while, I think, since we've asked them. We have in the past. We haven't in the last year or two, I don't believe.
And I say that because a land-based show is going to be much smaller. We do a land-based show there in the harbor. If we do it anywhere else, we've been through this before. It's just going to be a big game where we put it fallout zones. School district, if they want to do it at a high school, have to get their approval. Where they have a plastic field, they're not going to be really a big fan of that. I would agree with that.
May I jump in there real quick?
Yeah.
Have we broached this with the school and they're supportive?
No.
Well, we had one a couple years ago at the baseball field.
Yeah, so right now they're assessing whether or not they would even want to do this with the city. They're worried about damage to their fields as well as parking, people coming in, things like that. So they're still figuring that out. They haven't gone back to us with a definitive answer.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, thank you, Councilmember Nairn.
All good. And then item number 12, which was the Lanakila Classic fee waiver. I'm seeing in here that's basically we are doing essentially what we're doing, what I got here for the Spring Fest in North Redondo on our parking lot where we were going to charge $15,000. This is essentially a free rental. We're not having the expenses of police, fire, and public works.
I think your fee waiver covers all of that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is Lanakila is not item number 12. I didn't see in here in the budget response report a requirement to have police, fire, public works as part of the setup.
I don't believe the Lanakila event has much in the way of public safety, public safety expenses. I don't think it does.
It's just the site location essentially is what we're giving them, and they're paying roughly $9,500 in fees.
Yeah, I think it's that's the Holly Festival that's paying the larger amount. I think the Lanakila is the $2,700 figure.
Can we clarify
Yeah,
that?
it's a fairly well-contained event for both of those events. The Holly Festival is just a much larger event. So that's why their fees for reserving the Seaside Lagoon is much higher.
And they're paying the full rental.
For that one.
Yeah.
And then the $2,700 is for this particular event.
Lanakila.
Lanakila.
But it's really 23.
Yes, because there's a $400 refundable deposit as part of that.
Right. I'm fine with the $2,700 as long as they pay the $400 deposit in case something happens. Because I wouldn't want to have something not happen or happen and not be ability to go back to them. So that's kind of where I stand on all of these. Yeah, and the question, so CIP replenishment, we put in $1 million this time of year to the CIP replenishment fund?
We do it usually at year end, prior year end.
Prior year end, okay.
And we held off this year because you might recall that conversation. We have the 120 projects. We also have that source of funds that's much like the general fund that's through the winding down redevelopment agency at north part of town that we're able to use as discretionary capital funding. So we've, in a sense, substituted the general fund contribution for the time being with those available proceeds.
And that's $1 million?
It's not quite. It's declining. I think we're at about what are we at, 800,000 now or 750 or something?
About 800,000.
Yeah.
We have 120 capital improvement projects. it's not going to be easier to save. So if we're going to save anything, I would say putting money into that, because that's a good quality piggy bank, so we're not using that somewhere else. These infrastructure projects are very important. People want to see these things get done. We have 120 of them. We added 18 plus 4 more this last fall, so.
Well, and I can tell you at least one that's currently, with the most recent bids, underfunded is the parking structure seismic retrofits that we have planned at the Fun Factory. I mean, if there were going to be $1 million capital appropriation right now, that would close the funding gap for that particular project, which parlays in the Harbor Upland and Tidelands concerns as well. So there's a lot of capital need, which is another reason, to be judicious.
One thing I had a question on for number 2, waterfront. I thought we had funded the replacement of the Basin 3 docks, $3 million.
We didn't get 3 million. We received a grant, I believe, from. Well, we had applied, we received about 1.4 million from Ted Lieu for dock and gangway replacement. That's not going to cover full reconstruction. It's just going to allow us to repair, I think, the most deficient structures. Is that right,
So the
Greg?
32 million here is full replacement of everything, including the concrete piers and gangways and everything?
Seawall, that full project was, as I recall, Basin 3, seawall replacement, full dock replacement, and a cantilever extension of the walkway. Correct?
I thought the seawall was 12 million.
That's a separate item.
It's all in that, I mean, that, we
It's all
called
in the
out
32
seawall, but
million.
that 32 million is fully encompassing Basin 3
Okay,
improvement.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that makes more sense, because that's a large number, and I've never
Yeah.
seen that number before.
That was the estimate. That was what we had our grant writer apply for when those federal funds first came out due to, I think, climate change, sea level rise. That was the big push early with the Biden administration. We made a big application for that, and much like many of our neighbors, got nothing for that, unfortunately.
And I'm glad to see the storm drain number, the Avenue F storm drain outfall on there.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that we can look for grants from the state. That is all about water infiltration, and we got plenty of pictures and events that will show us closing that off would increase our water quality dramatically. So I would just be in favor of approving number 11. We don't have to fund number 15. And then what was a Lanakila one, number 12?
So 11 would be the plaques.
Yeah.
What can you say by name?
Number 11, the bronze plaques replacement. Number 12, the $2,700 for the Lanakila Classic fee waiver. We don't need to provide firework funding yet right now, but my direction would be try to keep it on land in the harbor. I mean, keep it on the water and try to get the businesses there to pay.
Yeah, I think the key for the firework direction is just, and I'm hearing from many of you, it sounds like we want to have a fireworks show somewhere in the city. So it's going to be proceed with contracting with Garden State, and then we'll start to figure out site.
If it's somewhere, I'll tell you right now, if it's somewhere outside of the harbor, outside of the coastal zone, outside of the waterways.
Different type of show.
Different type of show. Call the other vendors as soon as possible, because you would want another vendor.
For a landside show.
Yeah.
Well, I also think a landside show, we get a lot of disgruntled people heading to the wrong place.
It'd have to be
Just
a
from
large educational process. Yeah, we can do a lot of smaller shows, but again, that takes a lot of pre-planning. We need to contact vendors now, ASAP. It's not something, this is actually probably pretty kind of late, but this is something that needs to happen ASAP. So if we're gonna stay in the harbor, I would say we gotta make that decision ASAP within the next month, the latest, and fund that and go from there. We're having the budget because it's next budget year.
Yeah, that's why we're flagging it now.
What did we plan for the Seaside Lagoon before, where you close off the Seaside Lagoon and launch out
Yeah.
of there?
Well, we did, we moved the show inland. Remember, we had the expanded radius, and we'll have new businesses down there that would be affected by that. If you move it on land, you have impacts to the businesses and the lagoon. You have to close the lagoon because once the product's on site, you have a security and safety issue. That's why the barge always alleviates the safety buffer burden. except now this year, the barge is coming at a six-figure plus cost.
Put off the pier, yeah.
Pier would force us to buffer some of the outer business as well, so those might have to shut down.
If I understand right, it's a 500-foot buffer.
That's what I understand. I've heard 400, I've heard 500, but generally, yes, that's the concern. And things like Kincaid's, any of the restaurants there on the Angle Pier, Horseshoe, the inner Horseshoe, they may have to close for the day.
Is this barge, boy, is this the barge that gets towed in the night of and then taken out back? Is that the quote? Can I ask you a couple questions real quick?
I believe we are still looking for other potential barge
There's another
operators.
barge company in San Pedro.
We've called several barge companies, and so that was the lowest price we received as a quote.
That wasn't Pacific Tugboat? Or one of them?
I'll have to ask.
Okay. It's going up from 40 to 126.
Yes.
Something's wacky there.
Wow, something's weird. And that's for rental just back and forth, not with them leaving it there in one place. And this year, 4th of July is on a Thursday? Friday? Is it possible that we could do 2 smaller shows? If the rental of the barge is so big, we have a show on Friday and Saturday. We do smaller shows. That way we take the cost of the barge, we minimize that, and also then we can work around the schedule of the barge company. So that would allow us to balance out the cost and the services from the tugboat services, because they have extraordinary impact on the 4th of July. They can prep the site, prep the barge, get it all out there a couple days beforehand, leave it, come back and pick it up at a later date, and whatever firework company we use, Garden State. If we do 2 smaller shows rather than 1 large show, it might be more beneficial for all the businesses in the harbor. Rather than just 1 night, it's 2 nights of fireworks. So that might be a larger draw since it's a Friday and Saturday.
We can ask.
That would be my direction for that. All right.
So
That's it.
11, 12, and 15.
Direction for 15, but
Right,
not, yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to CIPs. Back in November 2023, we selected our CIP priorities. The Mayor Brand picked Wilderness Park, and you've championed that. We're in design build agreement approved, Riviera Village sidewalk pavers completed, International Boardwalk pavers completed, North Redondo Beach bikeway extension bids received, will be awarded in March, and there were 2 projects for that.
I mean,
No,
they're part of one.
They're together. Anderson Scout House completed. The project that I selected is in pre-design.
Which one is that?
It was
Slope. The 190.
Dominguez Park.
Dog Park
190th
slope. Right.
And so I spend a lot of time on council business up here. I am dedicated as a council member, and I need to have the confidence that y'all are working with me on this. We leave here with a common understanding that what is said here is kind of the direction that we're going in. And it's this report of where we're at is no longer my feeling of what's happening, but where we're at. My priorities have not been a priority here, and it must change.
Can I ask you a question along those lines?
Absolutely, yes.
So our understanding is that your priority shifted from the design slope to the gun range and Franklin Park,
Fair point.
which we are working very hard on.
So I will say that that discussion was never had, which I would have been willing to say yes, because I picked that in November 2023. I was a new council member, and I consulted staff about what would be something that should get done, that is a priority. I wanted to hear from staff. Franklin Park is a priority for me. The shooting range is a priority for me. Franklin Park, we've installed a water dispenser, we put in the shades, we have ordered things, but it's 2025. And this was picked in November 2023. So I want to bring this up, and I will say with the shooting range, I have been championing that project. I have been, making meetings and putting people together, and I don't know that we've done a lot since we've talked in April of last year about the design that had come forth with it. And so I know we're pushing it now, but I need to make this comment now that I'm not going to be the only council member that doesn't get anything done.
Well, just out of fairness, we have applied our efforts to those two projects. We have pulled off the design of the slope based on, and if your preference is the slope, we're happy to reapply efforts there, but we have redirected and retasked to both Franklin Park and to the gun range, which is our impression of your priority. If that's not the case,
No.
I'm happy to recalibrate.
I don't think that that was a clear direction. And I think you inferred the right one, but we didn't have the conversation. And I think that if I'm asking where are we at with this project and we're working on it, we didn't hire any consultant or even engage our grant writer until last fall when it came to the shooting range. So I just want to reiterate, to be clear with everyone here, that is my priority. But I don't expect to be here next year or the following year without seeing completed or substantially completed in any of those things. That being said, BRR 11 with the stolen plaques, is there any chance that we could have them installed before Memorial Day, at least for the memorial, or for that area?
I'll have to ask. I'm not sure where we're at. Okay.
Okay, that would be fantastic. When it comes to the TOT discussion, I think there were a lot of good points made, and I think there's a big discussion we need to have on that. BRR 12, the Lana Kilo fundraiser, I think, as Councilman Barron said, that could create a slippery slope, and there are a lot of amazing organizations in the city that do make contributions to all kinds of places, and I think we need to have a clear policy about what we're going to make exception for. And then I think the other one that's been discussed, for fireworks, I really want to, I think we've experienced that people want a fireworks show that they're accustomed to, which is the one in the harbor, but I'm not comfortable with the price tag at this point. I don't know what we can do on that. Those are my comments for now.
Okay, anyone want to make a motion, or do you want to hear from the public first?
I'm going to just make another comment briefly.
Councilmember Obaji.
On the crossing guard subject, I did speak to 2 school board members, and their response is, how come we haven't received a request from the city for reimbursement of crossing guards or contribution to crossing guards from the city manager? And we don't want to bid against ourselves. This is something that you're asking us to pay, but it hasn't. And maybe my understanding is maybe we've been talking about this land swap situation, and so this has gone to the back burner. But here we had a kid get hit at Artesia Boulevard not too long ago, maybe a month or 2 ago. Chain of 40 residents reach out asking for these crossing guards. So what I'd ask is that we approve BRR number 3 with direction to the city manager to formally seek reimbursement or contribution for the crossing guards adjacent to our BUSD schools and any other private schools that we service.
So I do need to put that into some context. The discussions are ongoing with the city council and school board subcommittee. We have talked about costs, we've talked about concepts, reimbursement amounts multiple times. We've shared our side-by-side comparison of shared services. We have had a myriad of conversations. We are channeling that discussion through the subcommittee. I don't think it's a fair characterization of anybody on the board to say there hasn't been a formal request. There's
It is.
absolutely been a formal request
Totally.
through
Yeah.
that process. Now, have
For
I sent
years.
them a bill or an invoice? No.
So frustrating.
But that characterization I don't think is fair nor appropriate.
Okay, well, we're at the point where we're spending $550,000 a year for anybody watching or paying attention on crossing guards. And
Yeah.
$0 are coming from the school district. We, if residents get their way, which they should, this is something that provides a reduction in anxiety, we'd be spending another $40,000 to $50,000 a year, but at least for this partial year, $25,000.
Well,
So.
can
I'm
I
happy
add-
to send
can
the
I
bill.
add, can I add to
I'm
that?
happy
It's
to
a-
send
put my
it's-
hand up
I
again.
would, oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, go for it. I just want to let you know that.
This is a very unfair characterization. We've brought it up over and over again. I've been very persistent about it. As a former school board member, they should pick up the slack here, and anybody that's saying that is not being accurate. We have
But
asked.
I'm happy to send a
over-
formal request.
Yes,
And over
I'll send it for
again-
$600,000.
A letter from the city manager
Yeah.
saying the city council has directed me to seek reimbursement from the school district for reimbursement
$560,000.
or contribution. That's it. So
And-
reimbursement, they want to pay the whole 500, great.
And
They're
every
not
year
gonna do
it's-
that.
and every year it's-
Contribution, 100,000. Hey, that's a fifth.
And every year it's too late. We found out too late, our budget's set. And I don't want that to happen this year.
Here's what I imagine.
Yeah.
I don't follow their finances and stuff, but we got a lot of savings from passing the bond insofar, or at least getting the bond approved insofar as we had allocated money for maintaining our facilities that we're not going to need and we're moving over to the gun range. I imagine they too had money that they were going to use for maintenance of their buildings, but now they're going to get bond money. Maybe they have excess, I don't know, but maybe they have more money than they had before the bond passed in November. So anyways, that's all. And I'm flexible on La Tequila. I get both arguments in favor of not setting this precedent. On the other hand, it's a charity event and we don't get that many requests, I don't think, for a very, pressing cause. We're going to need 4 votes, whatever we do. So.
Yep.
Well, if we send this formal letter, they're in receipt of it then.
They're going to get a letter tomorrow.
Budget, but this has been a discussion in the bigger discussion of many shared costs and property and all the things. And my understanding in our conversations was it's on the table along with everything else.
Can we get
So-
BCC'd on that? Thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry to
yeah.
interrupt you. Can we BCC'd?
So I guess my question is, do you think that's more, is that the route we should go or?
I might as well put it on the table and look,
See, yeah, just,
they'll get the full amount and see what they can work into the budget.
Yeah.
well, yeah, I
I
think.
mean, we're spending money on RP Lorraine to do property appraisals to advance our property swap discussion. That's coming out of our pocket. We've had multiple side-by-side comparisons about the city's contribution. It's a partnership. Love the school district. I will always advocate for them. I don't want to take this out of context. We will continue to have positive dialogue in our subcommittee meetings. But last thing I want is to have somebody characterize, well, we don't have a formal request. So if they're going to get a formal request, what they do with that request will be up to them.
Right.
That's fair, okay.
It might be coming from people that aren't on the subcommittee as well, too. I don't know.
Right. And, yes, but, I get, the land swap is a complicated issue, right? There's multiple pieces of property, they need to be appraised and so on and so forth. Like, this is clear as day. We know exactly where they're servicing, we know exactly what schools are servicing, we know how much they cost.
Right.
They know they're out there, they can verify they're out there, their kids are getting crossed on them, our kids are getting crossed on them. So this is just, should be separate, right? And we shouldn't hold up for that whole complicated land swap deal to get contribution for this thing that we jointly all benefit from.
Like I said, there's multiple things on the table. As we've talked about, is there properties, some schools like Jefferson or Lincoln, where residents have asked to open up the property because there aren't very many parks around there. That's a cost to the city, or excuse me, the school district in maintenance and, liability, who's in charge of all that. So they're saying there's a cost to that. So I guess for me, I'm thinking, are we just going to just bill you for this and you bill us for that? And then we're going to,
Maybe,
But that's,
maybe, I
that's
mean,
what I'm
maybe
saying,
that's
it's a
it.
bigger discussion.
Maybe that's it, but I mean, the requests are increasing, right? As people see crossing guards, like, but my kid's crossing this dangerous street where 60,000 cars pass every single day.
Yes.
And people are running, people don't understand that blinking red light, what they're supposed to do.
I don't think
So,
anybody's.
hold on, but once you give something like this, it's impossible to take it back, okay? And Mr. Manager, like, how many years have we been giving them a wastewater fee bill? And how much were those bills per year?
They were significant, well over $100,000 a year, but we did
Like
finally.
$200,000, $400,000 a year, right?
Not quite that much, more in the $100,000 range, but we have begun collecting that now.
Okay, begun finally, right? And the conversation really goes to, once we give this, we're not ever going to take it back, because it's always critical. I mean, it's critical they need to be giving as well. I mean, they're making the request, parents are making a request. This is just, it's a partnership, both working together, to your point.
Yes.
So let's.
And I would also say in the scope of crossing guards, I think every parent will say, my corner is the most dangerous corner in the city. And for them it is. But we should also have some kind of, and maybe we need to look at, I know Chief Hoffman, you analyze every intersection that we have a request for. Maybe that's something we need to discuss more like what is the standard? And then do we have, I think when we were discussing this, you had a great idea of where, like, we're capped at this number of crossing guards and we're going to rank it based on whatever the criteria is that is, the most need based on our.
Yeah, the concept being that we need to come up with some, perhaps a more objective criterion to determine which locations receive funding, because as it stands now, we've got complete creep, right? I mean, it wasn't just but a few years ago when we were staffing 14 crossing guard locations. We're quickly at double that in just a few short years. We're at a point where we could hire 4 police officers for the amount of money we're dedicating to crossing guards. That's what we're spending, that kind of dollars now.
How much? How many? 4?
Roughly 4.
4 police officers.
That's the value. That's equivalent value now.
I thought last time officer was 250.
250 ahead. But that was
Well, it
motor-
depends. That was
officer.
motors officers
Motor
with quite a bit of
officers.
equipment. So, I mean, we are in serious budget prioritization mode now. And that's a healthy contribution to a program that, while it certainly feels good, I'm not sure metrically and statistically adds as much value as it's perceived to add.
Okay, I totally appreciate that, but here we just realized that our tax revenues increased, 5% on real estate taxes? That the values are going up, in Redondo Beach. This is a luxury, if you will, or an amenity that people feel like they should get in this society, in Redondo Beach, especially as we prioritize street safety and the like. And I can't blame them when they're talking about Artesia Boulevard and Inglewood and Grant. I mean, there are cars moving at a fast pace. 100, and if you go at 7:30 in the morning.
Can we balance the request with another location?
Yeah.
Reprioritize.
Reprioritize,
Right.
exactly.
I mean, the last one I got was at Grant Avenue and Aviation, extremely dangerous intersection. I think the one before that was Felton and Grant. The number of kids crossing at Felton and Grant is immense. This 130 kids are crossing Artesia. This is on this date, but I mean, when you see them, it's a flood of people coming down on their bikes and walking. So I get it. It's just, it's more of it reduces anxiety rather than actually provide safety, maybe increases visibility. But anyways, let's hear from the public.
And I would also say, I mean, none of us, we all are in favor of this. The question is to what extent. And also, we did pick up, the district decided to stay with the charter and the elections, and we picked that up. That's not an insignificant amount of money. So I think all we're looking to do is share the cost. That's what we're looking at.
So okay.
How about we approve the 25 now, send the request, and we see come budget time how much they actually are pitching in, and then we determine from there, and maybe we fall back
Once
to
you
the
giveth, you can't taketh.
We're gonna have to reprioritize or something, right?
How about we reprioritize?
Sure.
Do you want me to send a specific number request? You want a $200,000 target number, not the full vote?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd ask for 200. I think the minimum they should be contributing is 100.
Oh, more than that.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's the minimum.
You
Just ballparking, but
Should be more.
I mean, we could also go based on the ones that are actually crossing to the school and say, hey, fund those.
We should get a
17
map of
immediately
all the
adjacent to it.
locations and everything that we're paying for. I think it's a larger conversation.
More clear direction.
Yeah.
It's not I mean, my whole frustration with this, it's not a fair characterization. We've had literally a myriad of conversations. That's the whole reason for forming the subcommittee. We're making progress. We've talked about the benefits that both parties provide. We're working towards a broader, more constructive solution. I don't disagree with the notion that it's taking time because that's a very substantive debate and dialogue. And this is a very specific request. So if we want to make a very specific request for this fiscal year or next fiscal year, I'm more than happy to extend that. I think the point is also well taken. If we make a formal $560,000 request and we're angry about it, which candidly I was, you can't put that back into the can. So. But I'm happy to do it. If that's the conversation you're hearing from the board members, we can't react to if we don't have a formal request, there will be one to them tomorrow.
I'd like to ask a related question. 25K is the cost just for the rest of this year. What's the full fiscal year?
The per location number is double that, right?
It's double, so 50?
Yeah, come on.
29792 if they're outside contractors.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. A couple of things that I do want to point out, that the price varies depending on if we use the contract company to do the crossing guard or if we use a city employed crossing guard. The city employed ones are cheaper, but we don't have any extra ones right now. We contacted the crossing guard company, and if you approve these 2 crossing guard locations, they have 1 that they can give us. So if we're going to fill both, then we're going to have to draw resources from somewhere else to fill the other one until either they can hire one or we can go through the process to hire one, which would likely be several months, which would likely put us into the next fiscal year. Or we have to pull a MSO or.
Which means staffing these locations immediately is actually going to draw on other existing resources. That's what's going to happen.
That's right. And then another thing that I just want to make sure everybody's aware of is that we're currently receiving $100,000 a year annually from the school district for our assigned SRO at the high school. They give us 4 payments. We have 2 SROs. One, we pay for out of the general fund.
Right.
One is funded, including a $100,000 payment that's paid $25,000 a quarter to the police department for that position. If we weren't receiving that $100,000, we would not have the funding to continue with that additional SRO without seeking an additional appropriation. So I just want to make sure that was out there as well. And then as far as the crossing guard studies, we get a lot of these requests, and we included the analysis in the BRR to see exactly what we're tracking. It's a really good job. The crossing guard supervisor goes out there and does a really good job paying attention to who's crossing on bikes, e-bikes, skateboards, students crossing, adults crossing, and all that stuff. Quite frankly, I'd like to see a crossing guard at every single intersection where kids cross, because it's great for the perception of trust and safety for the public. And it's a reflection of the police department, and it reflects well on all of you in the entire city. That's not reality, unfortunately. And so we try to look at all the requests that we get and weigh it against all this data. And yeah, Artesia and the Greenbelt does have a justification, but if you were to ask, there's other intersections that if you said, okay, we have no request, what's the next intersection you would put? We have a list. So.
That's not on the list.
And that's not on it.
Do you have a list, Chief,
I do.
of intersections that we're staffing that maybe we could
Oh, no,
trade
no,
off?
no. Once we staff one, like Councilmember Narenheim said.
You can't take it back.
Well, I'm certainly not going to say I'm going to take it away. If you decide to pull the funding for a specific intersection and move it to another one, I'm going to adhere to the council direction. But people get very, very attached to their crossing guards. And they do a good job. And they want the ones near their homes where their kids are traveling and where their kids are walking between their home and their school. But we've identified other locations. And like I said, a lot of it's based on the amount of people that are crossing at specific intersections. So you're going to find a lot of those ones that we have recommendations for are closer to the schools because people trickle in from areas on the fringe, and as they get closer to the schools, the concentration increases. So, but we do maintain a list, but 27 is a lot. We kind of sorted that out in the last budget process, and it's great. Thank you so much for approving all of that funding because it's an important program, and it does enhance the safety from every angle for adults, pedestrians, bicycles. It keeps police officers on the street, all that kind of stuff. So definitely just wanted to point out a few of those things, and if there's anything else I can answer.
What's the next intersection you would do if it wasn't
Well,
based
you
on
got to
residents?
realize that what I would do is based on the recommendations
Right.
from our crossing guard team.
Right, I get that. Just one though.
Phelan and Marshall Field, where Marshall Field and Ripley kind of join at Phelan right there, feeding into Washington and Adams School. There's a very large concentration of student flow in the morning there. That's at the top of our list. We do have two other ones. And, that we maintain to where if all of a sudden we have an opportunity, that's what we would do. However, having said that, if the
But
funding is
here's the
appropriate-
challenge. The minute we fund something like this, to everybody's point, we're going to have to own it structurally. And I can tell you, we have numerous structural pressures going into the next few budget cycles. We do not have an unlimited checkbook. We're going to have to pull back. So every dollar we spend is a dollar. In this instance, we're going to have to commit to long-term. So please be careful with it.
So you recommend no?
None.
Okay, thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have my hand up still.
Yes, Councilmember Naranag.
I want to know, what was the status of with the recent fires and emergencies that we've been having? Emergency coordinator, did we fill that position? Do we have an?
We're working on the job spec now. I think we should have that done here next month, I understand. Yeah. That is in motion.
When would that be? When did you say?
I think we're hoping to have it. It was in the strat plan. I think we've got the spec working. We're going to be sitting down with the association. I think we should have that probably here in March.
It's going to be an association member?
Civilian? I mean, we're evaluating those options.
I mean, other cities mostly have it in the civilian side, but they work
It would be
with the.
civilian, it wouldn't be a fire association.
Right.
It would be a civilian supervisory, likely a PSA member.
Okay, got it. I see, yeah, okay. All right, that was it for now. Thank you.
Okay, we'll open it up to the public. Anyone from the public wish to speak to this lengthy item? Hi.
Council and staff. My name is Rebecca Elder, and I'm the chair of Redondo Beach Tourism. So I'm here to comment. I submitted a blue item folder on BRR item 14, the transient occupancy tax.
Yep.
As I understand it, the transient occupancy tax increase was projected to go into the general fund. And I wanted to propose an alternative. I did provide stats to the council about where our TOT is, but also where the assessments for other top tier cities are. So many of the tourism boards are funded by an assessment, and that is a reinvestment of the overnight guests, so it's not paid for by the city, but that allows the hotels to continue to promote occupancy and contribute to TOT. So as we talk about an overall increase in TOT, I'm also asking that we consider an assessment that will allow us, Redondo Beach Tourism, more funds and to able to be more competitive and continue to increase occupancy.
What do you see?
Pardon?
What kind of assessment? 1%, 2%?
Right now, we're at 1%, so we could go up another 1%, and that would double the budget. So if you look at a top-tier city like Los Angeles, they're at 38 million. Even in Marina Del Rey, Santa Monica, they're at 6 to 8 million. We're at 700,000 right now. And our biggest challenge is to raise awareness, so we really need those funds to be digital, to put that into digital marketing to get the attention of the consumer, because we know how many ads we all get, so.
Do you think 2% is enough then?
I think I want to be cautious about the overall cost to the consumer because to what Councilmember Lowenstein said earlier, while I don't particularly think about tax and I kind of think of that as just the cost of going, we do have budget-friendly accommodations here that are inns that are smaller and that may impact the guests. So I think it should be viewed holistically to look at not only the TOT, so if the city was going to go up by 1 or 2% and then we were to go up by 1 or 2%, I also don't want to dissuade future hotels from coming in. So I think we have to just analyze all that.
The Thank you. I'm just gonna- Before you go, Ms. Elder, thank you for this blue folder item. I appreciated the thoroughness of it and what you added in here. That was a benefit. And also the work that you and your organization do. The return on investment for the city, the advertising, really getting Redondo Beach on the map. I think when people realize what we have here, it helps everyone. So it's
Thank you.
a benefit.
That's our goal. So we appreciate it, and we're happy that we're able to provide all the imagery to the city. So there's a lot
Yes.
of branding work that we've done. So thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Anyone else in the audience wish to address the council?
Good evening, members of council. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. Thank you for bringing item 14 and talking about the TOT. And I would ask you, as part of that, to please, as part of your motion, continue those discussions. That is part of the motion tonight, that you continue those discussions. This is a long runway to approve something like this. You all have to discuss it, come up with a motion, give direction to staff, has to be created a ballot measure, have to pick an election. This could take a year, year and a half, 2 years. So the earlier you begin this process, the better. I understand the concerns for the Galleria and for new hotels and entrance to the marketplace. This will take a long time to implement. So please don't delay that part of it. When you mentioned, Councilmember Obaji, about the Tidelands, the TOT is not restricted within the Tidelands. Any money earned in the Tidelands from a hotel comes into the general fund. It's the way that that particular tax works. So all funds with TOT, regardless of location, come to the general fund. There are some discussions that you mentioned here tonight where that could be amended in some way. That would be part of a ballot measure when you went ahead and passed it, whether Ms. Elder's discussions or Mr. Lowenstein's discussions. When you talk about blackouts and perhaps for new hotels, please consider that we have a hotel coming online, hopefully in the very near future, at the Legato location. So consider how it would impact those hotels which are ready to go to market immediately versus those that are in planning stage or future development stage. Are you going to give a blackout period to a Legato hotel because they're opening up? Are you going to do it just for new development after XYZ date? Any number of those things, please consider as part of your future discussions, but thank you for bringing it back. Please begin the process and make it part of your motion.
Anyone else from the audience wish to address the council on this item?
Hello, my name is Andy Porchop. This is the name I use in public engagement. I like the presentation, very nice presentation, and it impressed me. You guys doing better than my city of Torrance. And I just like to echo Mr. City Manager words, the income might come down later, because I'm watching the market and I was happy to see that property taxes bringing in $37 million. That's a good amount of money. And it's mainly because, old geezers die, they paid like $1,500, $2,000 property taxes. The kids has to sell the house because the kids cannot afford it anymore. So the kids selling the house for $2 million. Kaboom, you got 20,000 instead of 1,500 or 2,000. But anyway, those gonna slow down a little bit already. The house price is coming down. So, but you should concentrate on that. But I heard about you spent a lot of time on the crossing guards. Torrance had the same problem. Tried to ask the school. They laughed at them, I filmed that Torrance police officers at schools providing school crossing guard services. So that's how bad it was in Torrance. So instead of hiring crossing guards, Torrance police officers were at the schools. You know how much they make. You know what I mean? It's like $80 an hour. So it's better to hire crossing guards or tell grandma, hey, grandma, you want to make $20? come early with your kid, you know what I mean? But that's just a drop in the bucket, you know what I mean? I mean, 500,000, but don't get your hopes up. They're not gonna pay you. The school district not gonna pay you. They're gonna tell you the same thing, we don't have money. You know what I mean? You deal with it, because unfortunately, the schools get less money every year when the government incomes, come down. So they always crying, so they don't have money. Don't even think about it, No need to spend them the ladder. I know the answer is no, if they even answer. Anyway, thank you for letting me speak. I know I'm a Torrance resident, but I used to live in Redondo Beach, and Redondo Beach is the first city I moved in a house in America. You know what I mean? And lots of people, very jealous about it, They did not live in Clifton. You know what I mean? And people very jealous, and you know how people are, they're scumbags. Anyway, thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone online?
Yes. John Nguyen.
John, are you there?
There you go.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, council, for the time to speak today. My name is John Nguyen, and I'm a resident of District 5. I'm the fortunate parent of 4 students in Redondo Beach, and made it my priority to make sure they and their friends are safe when traveling from North Redondo Beach to Adams Middle School over the last 4 years. On the morning of January 16th, I personally witnessed a young Adams student get hit by a car at the light at Artesia in the Greenbelt. The student was crossing when there were still 20 seconds left on the crosswalk. I've asked for the last several years to get a crossing guard at this intersection because of many close calls I've personally seen over the last 4 years. In 4 years, I've now seen 3 kids hit by a car in this area, but only did the last one warrant a call to the Redondo Beach Police Department due to the seriousness of the crash. The other 2 kids felt they were okay enough to continue to bike to school, and so I escorted them to school to make sure they arrived safely. I feel like I'm doing my part in protecting not only my kids, but also the many kids that ride along with me, including kids who happen to just cross my path as we're biking to school. I'm now asking the council to please approve the budget change of $25,000 to allow a crossing guard at the intersection of Artesia and Greenbelt, as well as Inglewood and Grant, to help myself and others keep our kids safer as they continue to make their way to and from school. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have none and no oh, wait a minute. Jill Love.
Hi, I have both myself and my son, and so I would like to have him speak first, and then I will speak immediately after him.
My name is Oliver Love. I live in District 4, and I am in 5th grade at Washington Elementary. I walk to school every day with our neighbors, and we have to cross a really busy intersection at Inglewood and Grant with lots of lights and drivers who might not be paying attention. Lots of my friends and neighbors live near that intersection, and a crossing guard would really help all of us to feel safer. I've seen that at the intersection at Ripley and Felton, a crossing guard really helps everyone to feel safe. Also, I would love to walk home with just my friends in middle school next year, and if we don't have a crossing guard, our parents won't let us. A crossing guard there will make it easier and safer for me to walk home with my friends now and when I'm in middle school. Thank you for giving me a reason to stay up late on a school night.
Thank you. And hi, everyone. My name is Jill Love, and I'm a resident of District 4. I want to thank Councilmember Zaino Baji for hearing the concerns of us parents and advocating for 2 more crossing guards this school year. I'm the mother of a 5th grader who you just heard from and a 1st grader who attend Washington Elementary School. We live on the northeast side of the intersection of Inglewood and Grant Avenues, and we walk to school every day with one other family. 3 days a week, we walk at 7:25 to arrive in time for Run Club, and on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we leave at 7:50 to get to school with plenty of time for morning recess. This puts us out near our intersection right during morning rush hour. We are so grateful for the crossing guard, Brian, who helps keep elementary and middle schoolers safe as we all converge at Felton and Ripley. It's a zoo over there, and I can't imagine how much more dangerous it would be for pedestrians, bikers, and drivers alike without him running the show. Our intersection at Inglewood and Grant is a little different because we don't get quite as much foot traffic, but it's a huge intersection. And for many of us, it requires crossing Grant, Inglewood, and then Ripley. Drivers usually pay attention to our group because it's hard to miss 4 kids and 2 parents, but sometimes they still don't. Many cars have turned right from Inglewood onto Ripley without yielding to us pedestrians standing at the crosswalk. I also clearly remember one morning when I had to physically put my hand out and bang on the hood of a car that was about to turn right from Grant onto Inglewood directly in front of my kids and me. I shudder to think what might have happened if I hadn't been there. This intersection services 2 schools, Washington Elementary and Adams Middle School students. My son and neighbor will be moving on to middle school next, and they have already been asking us parents if they can walk to and from Adams on their own. It's a no for me right now because as much as I trust my son, I don't trust other drivers to see him. Believe me, I don't want to be a helicopter parent, but I must be a reasonable parent, and I know that those cars going 45 miles an hour just don't always pay attention. I have no doubt that the presence of a crossing guard at Inglewood and Grant would not only force cars to pay closer attention to students at that intersection, but they will also be more mindful of us as we cross Ripley, since it's the next street after the proposed crossing guard. I also think that there may be more parents willing to walk with their kids or allow their kids to walk, scooter, or bike on their own if there were a crossing guard to help protect the kids. I personally love the extra time with my kids to start the day by walking to school, and it's also great exercise for all of us. Having a crossing guard present to keep drivers alert would help all of us have more peace of mind and make our community safer. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That is it, and no e-comments.
Okay.
I have a follow-up question. Part of the budget motion we had last year, part of the items that we've been talking about, and I've been talking about, is a prosecution agreement with the city of Hermosa Beach. And to update that, it has been updated since 2012. We're charging the same amount of money since 2012. Here we are, 15 years, 13 years later. What's the current status of that?
Yeah, we had some preliminary conversations with Hermosa. I think they were receptive to follow-up changes. I'd have to talk to Mike to find out if there's been any more formal discussions with the prosecution team, but I think it's going to require us to update the agreement and make some changes. But I think with that update, I think they're open to some additional increases.
Because we're going to talk about revenue. This is 13 years now that thing has been there, and we want to do these things. I could see some revenue there that we could use for things that we're just talking about right now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll make a motion to, let's see, we've given direction on item 15. Approve item number 11, the Veteran Park with the plaques. Item number 12 for 2750.
Can you identify it by name?
Which is the Lanakeela
Okay.
agreement. Just their item, the $2,700 one. But take the deposit. And that's what I have written down right now from what I've heard. What else did you?
On the amendments, well, we need to receive and file the mid-year budget report, presentation of the status of city CIP, approve all decision packages. I respect what you guys are saying as to the crossing guards, but I would like the express direction of the city manager to seek reimbursement or contribution from the school district for the crossing guards adjacent to their schools. And if we have any crossing guards to private schools, the same thing to those private schools.
If it's a formal bill, right, give them a formal bill for this.
A letter, a cover letter, hey, it's an enormous amount of our.
And what are we asking, half?
Just reimbursement or contribution.
Yeah.
That's it, that's
We
it.
give them a bill for the entire amount, we can start talking about.
Hey, we're paying this amount, can you reimburse us or contribute
Yeah.
a certain amount,
So
some
we
of
can
it.
get more crossing
And,
guards.
let's have a conversation, now, we need it
Agreed.
now, though. Because we have more requests from our residents and even more recommendations from our police chief. So Yeah, let's see. What
So
else?
when you say approve these budget response reports, we're not actually paying out all of these budget response
Sorry,
reports.
not budget response report,
Decision
decision
packages.
He said
packages.
Yeah.
decision packages.
Okay. Oh, that's right, yeah.
That was it.
Okay,
So-
we'll combine that into a motion. And I would second, yeah, I would agree with that. Would you want to make that motion for having those two, or should I?
So you can just amend
Okay,
your
I'll do
motion.
that for
All right.
agreeing to all the decision packages. We're saying yes to item number 3 and 11. I read it right? 11 and 12, sorry.
11 and 12, and directing the city manager for reimbursement.
Yep, for reimbursement.
For
And-
locations adjacent to schools, which
Yeah.
is that was what we had. That
WSD in any private school.
And get an update for the prosecution service of Hermosa for that's potential revenue. You
Yes,
pay for this.
I'll second that.
We also should give direction on the
Fireworks?
fireworks.
Do you guys feel comfortable with those two options that I talked about with city staff? Maybe have it for 2 fireworks shows, maybe for the same firework price amount, have it 2 different shows, have it there for, possibly 2 days or 3 days. Maybe it's cheaper for the barge.
How about just come back with direction that we'd like it on the water? What can you negotiate?
On land and water, just on the water?
Like, I thought we were congealing on
Well,
water.
when I say
but
land, so just off that place in the seaside
in the
lagoon.
waterfront.
On the
in the
waterfront,
waterfront.
okay. Yeah, that works. I mean, that works for me. That's
And then
direction. You don't need to, I mean, you've given direction, right?
I just need to know if we're going to be committing to a contract so we can pursue those
Yeah,
options.
so
and have it teed
I
up.
would then amend the motion to include commit to a contract and talk to the said fireworks company and barge company, to provide different options moving forward.
No barge. Barge is like 3 crossing guards.
He's saying that there may be.
It is.
He's saying there might be other options.
There might be other options. And also the direction is going to be included to go to the leaseholders and the hoteliers down there who
See if they can.
see if they can chip in some money. Otherwise, they want to get a fireworks show. And this is a really good
All right,
carrot and stick with them.
I'll second that.
I'd like to-
All those things.
I'd like you to also consider our treasurer's request to start the TOT.
Right.
Yes.
So the TOT discussion, if I may, Councilmember Narenheim, will also include whether we had to increase the tourism assessment rate and whether we should or could have disparate TOT rates.
Okay, so I'd be amenable to having a conversation on
That's
that,
it,
right?
conversation.
And the reason why I wanted to correct the treasurer on something and to going into the coastal zone, if we do something just for the coastal zone, the coastal commission is going to want to say something about that. And they're not very happy with us taxing the coastal zone at a higher rate than the rest of the
All
city.
right, so an additional discussion about whether we could do it citywide, but then have for new hotels, some sort of pause
Moratorium.
or blackout.
A ramp up.
Yeah. What our options are
I
there.
think just getting the ball rolling is.
Yeah, just a discussion, that's all you need.
And let's put a deadline on that discussion because we've gone now almost, 7 months without it.
Next
So,
week.
3 months?
You wanted it,
Part of-
I mean,
part of
do you
the
want to have it in April?
budget
Do you want to have it, I mean, when do you want to have it?
What, April?
Yeah.
April?
May?
Is that doable?
Well, it's just the initial item. I mean,
Right.
there's not a
Okay.
lot of work. It's just, it's a discussion report and a little bit of research. I mean, we can do it in May. If you want to do it in early May, we can do it early May.
May, I think it's,
May work?
give yourself a little.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
that works
early
for me.
May works, we can go early May.
I will say that I disagree with the Lanakila exemption. But I don't see why you picked that one as opposed to the other one that was listed in the BRR. And I think that's what I mean by like a slippery slope. We should have strict criteria of it. All the other things I do agree with, but I would disagree with including BRR 12.
They are asking for just a one-time.
Right, but then do we have other people who are going to rent things, let's say at the lagoon, and they're gonna say, well, we're gonna donate a percentage of our proceeds to, the police.
This is all.
I'm just saying,
Yeah, I understand.
it's,
Slippery slope, yeah,
Yeah.
I agree, yeah.
I understand. These are good, I mean, these are people that live in the harbor and contribute to the harbor community.
Yeah.
Be careful on that.
And the fires are huge.
It's the
No,
fires.
I like
Okay.
it all. It just, every,
Councilmember Barrett, are you
get it.
still,
Yeah, I'm still waiting.
okay, you're up.
Thank you. Was there a second on that motion? Or are we still in
Yeah.
discussion phase?
Seconded.
Yeah.
All right. So I have a substitute motion, and it focuses in on the crossing guards, which we've talked about. I think we need to do the crossing guards at Artesia and the bike path where the kid was hit, literally hit. This isn't hypothetical. And Inglewood and Grant. I'm going to stand up for Inglewood and Grant. And make it understood. We're going to do this, but it's contingent on the school district not throwing in $100K, splitting all costs in half. They got to be 50-50 partners on this. And if they're not, then we have to reassess our whole crossing guard program because we can't sustain it. We can't.
It's true.
So that's the bottom line. Add in these two for now. We need to come back, and if the school district doesn't want to play ball, then they've tied our hands and the whole thing collapses.
And then we point the finger.
Well, not about pointing the fingers. So that's my substitute, if I could finish that thought.
So is it everything plus the crossing guard or just?
Not quite. I got
It's yours.
something else. But that's the crossing guard point. I want to give the city,
He's going through his motion right now.
Okay.
give city manager an opportunity to write that down.
Yeah, so it's, crossing guard is addition, but it's contingent on a 50-50 split of all
Gonna-
costs with the district.
We're gonna get it in play. We're gonna put the funding for the 25K for the crossing guards. One at Artesia and the bike path, one at Inglewood and
So we're
Grant.
implementing that this fiscal
We're
year.
implementing it this fiscal year. We're putting the money out there
And
for it.
then its continuation is contingent on a 50-50
Continuation on all of
split.
our crossing guards. Now, we're gonna have to do a reassessment as to whether we could afford that. Because it's not sustainable at this point. Okay, $500,000 a year, 550. School district needs to come in, 50-50 partners, not just what's right next to the school district. They do. And if that doesn't happen, we'll be back and we'll take a look at everything and see what we can continue to maintain on the crossing guards. And to the mayor's question, what else? The BR number 12 for the freebie down at the Seaside Lagoon. We can't do it. We can't pick and choose who we're going to give free to. So we're tight on our budgets. We're having this discussion right now. We got all the department heads here and everybody else. 2,700 here, 10 grand there. Nobody's being a Grinch. We just have to have a firm policy in place that at the Seaside Lagoon, no matter how honorable your cause is and how much we support it, we can't just hand out the fees. So I'm a no on BRR 12. And then on the TOT, let's have a discussion. Let's have it open with respect to hotels. And so, do we do a moratorium? What are the rates, et cetera? Just something a little more open. And if staff can come fully prepared, as I know you want to be with all the data and all the information, and then we could come in May. If you need more time, then you need more time. So, and then lastly, I don't think you need direction, but I would add direction if needed for the Dale Page Park. Make sure that 30K, which is earmarked for Dale Page, actually is locked in and starts, getting used. Contact the utility if it hasn't been contacted already. Find out which of the 3 shade structures are actually doable because, we can't drill deep into the gas line, okay. So what can we do there and how much is it going to cost, and then come back on that. So
What about
that's the.
Firework.
Huh?
What about, they're looking for direction on fireworks?
Yeah, on the fireworks, how specific of a direction, I like Nils Narenheim's point, could we do a 2-night show this year? Get economies of scale, have the waterfront businesses and the hotels pitch in, 2 nights of fireworks. The costs have totally gotten out of control with the tugs. So explore that. If Redondo Union, if there's cold water all over that, if it's not going to happen, so be it. But, let's find out if that's even an option. And if you need more concrete direction right now on what to do with the fireworks, let us know.
No, I think, what I really need is fireworks in general. It sounds, I'm hearing fireworks. That's the important thing.
No $100,000.
I mean, at this point, let's see if the people down at, the folks, our partners down at the waterfront and the hotels are going to pitch in. And if we could do a 2-night show, as Councilmember Nair and I, maybe this happens this year after all, but it's a huge number. It's almost one police officer for a year, and
it's all general fund this year.
it's all general fund this year, so.
And what about
anyway.
Veterans Park?
Yeah, everything else is fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
The plaques in time for Memorial Day.
yes, everything in that motion,
I'll second it with a friendly amendment.
okay?
Not if you need more time for the TOT discussion, we'll have it by May or April, but this is a discussion that we should have had after the last budget passed. And we still haven't had it, we just got another BRR, so.
Accepted,
All right.
friendly amendment accepted, so that's the motion.
And you're still with all the decision packages,
All the
the
yeah.
receive and file?
Yes,
Okay.
everything else.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Well, yeah.
Just say it. I'll say it for you. I'm a no.
I've dedicated a big chunk of my life to the school district. But here we are again, and we're adding to the 27 we have. We're now talking to 29, right?
No, I think we're going
Would it
from
be
25 to
27?
27.
25 to 27. I'm really concerned about that. I mean, and then it's all going to come crashing down. Easier said than done. It's really tough to pull back, and I completely understand both callers. I've lived it. I had to walk both of my kids across Burl, and it was very dangerous, and I get it. I completely get it. But now we're adding to this. I am really concerned about doing this before we have this discussion, this letter to the school district, because it's only going to, we're at $552,000. That's an insane amount of money.
Sorry, you were correct, Councilman, 27 to 29.
Okay. I'm really, until they're studied, and I understand the concern, but I really would be very careful about that. I would be very careful about that.
It's a fair point. It's a very fair point. We'll
I
have to
understand,
come-
I appreciate you standing up for folks.
Yep.
And I think all of us, as Chief Hoffman would say, would love to put one on every corner. It's just, we're reaching.
We don't have staff.
A saturation point, and it's really starting to encroach on the rest of the budget. We have so many different things. You know, we've given 2 SROs and we only get $100,000. That's $400,000 plus of salary and benefits. I mean, we keep giving and giving and giving, and we should, because this is a reflection of our residents. Right? You know, they pay property taxes.
Students are residents.
Students are our residents, and I get that. But the school district has $100+ million operating budget. I know their budget really, really well. I helped balance it for 8 years. They need to help us somehow, and I'm very cautious about adding to this without having that discussion and then doing it, rather than adding it right away and then taking it away. Because I think
also
you're going to
doing
really disappoint a lot of
The
people. by
lion's
that.
share of the after-school program too.
The after-school program, and you know, they give a lot too. I understand that.
Well, they do in that regard, they do provide us lower cost facility use for that program.
Yeah.
That's one of their contributions.
And, you know, a lot of us were supportive of the bond or whatever, and we all care very much about our schools, but I think we could be very careful about this. Before, I mean, we're only talking a few months until budget time comes. Anyway, right?
Staff it.
Yeah, I think I'd be very careful about it. I can't vote for it as it stands.
Well, just to clarify, because I thought.
Sure.
Yeah, those are all valid points. We'll revisit, including these two. The last in could be the first out if we don't have the funding, but let's keep them in for now with the understanding that, these may not be permanent, other positions may not be permanent. You're going to do what you're going to do with the school district, whether you want to fold in there the SRO discussion, save that for another time. But with respect to these crossing guards, I think we could fund them for this period, come back and revisit, and the public will understand. It'll have to be explained by me why we're doing what we're doing.
Won't be by me.
So that's the motion.
Did you have something, Councilmember?
Well,
Baggi?
I can count to 4, and I realize that we don't have 4 on the crossing guards,
Let's find out.
and we don't have 4 on the Lanakila. So in the hopes of, moving this forward with the 4/5 vote that we need, let's just focus on those two things. What's it gonna take? Are we just gonna forego those two, but include the direction of the city manager to seek reimbursement? And then we'll revisit the crossing guards come June based on what we.
Or we take both of it out.
Huh?
Or we take both of them out.
That's
We're
what
gonna
he's suggesting.
vote on the first option,
I
first.
mean, taking out Lanakila and taking out the crossing guards.
I mean, if you want to pay for this, Councilmember Barron, then cut something somewhere. If it's that important to you, there's plenty of items to cut. We have a $118 million budget. You can cut something somewhere.
We will do that when we return in June. We'll take a close
We
look.
do that right now. And by the way, as the police chief talked about, by the time we get this online, it's February, mid-February now. It's going to be April at the earliest, and it's going to probably end up requiring restaffing with police officers or MSOs at these particular locations. So again, that's going to be another budget hit. So it's far more than just what we're saying is $25,000.
We'll find out what we could, yeah, it's a good, and I didn't mean to, I was just going to say, it's a good point. We'll see how quickly we can get these crossing guards at these two locations. It may be May, it may be June, and then we'll be back in June on the budget to discuss that, so.
Okay. Can we get substitute? The substitute, can you light up 3A, please? All right, so, return all 16 BRRs when receive and file the mid-year budget, file report, blah, blah, blah. Adopt by 4/5 vote, approve all decision packages, no BRR number 3, but direct the city manager to seek reimbursement contribution for the crossing guards adjacent to RVUSD schools and any private schools. BRR number 11, hightail this. So it's here by Veterans Day, or Memorial Day, I mean. And then BRR 4, you said you would address, right? We don't need a motion on that, just prorating the parking permit fee.
Yeah,
Okay.
you
And
can
then,
put it in there. I know what that means. It's basically to direct us to come back with a revision of the master fee schedule to allow for proration.
Did make you do that?
No, it was to actually have this BRR was the direction originally.
And then
I remember differently.
on the fireworks, less than 100,000.
We've given them direction.
What is it?
We've given them multiple directions, multiple options to all look at. They know what to look
Yeah,
at.
I'm okay on that.
$125,000 for a barge.
Right. I think your input's all pretty clear on that.
And then the independent discussion about TOT, all things on the table. And yeah, bringing all the BRRs back. That's it.
Okay, so no BRR 3, 11, and we said no on 12, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I will second that because I genuinely don't think that we are going to staff those fast enough. And it's not, and because of that, we don't need to stay here for another 30 minutes going back and forth on it.
Right.
But I think we beat it to death, but yes, I'll second your motion.
And hopefully we can get reimbursement so we can go and staff
Right.
some of these.
This is my top priority in the next budget. And hopefully we
Love
get
to be able to do that.
So just to be clear, all decision packages,
It's on the,
two receiving files.
Yeah.
And then just the direction on TOT, number 14. I guess we have to do direction on the parking. Yeah, you didn't say decision packages.
It's on top. He's got it up top.
Right here.
Oh, you said BRRs when you said it. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anybody you know?
I'm a no, and here's why. Because the child who was hit at Artesia in the bike path, I know personally, I've coached him on my soccer team. He's a careful person, and this was completely preventable with the crossing guard. So I'm a no.
I understand.
I'll just say to Lanakila, I'll help you fundraise for that $2,700. I got a nice little campaign going right now. We got lots of people, so I'll help you out. It's not much.
Okay, 5-4. So going on to city manager items.
Oh, wait a minute, I gotta
Oh,
read
I'm
the
sorry, go ahead.
resolution. Adopt by
5 to 1.
four-fifths vote and
Four
by
to one.
title only, resolution number CC-2502-007, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, modifying the budget for fiscal year
his mess.
2024, 2025. Thank you.
Okay, city manager items, Mr. Wood. Okay, any mayor or council referrals to staff? Councilmember Narenheim.
No, I don't think I do. Let me go check. I don't think, come back to me. Come back.
Said come back.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
You don't want to pile it up for when you're not here?
Right, I want to be fair to people.
Councilmember Kalajerovic.
I do. I have two. I'd like to get a report on all facility uses and fees collected associated with those uses for the past 3 years, so that we can better understand, how they're being used, who's using them, what, in the conversation of our revenue, we need to better understand that. So that's one.
And, okay, if that's a budget report, since that would be something that would flow through to revenue and have that part of that conversation, or do you want to have a standalone discussion about facility use?
No, this is kind of rolled into the discussion of strategic plan and revenues. Yeah.
Okay.
And same with this second item, a report on revenues broken down by zip code. As we discuss business in the city to better understand where revenue's coming from, and then direct the conversation to, what are we prioritizing in that area? So, sorry, I forgot the part. So broken down by revenue, by zip code into property taxes, TOT tax, sales tax. I know we've already done the parking revenue, which is all in the south, but those big buckets by zip code.
And if I could ask the city manager, do you see any utility to doing that, number one? And number two, what's the bandwidth of staff to start doing all that stuff? And can you get it?
As long as it's
easier
in the
now?
context of budget, we can certainly provide it. That information is available to us. It does take some mining. I can provide it. What you all do with it, as a policy matter, is really your call.
How many hours of staff time approximately?
Probably 5 to 10.
5 to 10.
I mean, but most budget response reports are in that, I'd say the easy budget response reports fall in the 2 to 5 hours of research and preparation. The more difficult ones can be 10 to 20 hours of research. It just depends. So if this is a budget response report, contextually, it's within our normal efforts. If it's a standalone discussion item, it's a slightly different exercise.
To be clear, this is like wrapped in our strategic plan items that we have on there about addressing business in the city.
Right. And this is information that would be.
So facility leases is like every lease in the harbor?
Like all of our city leases, Alta Vista and whatever, we just increased all that, all the fees for that, and I want to better understand how that's impacting things.
You don't mean
as
like
we're
our
going.
leaseholders in the harbor?
No.
Okay.
Like just city-owned property that is for, lease by day. You know what I mean?
I got you.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
I do, yeah.
Okay. So that's a BRR?
Sure.
Then we don't have to vote on it.
Correct.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Barron.
None.
And I have none.
Should we go
Okay.
Back to Councilman Narenheim?
Yeah, no, I looked. I don't have anything, no.
Nothing?
No.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn in the memory
So-
of Ray Benning.
I will make a motion to adjourn Mr. Ray Benning and to say a few words. He was a commissioner well before I was a council member here in Redondo. And we were on the same side for a lot of items, and we were on opposite sides on a lot of items. And what I loved about Mr. Benning was I always knew where I stood. And I saw him a few times. One time I saw him at El Tarasco. He came over and said, "Hey, I want to talk to you about the whole fire department thing." We talked, had a good discussion about it. It wasn't the first time, actually, but what I really appreciate with Mr. Benning is that his forthrightness, what we believed in. And people like that have true honor with what they say. They say what they believe what they say. They move forward with it. So I didn't agree with a lot of it. I didn't agree with, agreed with a lot of it. If it's 50-50, depends on what the subject was. Legato issue, we completely agreed with it. It was amazing conversation. And other items, we didn't agree at all. But one thing we definitely agreed on was that we both love the city. He only lived a couple blocks away from me. And people that come down and take part in our city government, our local government, and volunteer their time as a commission member, it's really special and really cool. So a really big, heartfelt condolences to his family. I'll be missing his comments and his input everywhere. So appreciate that.
Okay, did we get a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, meeting is adjourned. Thank you.